Claire finally stirred awake at 7 o'clock in the morning. She had enjoyed a night of deep rest, more restful than usual. Not a single dream had crossed her mind, nor had she woken up at all during the night. As a result, she felt incredibly energized. Although Claire didn't see Charlie after waking, she wasn't surprised. She knew he typically rose before her. Today, Claire was particularly excited because Charlie had promised to take her fruit and vegetable picking. The thought filled her with joy. After freshening up, Claire slipped into her sports attire and headed downstairs. She assumed Charlie would be in the kitchen making breakfast, and she expected they would leave for the suburbs after eating. However, to her surprise, she found Charlie waiting for her in the living room. Upon seeing Claire, Charlie greeted her with a bright smile, exclaiming, "My wife. Let's head out to pick some fruits and vegetables now." Claire was taken aback and asked, "Wait, are we leaving already? We haven't even had breakfast yet." With a grin, Charlie replied, "Why eat breakfast now? We can have it when we return." He then took her hand gently and started leading her outside. Claire's heart raced at the unexpected gesture. She felt a mix of shyness and surprise, and she couldn't help but voice her concern. "Charlie, we'll be driving to the suburbs to pick fruits and vegetables. It's going to take us half the day. What if we get hungry since we're not eating anything now?" Charlie chuckled and said, "You'll find out once you come with me. I've already made all the necessary arrangements." Intrigued, Claire asked, "Did you set up a meal for us at the farmhouse?" Leading her out, Charlie smiled and instructed, "Just close your eyes for a moment." Claire was even more surprised. "Charlie, is it really the right time to ask me to close my eyes?" "Of course. It's perfect timing. You'll see why soon," Charlie answered with a playful smile. Resigned but amused, Claire closed her eyes and said softly, "All right, since you're taking me to pick fruits and vegetables today, I'll trust you." Charlie beamed and said, "No peeking." Claire replied earnestly, "Don't worry. I won't peek. I really love surprises. That's the spirit." Charlie took Claire's hand and led her carefully out of the house and into the yard. To the east, more than an acre of vibrant fruit and vegetable plants had been cultivated. These plants had been meticulously selected by Zeke, flourishing beautifully without a single insect in sight. The fruits were bright and colorful, while the leaves sparkled with a rich green hue, enhanced by the morning dew. Once they reached the garden, Charlie smiled and said, "You can open your eyes now, wife." Claire asked in surprise, "Aren't we supposed to get in the car first? You want me to open my eyes before we even head there?" "Exactly," Charlie affirmed with a smile. "You should open your eyes since I've asked you to." With a grin, Claire said, "All right, I'll open my eyes now." As she slowly opened her eyes, the brilliant morning light from the rising sun dazzled her, momentarily blinding her. Once her vision cleared, she was astonished to behold an absolutely stunning fruit and vegetable garden right before her. Her eyes widened in surprise as she gasped and instinctively covered her mouth with both hands. Claire turned to Charlie, who was standing beside her, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. "This... I can't be dreaming, can I, Charlie? Why is there a fruit and vegetable garden in our yard?" With affection, Charlie smiled at her and replied, "My dear wife, you are definitely not dreaming. Don't you enjoy picking fresh fruits and vegetables? I had someone search for the finest plants in Oris Hill. I'll also take care of this garden for you, ensuring it yields a bountiful harvest so you can enjoy fresh produce all year round." Claire felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her eyes glistening with tears. She could hardly believe that her husband had gone to such lengths to prepare this incredible surprise for her. As a child, she had always dreamed of growing her own fruits and vegetables. Even a simple tomato or pepper plant would have filled her with joy. Unfortunately, Lady Wilson had never given her that chance. To her astonishment, Charlie had transformed their yard overnight into a beautiful garden. Claire's heart swelled with gratitude, especially at Charlie's sweet promise to care for it. Though he had done many wonderful things for her in the past, nothing had ever touched her quite like this. It felt as if her husband had presented her with an entire sea of flowers when she had only expected a single bloom. In that moment, she felt as if she owned the world. Even though it was just a garden filled with fruits and vegetables, in Claire's eyes, it brought her more joy than the most exquisite roses could ever offer. Right now, her excitement surpassed even the joy she felt during the grand wedding Charlie had arranged for her at the Sky Garden in Shangri-La. As she stood there, Charlie handed her a small, delicate bamboo basket and said with a grin, "Wife, why don't you start picking some fruits and vegetables? What are you waiting for? Everything here is grown organically, without any pesticides. You can pick to your heart's content." Feeling deeply moved, Claire looked at Charlie and instinctively threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. "My husband, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I feel like the happiest person in the world right now." Charlie gently caressed her cheek and replied warmly, "Silly girl. You're my wife. There's no need to thank me. Your happiness is what makes me happy." As he spoke, Charlie gazed at Claire, who was so close to him, and felt an overwhelming impulse. Overcome by the moment, he leaned down and kissed her softly on the lips. In an instant, Claire's thoughts went blank. This kiss was her first, and it had been unexpectedly given by Charlie. Yet, she felt no anger. Instead, she looked up at her handsome, gentle husband and was flooded with an unprecedented sense of happiness. Being held in her husband's arms brought her a joy she had never known before. Though she felt elated, a hint of embarrassment crept in. After Charlie's tender kiss, Claire pushed him away in a fluster. She quickly adjusted her hair and said, I'm going to pick some fruits and vegetables now." Charlie wrapped her in a gentle embrace and said, "I'll go with you, wife." Her cheeks flushed as she handed him the bamboo basket. "All right, you can come along. I'll pick, and you can help carry them." "Absolutely." Charlie agreed eagerly, taking her hand as they strolled into the garden together. Meanwhile, Elaine watched from the third-floor balcony, muttering to herself, "These two are so fucking lovey-dovey, showing off their shit first thing in the morning. Don't they know I've lost my goddamn front teeth?" With a hint of annoyance, she shouted, "Hey! Hurry the hell up and pick those fruits and vegetables. I'm still waiting to take a picture of the damn garden for my social media." This morning, Claire woke up feeling like the happiest woman alive. In stark contrast, another woman felt like the unluckiest in the world. This woman was Hannah, currently sitting in the People's Hospital. She was in the gynecology department, anxiously waiting for her turn amidst a long line of patients ahead of her. When Hannah finally entered the examination room, the doctor commenced a routine checkup. However, even the seasoned physician was taken aback by Hannah's condition and exclaimed, "What is happening? Why have you done this to yourself? Do you not care about your personal hygiene?" Despite being attended to by a female doctor, Hannah's face flushed a deep crimson from the doctor's remarks, and she wished she could disappear from the room. In a moment of embarrassment, she covered her face and admitted, "Doctor, honestly, it's because of my partner. He doesn't place much importance on cleanliness." The doctor sighed heavily and replied, "You should have encouraged him to adopt better hygiene habits. Look at the state you're in. This is quite serious, and I need to warn you." Panic rose within Hannah as she questioned, "Doctor, what exactly is wrong with me?" With a somber expression, the doctor explained, "From the initial examination, I can see erythema, an infection, and vaginal erosion. I suspect there are multiple infected areas." The doctor sighed once more before stating, "I'll provide you with a lab test sheet. You need to get your blood and secretions tested to determine the next steps." Hannah, now filled with dread, asked, "Doctor, do you think it could be AIDS or something similar?" "AIDS can't be detected visually, it requires a blood test for confirmation." The doctor urged, "Please hurry and get that test done. The sooner we have the results, the sooner we can address your condition." In a flurry, Hannah grabbed the lab sheet and rushed to the cashier to pay for her tests. After having her blood drawn and secretions collected, she nervously sat on a bench, anxiously waiting for the results. She was on edge, no longer focused on her discomfort. All she wanted was to find out what had happened to her and what illness she might have. The first result to come back was the secretion test, revealing severe erosion and inflammation. Flustered by the alarming test results, Hannah hurried back to the doctor. The doctor, however, was not surprised by the findings and stated flatly, "I can see the inflammation and erosion, but I didn't anticipate it would be this severe. You need to treat this immediately, or it could escalate into a more significant issue." The doctor flipped through the results and asked, "Where's the blood test result?" "That's crucial. It hasn't come back yet." "I was too scared, so I showed you this first," Hannah replied, trembling. The doctor nodded and said, "All right, let's wait for the blood results. They will provide a clearer picture of your situation." With her head downcast, Hannah left the doctor's office and returned to the lab department, where she waited for her blood results to come in, which took about 20 minutes. When the results finally arrived, there were 4 pages of findings. Hannah clutched the papers tightly, her heart racing as she slowly examined the first page. The initial report made her heart skip a beat. Neisseria gonorrhoeae test, positive. Neisseria gonorrhoeae? Wasn't that gonorrhea? Damn that fucking supervisor. He transmitted gonorrhea to me. How the fuck did this happen? Hannah cursed inwardly. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she turned to the second report. The second report read, Treponema pallidum agglutination test for syphilis, positive. Hannah was overwhelmed and disoriented as she stared at the test results. Not only had she contracted gonorrhea, but syphilis too. That supervisor was a fucking cesspool of disease. He was the one who had brought her all this goddamn anguish. Her legs felt weak, so she hurriedly leaned against the wall and sank to the floor. While wiping away her tears, she turned to the third page of the report with trembling hands. The third report indicated AIDS antibody HIV, with a measured value of 0.11, which was below the reference value of less than 1 that indicated a negative result. Finally, Hannah let out a sigh of relief. She felt incredibly lucky to have avoided AIDS, otherwise, it would have been the absolute fucking end of her world. With a gulp of relief, she found a sliver of comfort and slowly flipped to the final page of the results. Human chorionic gonadotropin, HCG 5324.2. She read the number repeatedly, her eyes rolling upward as she nearly fainted. Wasn't this a sign of positive pregnancy? Quickly, she checked the remarks on the back. The indicator suggested 4 to 8 weeks of pregnancy. This timeline matched the days she'd spent at the coal mine. Oh shit, she was in deep trouble. She felt like banging her head against the wall in despair. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that after escaping the hell of the coal mine with help from the Webb family, she would land in this fucking chaotic mess of STDs. Vaginal inflammation, erosion, gonorrhea, syphilis. And to top it all off, she was pregnant. Why the hell? At 51 years old, with her son Harold already 28, the thought of her pregnancy leaking out was terrifying. Her reputation would be completely fucked. She would likely face ridicule and scorn for the rest of her life. In a panic, she grabbed the results and dashed into the doctor's office. She locked the door, fell to her knees in front of the doctor, and pleaded, "Doctor, please help me. You have to help me." The doctor was startled by the sudden scene and asked, "What's the matter? Are you HIV positive?" The doctor's greatest fear was that Hannah had been diagnosed with AIDS, an incurable illness even with today's advanced medicine. Hannah shook her head vigorously and replied, "No, HIV is negative, but I have gonorrhea, syphilis, and the worst part is, I'm pregnant." The doctor let out a sigh of relief and said plainly, "Gonorrhea and syphilis are treatable, though it can be quite complicated. We'll need your full cooperation." Then, the doctor continued, "As for the pregnancy, you don't need to panic just yet. Many women your age have become pregnant, and some have even successfully given birth. However, I advise against keeping the baby because of your gonorrhea and syphilis. Syphilis can be transmitted from mother to child, and it's quite serious, so I recommend having an abortion first, followed by treatment for all these gynecological issues and STDs." Deep down, Hannah thought, hell no. I wouldn't keep this baby even if you held a gun to my head. How the fuck could I face my husband, mother-in-law, son, and daughter if they found out I was pregnant after my miserable fucking time at the coal mine? Hannah was initially overwhelmed by a profound sense of devastation. Once she regained her composure, her immediate thought was to terminate the pregnancy as quickly as possible. Frantically, she turned to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, when can I schedule the abortion surgery?" The doctor replied, "I can arrange it for you next week. The earliest available appointment is next Monday." Upon hearing that she would have to wait until Monday, Hannah's anxiety surged. "Why must I wait until Monday? If it's a financial issue, I can pay double or even 10 times more," she exclaimed. This was a dire situation. Every passing day increased the risk of her pregnancy being discovered, leaving her in a state of constant unease. The doctor shook her head, explaining, "It's not about the money. We only have clinic visits scheduled over the weekend, and there are no operations available. If you want to proceed with the abortion, we'll have to wait until Monday." Her face twisted in distress. Although she was filled with panic, she realized she had to accept her reality. After all, she could not take matters into her own hands. Abortion was a serious matter, and given her age, attempting to do it herself could be risky and even life-threatening. The doctor continued, "I'll prescribe some oral medication along with ointments for you to take home. Follow the instructions to manage your condition. After the abortion, we will begin systematic treatment for your STDs." Hannah nodded gratefully. "Thank you, doctor, thank you." The doctor waved her hand dismissively. "By the way, it would be wise for your husband to get tested too. Gonorrhea and syphilis are typically transmitted through sexual contact. If you've been intimate with him recently, there's a chance he could have been infected or that you might have transmitted the infection to him. These diseases are highly contagious, so it's best to advise him to undergo a blood test as well. If both of you are infected, you can support each other through the treatment." Hannah's heart raced with anxiety. She was acutely aware that she hadn't contracted the infections from her husband. She was certain that the coal mine supervisor was the source of her illness. However, she and Christopher had been intimate at the Webb family house just 2 days prior, and she distinctly remembered they hadn't used any protection. Now, with the doctor mentioning the high contagion risk, did that mean she had likely infected her husband? Flustered and panicked, she realized that her best course of action was to seek treatment before Christopher fell ill. This way, if he were diagnosed later, he wouldn't be able to blame her. In a hurry, she asked, "Doctor, if I follow through with the treatment as planned, how long will it take for me to fully recover?" The doctor contemplated for a moment before responding, "To be honest, these 2 infections are quite challenging to treat, and the treatment duration can be lengthy. I estimate it will take at least 2 months. 2 months. That feels like an eternity," Hannah thought, her heart sinking into a pit of sorrow and despair. The doctor offered her some reassurance, however, keep in mind that everyone's response to treatment varies. Some individuals may recover more quickly. Then, she continued in a more measured tone, "Let's not overthink this. First, let's set a date for the abortion procedure. Come in next Monday for the surgery, and we'll begin treatment right after." Hannah nodded, feeling defeated yet aware that there was little she could do in this moment. She made an appointment with the doctor for the abortion on Monday afternoon. As soon as the appointment was finalized, her phone chimed with a call from Christopher. "Hey, you vanished so early this morning. Where have you been?" Hannah quickly responded, "Oh, I had some things to take care of. I'm on my way home now." Christopher said, "Mom asked you to stop by the market, pick up some meat on your way back, and prepare lunch when you get home." Though Hannah felt a bit frustrated, she responded with a calm, "All right, I'll swing by the market and then head back." Charlie and Claire spent the entire morning tending to their little orchard, picking fresh vegetables. Claire radiated joy, embodying the spirit of a carefree 18-year-old. With enthusiasm, she gathered vegetables, diligently loosened the soil, and watered the plants with utmost care. Meanwhile, Elaine anxiously awaited the chance to snap photos for her social media. She felt on edge as the couple lingered in the orchard for quite some time. When Charlie and Claire finally returned home with a hefty basket of produce, Elaine dashed downstairs. She pulled out her phone and eagerly started photographing the garden from every possible angle. After spending a long time under the blazing sun capturing countless images, she hurried back to her room and applied aloe vera gel to soothe her sunburned arms and face. While doing so, she browsed her photo album, carefully selecting 9 pictures to share online. She captioned the post, "Look at our vegetable garden, my little babies have thrived under my careful cultivation." As soon as she uploaded the photos, likes and comments flooded in, praising her garden. No one had anticipated that Elaine could cultivate such an impressive vegetable garden in her yard. It was clear she had dedicated significant time and effort to its care. A friend who had recently purchased a mansion and cultivated a small vegetable patch commented enviously, "Wow, Elaine, you're incredible. You have so many types of vegetables in your garden. However, I've never seen anyone grow such a variety in their yard. Did you perhaps steal those plants from someone else's orchard, take photos of them, and pretend they were yours? Are you being dishonest with us?" "What?" Elaine sat up in irritation upon reading the comment. "The pictures I took are from my own yard. How dare you question my honesty? Just wait, I'll take a bird's-eye view photo of my yard from the third-floor balcony." Without hesitation, she went up to the balcony of her master bedroom on the third floor, opened the camera app, and aimed it down at her yard. At that moment, she noticed something unusual on her screen. A shadowy figure appeared beyond their fence, reaching into their yard and attempting to steal vegetables from the orchard. In an instant, the hand grabbed a large eggplant, a cucumber, and a tomato. Elaine yelled, "Hey! What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you steal my vegetables?" Startled by her shout, the shadow quickly withdrew its hand, turned, and fled. Elaine squinted for a better look and gasped. "No way, it's that goddamn Lady Wilson." Furious, she shouted, "Hey, you shameless bitch! You're incredibly bold. How dare you steal vegetables from my garden? I'm calling the police to have you arrested." Lady Wilson, clutching her basket of stolen vegetables, couldn't escape quickly enough. Instead of fleeing, she turned to glare at Elaine and spat in her direction. This infuriated Elaine even more. She dashed down the stairs and exclaimed indignantly when she found Charlie and Claire washing the vegetables in the kitchen, "Why the hell are you two still washing vegetables? Someone is stealing from us." "Who?" Claire asked, puzzled. Elaine growled, "Who else could be so brazen? It's your grandmother, the old hag." Upon hearing that her grandmother had taken vegetables from their yard, Claire let out a resigned sigh and said, "Mom, if it's Grandma, just let her be. She can take whatever she wants, it's just some vegetables." Elaine shot back with disdain, "Oh no, you can't just say that. What has your grandma ever done for us? Have you forgotten how she treated us? After everything, she has the nerve to steal vegetables from our yard? Hell no, I can't allow it." Claire shook her head sadly. "Mom, don't overthink this. Grandma just wants some fresh vegetables for herself. Don't be so stingy." Elaine huffed in annoyance, "You're such a traitorous little brat, humph." She then stormed upstairs, fuming as she returned to her room. As Elaine contemplated the situation further, she began to feel that they were losing out. Their vegetable garden was thriving, and she didn't want to share even a single leaf with Lady Wilson. Yet Claire seemed indifferent to the matter. If they allowed Lady Wilson to take vegetables now, she would surely do it time and time again. Determined, Elaine hurried out of her room, made her way to the kitchen door, and called out to Charlie, "Charlie, come here. I need to talk to you." Charlie nodded and approached her. In a hushed tone, Elaine said, "Charlie, I want to remind you to be vigilant about protecting our vegetable garden. After all the effort we put into it for Claire, I know Lady Wilson well after living with her for years. If you overlook or even tolerate her actions like Claire does, she'll likely take all our vegetables by tomorrow." Having been part of the Wilson family for more than 3 years, Charlie understood their dynamics well. He recognized the different personalities within the family and, apart from Claire, whom he viewed as genuinely good-hearted, he believed only Jacob had potential for redemption. The rest, including Elaine and Lady Wilson, he regarded as unworthy. Charlie knew that if he didn't take action, Lady Wilson would indeed continue her thievery, just as Elaine had warned. With a plan forming in his mind, he asked, "Mom, do you know which vegetable Grandma likes the most?" Elaine bit her lip, thinking hard. "Well, I'd guess her favorite is chives. She never cooks, but if you mention dumplings with chives and eggs, she'll gather the ingredients and even make the dumplings herself. Yes, chives are definitely her favorite. All right, Charlie said, a knowing smile forming. She loves chives, perfect. He then stepped away to a private corner and called Zeke. As soon as Zeke picked up, he greeted, "Hello, Master Wade. How do you feel about the vegetable garden we set up last night? Did your wife enjoy it?" "Yes, she loved it," Charlie replied. "But I called because I need you to handle something else for me." "Of course. Just let me know, Master Wade," Zeke responded eagerly. Charlie instructed, "I need you to find dozens of pots of the finest daffodils, but I only want the ones with green leaves, no flowers." Zeke paused, considering Charlie's request. "Master Wade, daffodils are poisonous. I understand if you want a few, but a large quantity might be unsafe." Charlie chuckled lightly. "I'm aware of their toxicity, but there's no need to worry. Just make sure to prepare them and deliver them to me before noon." Zeke quickly agreed, "All right, Master Wade, I'll take care of it." As Lady Wilson returned home with a basket of vegetables she had pilfered from Charlie's yard, Hannah came in at the same time and asked, "Did you get the meat I requested?" Hannah nodded, "Yes, and I didn't just buy meat, I got a lot of vegetables too." Hannah felt utterly embarrassed by the recent diagnosis, which made her eager to impress Lady Wilson and her husband. To show her gratitude, she sold the coffee machine and decided to use the extra cash to purchase some ribs and pork belly, planning to prepare a hearty meal for her family. However, Lady Wilson's reaction was less than enthusiastic when she found out Hannah had bought vegetables. With a frown, she scolded her, saying, "For God's sake, why did you waste money on vegetables?" Hannah, taken aback, replied, "Mom, we can't just eat meat. We need a balanced meal to ensure we get all the vitamins and nutrients our bodies require." Lady Wilson, pulling her into the kitchen, pointed to a basket filled with freshly stolen vegetables and declared, "Look at these. I took all of these fresh veggies from Charlie's yard. They have a huge vegetable garden that we can easily access from their fence, so we won't have to spend money on vegetables anymore." Suddenly, Hannah recalled seeing Charlie's yard under construction earlier that morning. She had been curious but hadn't thought much of it at the time. Examining the vegetables more closely, Hannah exclaimed, "Wow, Mom, you're absolutely right. These veggies look incredibly fresh and appetizing, better than the organic ones I purchased at the market." With a proud smile, Lady Wilson picked up a long green cucumber from the basket. "Look at this cucumber. It's so big and has lovely little yellow flowers on the stem. It's not only fresh but also so clean it's like it's been washed." She then rinsed the cucumber under the faucet, rubbed its skin, and snapped it in half with a satisfying crunch. A delightful aroma filled the air, and Lady Wilson sighed, "Wow, how can their cucumber smell so sweet and juicy?" Unable to resist, she took a generous bite. A joyful smile spread across Lady Wilson's face as she chewed, mumbling, "This is the best cucumber I have ever tasted." Just then, Christopher walked into the kitchen, drawn in by the invigorating scent of the cucumber. "Wow, what a fragrant cucumber. Can I have the other half?" he asked eagerly. Lady Wilson gladly handed it to him. He took a bite and gave Hannah an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Wow, dear, where did you get this? It's delicious." Hannah quickly waved her hands and said, "Oh, I didn't buy this. Mom, borrowed it from next door. I mean, Mom picked it." "Picked it?" Christopher asked, astonished. "Mom, where did you pick this cucumber?" With a coy smile, Lady Wilson replied, "At Charlie's house. They cleared a big area in their yard for a vegetable garden and planted a variety of fresh, green vegetables. I noticed it when I stepped outside, so I grabbed a basket and went to pick some." Christopher raised an eyebrow skeptically. Is Charlie even in his right mind? Why would he plant vegetables in his yard? Who cares? Lady Wilson laughed cheerfully. "The important thing is we won't need to spend money on veggies anymore. We can just go out and pick the freshest ones from Charlie's garden." Christopher chuckled with delight. "That's a goddamn brilliant idea. We can save money and eat healthily." For lunch, Hannah prepared a variety of scrumptious dishes using the vegetables that Lady Wilson had taken from Charlie's garden. Thanks to the fresh ingredients, the entire Wilson family enjoyed a hearty and joyous meal. Although Harold usually avoided vegetables, he found himself eating a lot today because they tasted so good. As the plates became emptier, Lady Wilson sighed in surprise. "I never expected Charlie's vegetables to be this amazing. I think I'll head over there later to gather some more." Concerned, Harold asked, "Grandma, what if Charlie finds out we're taking his vegetables? Will he report us?" Lady Wilson scoffed dismissively, "Let him come at me. If he fucking dares to confront me, I'll be ready." Christopher smiled at her, saying, "Mom, you really are the best." Chapter 1109. After lunch, Zeke took steps to have a truckload of daffodils delivered to Charlie's home. The daffodils he arranged to send were of exceptional quality, vibrant and green, and complied with Charlie's request to be non-flowering. Interestingly, daffodils closely resembled chives, especially when they were not in bloom. Many city dwellers struggled to identify different plants accurately. Most of those who enjoyed chives had only encountered them packaged in neat bundles at the market and had never seen them growing in the ground. This lack of familiarity often led to confusion between chives and daffodils. Chives were a beloved vegetable, crucial for various dishes like stir-fries, soups, pies, and dumplings. On the other hand, daffodils were not safe to eat. Why? Because they contained a toxic substance known as narcissus. Narcissus is a harmful alkaloid. When Elaine mentioned to Charlie that Lady Wilson enjoyed chives, he immediately thought of daffodils. He realized that after Lady Wilson successfully pilfered vegetables once, she would likely attempt it again. So, he instructed Zeke to arrange for workers to plant the daffodils along the villa's wall. This way, Lady Wilson could easily reach over the fence and snatch a handful of daffodils, making it simple for her to steal. If she mistook these daffodils for chives and consumed them, she would face an unfortunate and unpleasant consequence. While the poison wasn't deadly, it would definitely lead to a hospital visit and several days of treatment. Charlie's goal was to ensure that after consuming the toxic daffodils, Lady Wilson would end up in the hospital. During her recovery, he planned to hire workers to transform all the fences surrounding the villa into solid walls and construct a glasshouse for his vegetable garden. This way, he could prevent any future thefts of his produce. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson, who lived next door, happened to spot the truck unloading its cargo from the balcony of her third-floor villa. She blinked in astonishment and delight as she watched the workers unload clusters of slender green plants. They were chives. Fresh and glistening chives. She reminisced about the delicious lunch she had enjoyed earlier, made possible by Charlie's fresh greens, which had made the meal hearty and flavorful. It had truly been a nutritious and balanced meal. Seeing the fresh chives being unloaded at Charlie's house filled her with joy, as chives were her absolute favorite. In fact, it had been quite some time since she had savored eggs and chives dumplings due to a series of unfortunate events, losing her home, enduring family turmoil, and being locked up in a detention center. As she gazed at the bundles of fresh chives in Charlie's yard, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. She wanted to grab a knife, snatch a few bundles from Charlie's garden, and whip up some eggs and chives dumplings for dinner. At 4 p.m., after waking from her nap, Lady Wilson hurried to the balcony to check on the chives in Charlie's yard. Her excitement was palpable as she saw the chives neatly planted along the side of his fence. It was just too convenient, wasn't it? Without wasting a moment, she dashed down the stairs in a flurry of excitement. At that time, Christopher and his family of 4 were gathered in the living room, engrossed in a television show. Harold had moved a smaller TV from an empty room downstairs into the living room. While it wasn't as large as the one they had sold, it served their needs well. Lady Wilson called out to Hannah as she reached the bottom of the stairs, "Hannah, go out and get a carton of eggs and a bag of flour." Chapter 1110. Hannah quickly inquired with a sweet tone, "Mom, why do you need eggs and flour?" Lady Wilson replied, "I'm planning to make eggs and chives dumplings for dinner." Harold let out a surprised shout, "Grandma, are we really having dumplings tonight?" "Yes!" Lady Wilson exclaimed, her smile wide, "Do you enjoy chives and eggs?" Harold chuckled, "Absolutely. I adore them. It's been ages since I last had eggs and chives dumplings." I'm practically drooling just thinking about it. Christopher joined in with a smile, asking, Mom, why the sudden craving for eggs and chives dumplings? It's been a while since you made them. Lady Wilson laughed joyfully, saying, I'm just so happy today. So happy that I feel like I could eat my weight in eggs and chives dumplings. That's fantastic. Christopher sighed in relief. I haven't had dumplings in forever. I can finally satisfy my cravings. Hannah then asked, Mom, besides eggs and flour, do I need to get some chives? Lady Wilson beamed with pride. Charlie bought a bunch of fresh chives this afternoon and planted them in his yard. I'll go over and grab some later. Christopher encouraged, Mom, make sure to get a bit more. We can also make pork and chive dumplings. Wendy added, and we could bake pies with chive filling too. All right. Lady Wilson chuckled. I'll make sure to get more. At around 5 p.m., Lady Wilson stepped out of the house with a knife in hand. She placed the knife in a bamboo basket and eagerly made her way to Charlie's house. Standing outside the fence for a moment, she cautiously glanced around. Once she spotted no one in the yard, she swiftly pulled out the knife, reached over the fence, and snipped off a handful of the coveted chives. After cutting the first handful, she quickly reached over and snipped another, followed by yet another. Glancing at the basket, she initially thought it was enough for the 5 of them. However, realizing how rare it was to find such fresh chives, she decided to gather more. Ultimately, she collected 6 handfuls of chives, enough that they couldn't all fit into the basket. Smirking at her successful endeavor, Lady Wilson hurriedly turned and made her way back home. At that moment, just as the sun was setting, Elaine limped towards her balcony with the help of her cane to enjoy the sunset. The doctor had advised her to soak up more sunlight for vitamin D to aid in her leg's recovery. While on the balcony, she spotted Lady Wilson at the fence, once again pilfering vegetables. Upset, she stomped her feet and shouted, Hey, you goddamn old hag. You've already stolen enough vegetables from my house this morning, and yet you dare to come back. Do you have no fucking shame? Lady Wilson turned to see Elaine hopping and cursing like a furious shrew. She retorted, And what of it? You're my daughter-in-law, you ungrateful bitch. I only took a tiny bit of your vegetables, how dare you scold me? Elaine snapped back, Who the hell is your daughter-in-law, you shameless old crone? If you steal from me again, I'll break your fucking leg. Lady Wilson spat back with disdain, Fix your legs first before you get sassy with me, you limping dumbass. How dare you yell at me while you're still limping around with that stupid cane? I swear, the next time I see you, I'll break your leg again. Her words ignited Elaine's fury. Lady Wilson was the one responsible for Elaine's broken leg in the detention center, and that grudge would never fade. Fuming at the sight of Lady Wilson stealing vegetables once more and mocking her injury, Elaine shouted, Go ahead and take it, you wretched old bitch. One day, you'll pay for that goddamn foul mouth of yours. Lady Wilson scoffed, Let me tell you something, Elaine, I will live for a long time, outlasting you even after you've died 100 times. Just wait and see who goes first. Elaine was boiling with anger, feeling as if she might explode at any moment. She had just cautioned Charlie to be wary of the lady that morning, yet instead of heeding her advice, he had brought home an overwhelming amount of fresh chives. Now, they were practically a magnet for the lady and her family. In the past, she would have scolded Charlie without hesitation, but now she lacked the courage to confront him. Meanwhile, Claire turned to Charlie in the room and asked, Dear, what would you like for dinner? Charlie flashed a sly smile and replied, You usually don't concern yourself with these things. What's brought about this change? Why are you so curious about my dinner preferences tonight? With a childlike grin, Claire replied, I thought it would be fun to go pick some vegetables from the garden. Just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll gather them. How does that sound? Charlie nodded enthusiastically, saying with a warm smile, Let's go together, just like we did this morning. Claire's cheeks flushed a bright red as she remembered the kiss Charlie had stolen earlier that day. She playfully rolled her eyes at him and teasingly warned, You can join me, but don't you dare take advantage of me again. Charlie tilted his head in mock confusion. What do you mean, dear? Take advantage of you? I'm lost. Claire huffed, regardless, you need to keep at least half a meter away from me. With that, she turned and went down the stairs, and Charlie hurried after her. As they stepped into the yard, Claire gasped in surprise at the sight of chives sprawling around the fences. Wow, where did all these chives come from? I didn't notice them this morning. Charlie grinned and replied, I had my friend send them over just now. With a sweet smile, Claire suggested, let's make stir-fried shrimp and chives for dinner, okay? Charlie quickly interrupted, oh no, those chives aren't ready to be picked yet. We can't use them right now. Ha! Claire frowned in confusion. They look perfectly fine to me. Why can't we use them? Charlie explained, you don't get it. They might look okay, but they're not ready for eating yet. Just give them a little more time, alright? Claire nodded, conceding, alright then. How about roasted eggplants for dinner? I'd also like some mushu pork. Sounds good, Charlie replied with a warm smile. In this vegetable garden, you can pick anything you like, except the chives. The couple happily gathered some vegetables from the yard before heading back to the kitchen to prepare dinner together. Claire cherished the atmosphere, it felt intimate and wonderful to be busy cooking alongside Charlie. At the same time, the Wilson family was bustling in their own kitchen. The space was crowded with all 5 family members as Lady Wilson had chopped a significant amount of chives to feed everyone. Lady Wilson was focused on kneading the dough for dumpling skins, while Christopher was busy chopping and grinding meat, Hannah was scrambling eggs, and Harold and Wendy were washing the chives. Christopher was a bit disgruntled. As he prepared the minced meat, he grumbled, why didn't you just buy minced meat from the market? Why go through the goddamn trouble of buying a whole piece just to grind it at home? My arms are killing me. Hannah chimed in, Mom said that store-bought minced meat isn't as tasty and chewy as homemade. That's bullshit, Christopher scoffed. It's all the same meat, isn't it? What's the difference between machine-made and handmade? Lady Wilson's voice boomed from behind him, what the hell do you know, you idiot? Go ask any elder, they'll tell you that homemade minced meat is the best. With a hint of reluctance, Christopher admitted, all right, you're right, Mom. I'll follow your advice, okay? Lady Wilson shot him an intense look and insisted, you need to put in a bit more effort. Mince the meat properly and make it tender. Yes, ma'am, Christopher replied, his tone flat. By the time evening rolled around, the minced meat was ready, the eggs were fried, and a generous basket of chives had been cleaned. All the ingredients were neatly arranged on the cutting board. Lady Wilson took charge of making the dumpling fillings. She first combined the fried eggs with the chives, adding seasoning for the egg and chive mixture. Then, she prepared another bowl filled with pork and chives. The rest of the Wilson family watched in eager anticipation as Lady Wilson crafted the dumpling fillings. After all the challenges and hardships they had faced recently, this was a rare moment to enjoy warm, homemade dumplings. Once the fillings were ready, Lady Wilson patiently demonstrated how to wrap the dumplings. To be honest, their dumplings came out in all sorts of shapes and sizes, some big, some small, some crooked, and others perfectly shaped. It felt as festive as Thanksgiving. Typically grumpy and short-tempered, Lady Wilson felt a special warmth from her family at that moment. For once, she revealed her softer side, teaching her grandchildren how to wrap the dumplings tightly and neatly. Christopher felt a wave of emotion as he soaked in the warmth of the atmosphere. He relished this joyful moment, especially since his wife, who had been missing, was back. They had returned to a peaceful and loving life in their beautiful villa, surrounded by their children. He was confident that soon, the Wilson group would be revitalized. At that moment, his life felt almost perfect. If someone were to ask him to describe his feelings right now, he would simply say, "What more could I possibly wish for?" He sensed that his life had reached its peak. As Lady Wilson guided everyone in wrapping the dumplings, Hannah decided to bring the induction cooker from the kitchen to the living room. They thought it would be fun to watch TV while preparing and cooking the dumplings. Though the TV was on the smaller side, it was sufficient entertainment for the family. Harold chose the movie Nine Pins Sesame Official, featuring Stephen Chow, and the family enjoyed it as they worked on their dumpling preparation. While watching the movie, Hannah kept an eye on the dumplings in the pot. Soon, the dumplings began to float, filling the living room with an enticing aroma that made everyone's mouths water. "Hannah, hurry! Scoop me a bowl," Lady Wilson urged. With a gleeful laugh, Christopher chimed in, "Quick! Get all the dumplings out and start the next batch. I'll grab some vinegar, let's feast." Harold and Wendy quickly gathered around the pot. As Hannah fished out the dumplings, Christopher returned with the vinegar. The 5 members of the Wilson family joyfully indulged in the dumplings they had made together. Christopher was the first to dig in. Ignoring the fact that the dumplings were piping hot, he quickly popped one into his mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my God! This is incredible! The homemade minced meat tastes so much better." Lady Wilson quickly followed suit, and with wide eyes, she said, "Oh my goodness, the chives are so tender." Hannah also took a bite and asked, "By the way, where did Charlie find such amazing chives? You can't get chives as fresh and delicious as these at the market." Lady Wilson took another dumpling and sighed regretfully, "Charlie, that rascal, surprised me with his skills. I underestimated him. If I had known he was so clever with his tricks, I might have kept him in the Wilson group. He could have been an asset." Harold quickly interjected, "Grandma, how could we keep such a loser in the company? Someone like Charlie, who makes money by deceiving people, will." The Wilson family made 2 varieties of stuffed dumplings, preparing a substantial quantity that could easily satisfy the appetites of 10 adults. Remarkably, they nearly polished off the entire batch themselves. After the feast, they felt so stuffed that sitting up straight became a challenge. As they gazed at the 20 to 30 dumplings remaining on the table, Lady Wilson waved her hand and urged, "Come on, everyone. Please finish off these dumplings. We shouldn't let them go to waste." With a hand resting on his full belly, Christopher lamented, "Oh no, I can't eat another bite, not even one." Hannah nodded in agreement, adding, "Mom, I'm so full right now, there's just no way I can eat anymore." Wendy, feeling utterly stuffed, lacked the energy to speak. She simply slumped back on the sofa and waved her hand dismissively. Harold suggested, "Grandma, why don't we save them for later? We could fry them up and make some pot stickers for breakfast tomorrow." Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Lady Wilson's face. "Hannah, pack those dumplings into a plastic bag and send them over to Charlie's house," she instructed. Hannah looked surprised and asked, "Mom, why should we give away these delicious dumplings?" Lady Wilson chuckled and replied, "Well, they came from their chives. Let's send them some and give them a little trouble." Harold chimed in, "Grandma, what if we add some laxatives to them?" Christopher raised an eyebrow and questioned, "But we've already wrapped and cooked them. How would you even put laxatives inside?" Harold explained, "We can crush the laxatives into powder, mix it with water, and use a syringe to inject it into the dumplings." "Wow, that's a genius idea." Wendy clapped her hands in excitement. "Harold, you're so clever. It's perfect." Lady Wilson added, "Oh yes, I spotted a first aid kit in the storage room. It has all sorts of medicines and syringes." Harold patted her arm and confidently declared, "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll make sure Charlie and his entire family have a night of endless bathroom trips." He promptly got up and headed to the storage room. Soon, he emerged carrying a plastic box marked with a red cross. The previous owner of the villa had been quite meticulous in stocking up on essentials, and the first aid kit was filled with various medications, from those for fevers and colds to treatments for chronic conditions like diabetes and heart disease. Harold quickly located a bottle of laxatives and, with a sly grin, remarked, "I took one of these when I had constipation last time, and it worked like a damn charm. I bet they'll be running to the bathroom after just 2 of these." Wendy eagerly suggested, "Then let's put one in each dumpling." "Absolutely." Harold laughed. "Let them revel in their endless trips to the restroom tonight." With that, Harold began grinding the laxative tablets into powder, mixing it with water, and carefully using a syringe to inject the solution into the dumplings. However, just as he was halfway through injecting more than 20 dumplings, Harold suddenly felt a sharp cramp in his stomach, causing him to clutch his abdomen and cry out in pain. Hannah rushed over, clearly worried. "Son, what's going on?" With a grimace of discomfort, Harold exclaimed, "Mom, my stomach hurts so badly. It feels like my intestines are tangled up. Arg, it's fucking excruciating." In an instant, he sensed a strange urgency building up inside him, racing toward his lower body like a trapped rodent. Before he could regain control, a loud and foul-smelling fart erupted from him. Immediately, the spacious and luxurious living room was engulfed in an unbearable odor. Lady Wilson coughed a few times, clearly offended by the smell. "Harold, do you have no goddamn shame? Farting in front of your family?" Wendy covered her mouth and nose in disgust, growling, "Oh my God, Harold, that is the most disgusting smell." Harold was in excruciating pain at that moment. "I don't know what's happening, my stomach hurts so badly." Suddenly, Harold felt a surge of energy building up inside him, much stronger and more intense than before, rushing downward at an alarming speed. In an instant, a loud puff echoed through the room, and an overwhelming stench filled the living area. Christopher instinctively looked beneath Harold and saw a brownish, sticky fluid leaking out. He shouted in shock, "Holy shit, Harold, you just pooped your pants." "What?" Everyone's gaze snapped to Harold at once. It was unmistakable. There was something foul oozing from Harold's behind. Lady Wilson exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, you fool, this sofa is imported from Italy." Harold was equally taken aback. He stammered, I don't know what happened. My stomach hurts so much that I wanted to fart, and then." Wendy asked, puzzled, "Harold, did you accidentally inhale some of the powder while grinding the laxatives?" "No." Harold grimaced in pain. Just as Lady Wilson was about to reprimand him, she suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out, "Oh God, what's happening? My stomach hurts too. Oh my God, it hurts so much. I can't take it." Gripping her stomach tightly, Lady Wilson screamed in agony, and then she collapsed to the floor, convulsing unexpectedly. "Mom!" Christopher rushed forward to catch her as she fell. However, as he stood, he felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his abdomen. Almost immediately, he felt a turbulent sensation in his stomach, followed by a hot, steamy mess filling his pants. Damn it! He had pooped his pants too. What the hell was happening? As Lady Wilson writhed on the floor, moaning, "Oh no, oh God, my stomach hurts so badly. Arg, I can't handle this anymore." With a loud shout, she expelled all the food from her stomach. She, too, felt an uncontrollable energy surging within her, and she soiled herself as well. Desperately, Lady Wilson cried while the watery mess continued to gush out, "Call an ambulance, call an ambulance." Wendy was about to reach for her phone when a sudden stomach cramp hit her. She collapsed onto the sofa with a cry, paralyzed by pain. Hannah was the last to succumb to the stomach ache, but she quickly began to vomit and lost control as well. The entire living room reeked far worse than a public restroom, and the stench was overwhelming. It was a truly horrendous scene. Harold's backside was caked in excrement. He struggled to find a clean spot to sit but felt utterly drained. His face contorted in agony as he whined, "Grandma, what did you put in the dumplings? Something must be wrong with them." Lady Wilson weakly replied, "Impossible. The chives are fresh, the meat is fresh, and the eggs are fresh. What the hell could possibly have gone wrong?" Wendy, in so much distress that her lips began to turn blue, gasped, "Grandma, it feels like someone is slicing my belly with a knife. Am I going to die here?" Grinding his teeth, Christopher declared, "I'll call 911. Just hold on. Eventually get exposed. I wonder how long it will take before his victims line up to confront him." Lady Wilson nodded, waving her hand dismissively. "All right, enough about that. Let's eat. We've got so many dumplings, everyone should have at least 2 bowls." At this moment, the Wilson family was completely unaware of the reasons behind their intense stomach pain and the severe diarrhea that ensued. The narcissus found in daffodils is an extremely potent toxin. Even a tiny amount of purified narcissus can be lethal to humans. Although the alkaloid content in daffodils is relatively low, ingesting it in large quantities can lead to serious symptoms of food poisoning. Fortunately, it is not usually life-threatening unless consumed in excessive amounts. Nonetheless, the suffering caused by food poisoning is unbearable for most people. This condition not only leads to vomiting and diarrhea but also causes fever, convulsions, and various nervous system issues. If a person consumes an unusually large amount, it could potentially result in shock or even death. The situation was quite perilous since every member of the Wilson family had ingested too much narcissus. Charlie had no idea they would consume such a large quantity while he was planning their meal. Reports often circulate in the news about individuals needing hospitalization after mistaking daffodils for chives, leading to food poisoning. Distinguishing between these two plants can be quite challenging. When the ambulance arrived at Thompson First, 3 out of 5 members of the Wilson family had already lost consciousness. Christopher and Wendy were in critical condition, barely clinging to awareness. Despite their faint state, they could no longer control their bowels, resulting in everyone's pants being soiled with watery excrement. When the paramedics and doctors entered the living room, the overwhelming stench caused them to immediately turn and vomit. The foul odor created by the combined excretions and vomit of 5 individuals was truly unbearable. However, there was no option but to save these people. The medical team took deep breaths, trying to hold back their gag reflexes as they carried the 5 family members from the villa to the ambulance. They then sped off to People's Hospital. After undergoing gastric lavage and 4 treatment, the Wilson family members began to recover slightly from their food poisoning and regained some consciousness. They were then transferred to the emergency ward for further care. Lady Wilson and Hannah shared adjacent beds, while Christopher and the others were placed at the back of the ward. Currently, everyone's faces were pale and drawn, appearing weak and depleted as if all their energy had been drained. A doctor wearing a mask entered the ward and asked, "What did you eat for dinner?" "Our first thought is that you're experiencing food poisoning, but we need to pinpoint the cause. Please think carefully about what you ate. Without identifying the source, we can't provide the right treatment." Lady Wilson replied in a disgruntled tone, "We only had dumplings for dinner, nothing else." "Mom, there has to be something wrong with the dumplings, otherwise, we wouldn't all be sick at the same time," Hannah chimed in, frustration evident in her voice. If she had known this would happen, she would have avoided those dumplings altogether, as they had caused nothing but chaos. Lady Wilson conceded that there was likely an issue with the dumplings, but everything seemed fine during their preparation, cooking, and eating, making it logically improbable for food poisoning to occur. After some contemplation, Lady Wilson said, "We made the dumplings ourselves, and all our ingredients were fresh. The food shouldn't have spoiled in such a short time. What the hell could have gone wrong?" Harold, his face pale, added, "Grandma, I've heard that some shitty sellers provide poor-quality pork to unsuspecting customers. Could that be the problem? Pork? You should really ask your mother where she got it from." Lady Wilson shot a disapproving look at Hannah and bitterly questioned, "Did you go to the black market and buy some goddamn water-injected pork?" Hannah quickly responded, shaking her head vigorously. "No. I saw the butcher cut the meat from the pig myself. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the pork." Wendy chimed in, "What about the flour? Could the dumpling skin have been the issue?" Hannah shook her head once more. "No, the flour was perfectly fine, we used it this morning." If neither the flour nor the pork was to blame, could it possibly be the chives? Hannah's eyes widened in realization. It must be the chives. Maybe they had pesticide residues. Lady Wilson frowned again, clearly disapproving. "No, the chives were freshly cut. That can't be the issue. Besides, Harold washed them, so he should have removed any pesticide residues." Harold interjected, "Yes. I washed the chives thoroughly, scrubbing every single leaf." The Wilson family exchanged theories and frustrations but came to no conclusive answer, leaving them to share puzzled and worried glances. The doctor sighed and said, "If we can't identify the culprit, you'll just have to endure the pain a little longer. We'll need to take blood and secretion samples for testing. Once we have the results, we'll know what kind of poison has caused your discomfort." Lady Wilson nodded weakly, urging, "Okay, go ahead and run the tests, please hurry." After about an hour of anxious waiting, the doctor re-entered the room, papers in hand. As he stepped inside, he announced, "Your test results are in. The cause of your food poisoning is narcissus, a toxic substance derived from daffodils. It appears all 5 of you ingested a significant amount of this poison. What happened? Did you plant daffodils at home?" Lady Wilson looked bewildered. "Narcissus? Toxic daffodils? What the hell are you talking about?" The doctor explained, "Daffodils are common flowering plants that many households have for their blooms, but when they're not flowering, they can easily be mistaken for chives. Every year, we see numerous cases of food poisoning from people mistakenly eating them." He then pulled out his phone, found pictures of daffodils, and showed them to Lady Wilson. "Here they are." Lady Wilson's face went pale as she looked at the image. With trembling hands, she pointed at the photo and murmured, Isn't this the new chives Charlie had in his yard today? Oh shit, they were daffodils." Fists clenched until her knuckles turned white, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Charlie, you bastard. How could someone be so fucking cruel?" The doctor, taken aback, asked, "What's happening? Did someone poison you on purpose? If that's the case, you need to contact the police." Harold, filled with indignation, yelled, "Grandma! Call the police. We need to arrest Charlie, that son of a bitch." Lady Wilson, feeling furious, promptly pulled out her phone, dialed 911, and with trembling fingers pressed call. Once the call connected, the operator's voice came through, "Hello, this is 911. What's your emergency?" Lady Wilson replied urgently, "Hello, we've been poisoned. All 5 of us in the family are affected. You must help us catch the wicked bastard responsible." The operator's demeanor shifted immediately as they asked, "Can you explain the situation in detail?" Lady Wilson continued, "There's a man named Charlie Wade who lives at Thompson First Villa A05. He planted daffodils that look just like chives in his yard. I mistakenly harvested some of his daffodils this afternoon thinking they were chives to make dumplings for dinner. Now, we're suffering from food poisoning and are in the hospital. Please, you have to help us." Chapter 11:17. The operator's voice was filled with confusion and disbelief as he asked, "So let me get this straight, you went into someone else's yard and picked their daffodils, is that correct?" "Yes!" Lady Wilson exclaimed loudly, her frustration bubbling over. "He planted those daffodils by his fence, and I thought they were chives. I grabbed a few handfuls and ate them, only to end up poisoned. Tell me, he must have done something wrong, right?" The operator let out a weary sigh and replied, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but our laws don't prevent anyone from planting daffodils in their yard. So, he is completely within his rights to do that. The real question is, why did you go into someone else's yard and take his flowers just because you thought they were chives? You could actually face charges for trespassing and theft." "What the hell are you saying?" Lady Wilson shouted into the phone, anger and disbelief coursing through her. "I'm lying in a hospital bed because I got food poisoning, and I'm the one who's in trouble." The operator responded sternly, "If someone broke into your home and stole your car, then crashed it and died, do you think they could sue you for owning a faulty vehicle?" Lady Wilson stammered, feeling completely bewildered. In that moment, it dawned on her that Charlie hadn't broken any laws by planting daffodils in his yard. The real issue was that she had taken them without permission. Then it hit her, this was all part of Charlie's scheme. He had intentionally planted daffodils that resembled chives in his yard, luring her into harvesting them. That way, he could avoid any blame if something went wrong. A wave of fury surged through Lady Wilson as she pieced together the entire incident. They had unwittingly walked right into his trap. And now, as a result, they were stuck in the hospital with food poisoning. They could only endure their suffering, while Charlie faced no consequences. That kid was such a bastard. From the other end of the line, the doctor understood the unfolding drama and felt a mix of disdain for this family of 5. He couldn't believe they would go to someone else's property to steal flowers, mistaking them for chives. It was embarrassing that they ended up poisoned and hospitalized. With a sigh, he said flatly, "Let me clarify your current situation. The main issue has been resolved after the gastric lavage, but since the toxins from the daffodils are still in your bloodstream, we need to administer 4 infusions continuously to neutralize them." Lady Wilson quickly replied, Okay, just go ahead and prescribe the medicines. Make sure to use the best ones available. I don't want to be scammed into taking shitty medications." The doctor shot her a skeptical look and said calmly, "Rest assured, our hospital has a solid reputation for care and we are very strict about our medications. We would never use second-rate drugs and pass them off as first-rate." Lady Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Good to know. However, just then, medical staff entered the ward, handing a report to the doctor. As he read through it, the doctor's expression darkened, and he asked, "Which one of you is Hannah Wilson?" The Wilson family was taken aback, and Hannah responded cautiously, "I am." "What's the issue?" The doctor looked at her seriously and said, "We need to administer medication to counteract the narcissus in your system. I must explain the drugs and their potential side effects in detail. Since you are an elderly prima gravida, essentially, an older pregnant woman, we have to be very careful about the dosage to minimize any risk of birth defects. Therefore, you will receive a much smaller dose compared to the others, which may delay your recovery." What the fuck? Pregnant? The news landed like a stone tossed into a still lake, sending ripples of shock throughout the Wilson family. Hannah was pregnant? What the hell was going on? Among the 4 members, Christopher was the most taken aback by this startling revelation. He distinctly recalled their encounter just 2 days earlier. They had been apart for quite some time while she worked in the coal mine, and he hadn't seen her until now. Moreover, there was a significant detail that stuck with him. When she was scheming to deceive Elaine, she had mentioned being on her period. He remembered her complaining about the timing, expressing frustration over her monthly cycle. This clearly indicated that she was not pregnant when she went missing. And yet, here she was, expecting. What did this mean? It suggested she had become pregnant during her absence. This implied that this shameless bitch had been involved with other men while in the coal mine. Lady Wilson, ever the astute observer, quickly pieced together the implications. In stark contrast, Hannah was utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. She collapsed onto her bed, feeling as if her very bones had been drained from her body, leaving her a puddle of despair. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide, her face pale with panic and confusion, and shouted, "What the hell do you mean I'm pregnant? What are you talking about? I'm in my 50s. How could I possibly be pregnant? This doctor is so unprofessional. You're slandering my fucking name and ruining my reputation." The doctor, taken aback by her accusations, replied, "Lady Wilson, I'm not slandering anyone. The blood test results in my hand clearly show that your progesterone levels are unusually high. According to the reference numbers, you've been pregnant for about 2 months, and the fetus is nearly developed." Hannah was aware of the truth, but she knew there was no way she could admit it, not even under duress. What would her husband think? What about her mother-in-law? And her children, how would they view her? Determined to deny the allegation, Hannah glared at the doctor and exclaimed, "Bullshit. A woman my age cannot possibly get pregnant. This is a misdiagnosis. You've made a mistake." The doctor, with a serious expression, responded, "Typically, it is indeed quite difficult to conceive at your age, but if you engage in frequent sexual activity over time, it is possible. In our obstetrics and gynecology department, we often see older mothers. Just recently, we had a patient in her 50s who gave birth naturally." Not wanting the doctor to continue, Hannah interrupted, "Enough. You're a quack. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Let me be clear, I'm not pregnant, and I never will be." The doctor, visibly frustrated, slammed the test results onto the table and stated emphatically, "Do you really think you can argue against this report? It clearly states that you, Hannah Wilson, are pregnant. I must remind you to be cautious with medications for your own sake. How could you insult me like this?" Christopher, struggling to rise from the bed, rushed over to the doctor and snatched the report from the table. He examined the data closely, his body trembling with rage. Lady Wilson, noticing the furious expression on her son's face, exclaimed, "Chris! Is it true? Is that whore really pregnant?" As Christopher listened to his mother's probing questions, he looked down at the report, his face clouded with despair as he nodded slowly. Lady Wilson felt a sudden, sharp pain in her chest upon seeing her son's nod. Gripping her chest, she let out a wail of anguish. Harold and Wendy exchanged uncomfortable glances, feeling embarrassed as the scene unfolded. They were at a loss for words in such a tense moment. After all, this was their own mother, and nothing could truly capture the emotions swirling within them. With gritted teeth, Christopher shot a furious glare at Hannah, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage, as if he might explode at any moment. "Bitch! Did you fucking sleep with other men in the coal mine?" "Who was he?" he yelled. Hannah was on the brink of collapse. She had already scheduled an abortion for the following Monday, hoping to keep her pregnancy a secret. If only she had managed to follow through quietly, no one would need to know. But fate had other plans. After experiencing food poisoning from some dumplings, she found herself in the hospital, subjected to yet another blood test in the emergency department. Now, the signs of her pregnancy were undeniable and would surely be revealed in the tests. If she had known this would happen, she would have never touched Lady Wilson's dumplings, not even if someone held a gun to her head. But now that the truth was out, her only option was to defend herself. "Chris, please let me explain. I had my reasons," she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "No! I don't want to hear your fucking excuses!" Christopher shouted, his voice filled with hysteria. "You shameless bitch, you cheated on me, and now you're pregnant. Arg, I want to kill you." With a primal howl, Christopher lunged at Hannah, grabbing her hair and striking her violently. The sharp sound of slaps echoed through the ward, mingling with Hannah's cries of pain. Christopher, please let me explain. I was forced into this," she cried out. "Explain? What the fuck is there to explain, you bitch? You're so fucking dead today. You cheated on me, I'm going to kill you." Lady Wilson, consumed by rage, was nearly on the verge of a heart attack. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Hannah, her hands trembling with indignation. This was a disgrace. A complete disgrace. "Hannah Wilson, you immoral wretch. As a woman, how could you commit such a disgraceful act? You've tarnished the Wilson family's name and brought shame upon us. You deserve to be punished severely, you slut." With venomous words, Lady Wilson unleashed her fury on Hannah, echoing Christopher's violent assault. Even though Christopher was feeling weak, the shocking revelation of his wife's betrayal had awakened a deep well of anger within him, unleashing a storm of fury. As Hannah cried out in pain, Lady Wilson seized a broom from the ward, mercilessly striking Hannah without hesitation. Having lived a life of pride and arrogance, Lady Wilson could not tolerate the insult to her family's reputation. The thought of her eldest daughter-in-law returning with a child that was not her son's was simply unbearable. Chapter 11:20. Lady Wilson was a staunch traditionalist and a firm believer in conservative values. She felt that a woman as shameless and rebellious as Hannah deserved the ultimate punishment, a death sentence to serve as a warning to others. As Christopher and Lady Wilson violently attacked Hannah, the doctor, witnessing the shocking scene, gasped in horror. "Hey! Stop! Stop this right now! I'll call the police," he shouted. However, neither Christopher nor Lady Wilson paid any heed to the doctor's urgent warning. They continued their brutal assault on Hannah, prompting the doctor to turn to Harold and Wendy, exclaiming, "Don't just stand there. Do something. Are you really going to watch your mother get beaten?" Harold and Wendy stood by, their expressions cold, with a hint of resentment flickering in their eyes. Typically, they would have intervened to mediate any conflict between their parents, but this situation was far too bizarre and outrageous. They felt a deep sense of embarrassment and humiliation at their mother's return with a baby after her long absence. In times of crisis like this, children often become self-serving, focusing solely on their own feelings. It was common to hear stories in the news about older parents who wished to have children, only to be met with fierce opposition from their adult children. Wendy and Harold were no exception, They were consumed by their own selfishness. They showed no interest in understanding Hannah's struggles or the torment she had faced while she was gone. All they could think about was the shame their mother's infidelity had brought upon them. As Hannah endured the savage beating, she cried out in despair, her heart aching at the sight of her children's cold stares. It felt as though her entire world was collapsing around her under the weight of their hateful glares. Suddenly, a surge of strength ignited within her. She pushed away her attackers and shouted, "That's enough. So what if I slept with another man? Did you really think I wanted to? Do you have any idea what I've been through? It was all Charlie's fault. I, a fragile woman, was trapped in that filthy coal mine, deprived of food, warmth, and sleep, forced to do backbreaking labor, and beaten in the process. It was a living hell. What other choice did I have?" Hannah's agitation escalated as she continued, "If I hadn't given in to the supervisor's demands, I might have died in that coal mine. But think about it, why did I end up like this? I did it all for our family." She then turned her furious gaze on Christopher, glaring at him as she shouted, "And you, Christopher Wilson, you heartless bastard. When we devised the scheme against Elaine, it was for the family, wasn't it? I wanted to provide for us, to ensure we could live in the Thompson First Villa. What have I received in return for my sacrifices? You repay my efforts with scorn. How can you point fingers at me? Go confront Charlie if you have the guts." A whirlwind of hatred, humiliation, panic, and despair surged within her, compelling her to voice her feelings. She felt like a victim in this situation, questioning why she was being subjected to such unfair treatment. Why? Yet, Lady Wilson and Christopher were unmoved by her outburst. To them, no matter the reasons behind Hannah's actions or the suffering she had endured, the disgrace she had brought upon the Wilson family was unforgivable. The thought of his wife's betrayal, possibly repeated, drove Christopher into a frenzied state, nearly pushing him to the brink of insanity. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson viewed Hannah's actions as a stain on the family's honor. To her, Hannah's very existence was a crime, and she refused to acknowledge any of her justifications. "Bitch, how dare you raise your voice at us?" Lady Wilson thundered coldly. "Don't you know that a woman's chastity is paramount?" Christopher, echoing his mother's fury, shouted, "Hannah, you should have died in that coal mine. At least you could have taken your chastity and dignity to the grave. How can you have the audacity to live with that bastard's child inside you? You should just jump off this building and end it all." Chapter 11:21. Hannah was seething with anger when even her husband, Christopher, urged her to leap from the building. With a furious finger pointed at him, she shouted, "Christopher, you bastard. Don't forget who has stood by you all this time, supporting you, helping you, taking care of you. Just because I made a choice to survive, you want me to die? Are you even human?" Christopher clenched his teeth in frustration. "Enough of your nonsense. You should be grateful that we're not living in medieval times, otherwise, I'd take you out myself. You cheated on me, you shameless slut." Lady Wilson's heart ached at the sight of her son's anguished expression. With a slam of her crutches toward Hannah, she spat, "Christopher has never been this angry in his life. Look at what you've done, you witch." Hannah winced as the crutches struck her. She shot a defiant glare at the elderly woman and retorted, "Listen here, you smelly old hag. If it weren't for my connection with the Webb family, you'd still be stuck in the detention center. Did you think you'd be living in Thompson First? You should be thanking me for this." Lady Wilson shot back, "Oh, spare us your delusions. Mr. Webb values our family's abilities, and it has nothing to do with you, you harlot. Even if you had perished in that coal mine, Mr. Webb would still have sought us out and provided us with a better life in Thompson First." Hannah retorted, "You ungrateful old coot. Your barbarism is why the Wilson family is in such decline. With you leading the charge, you old fart, things are only going to get worse." She then turned her fiery gaze back to Christopher and seethed, "And you, Christopher Wilson. Wipe that pathetic expression off your face. Yes, I slept with another man, so what? Do you think I wanted to? I did it to survive." Frustration boiled over in Christopher as he stomped his foot. To survive? You should have fought for your dignity instead. Hannah shot back, screw you. I dare say, if you were the one trapped in that coal mine, you'd be offering yourself up for protection. Her insult ignited Christopher's fury. What the hell did you just say? Offer myself? I'm going to make you fucking pay for this. Even God can't save you now. As the argument escalated and the doctor struggled to separate them, he swiftly pulled out his phone to call 911. Meanwhile, while the chaos erupted in the ward, Donald was at home, engaged in a meeting with his family members. He addressed his younger brothers, saying, "Our father is still unconscious, and the 8 heavenly kings aren't following my lead for now. However, I've dispatched a team to Mount Gollum to rescue the Weavers. Once we bring them back, we'll gain the upper hand." Thomas, looking puzzled, asked, "Donald, I don't understand. Why is saving the Weavers so important to you?" "You clearly don't see the bigger picture," Donald replied with a cold demeanor. "Weaver Pharmaceuticals is worth several $billions and is a prominent company in our country. After we rescue them, we will assist them in reclaiming their company. But first, I'll secure an agreement with them. I'll help them regain control, and in return, they will give me 70% of the shares. They'll likely agree to my terms. After all, who would want to remain in that living hell harvesting ginseng for eternity? I'm sure they'd prefer to return to the city as my subordinates rather than stay there." Levi, the third brother, interjected flatly, "Donald, even if we acquire Weaver Pharmaceuticals, it's just a few $1 billion. Our family's net worth has decreased significantly, and a few billion isn't worth all this trouble." Donald scoffed, "You're missing the point. I want those shares because I intend to use the company as leverage in negotiations with Kobayashi Pharma in Japan." Chapter 11:22. Everyone stared in disbelief. Kobayashi Pharma? Why would you want to negotiate with them? Isn't that a Japanese company? Donald replied, "I received some information a while back indicating that Kobayashi Pharma was also one of Charlie's victims. They've been eager to expand their business into China, but they haven't found the right timing or opportunity. If I take control of Weaver Pharmaceuticals, I can strike a deal with Kobayashi to facilitate their entry into the Chinese market more swiftly and effectively. Moreover, I'm confident that Kobayashi will be keen to collaborate with me against Charlie. Once we settle our score with him, Weavers and Kobayashi can work together to boost profits. It's a win-win situation, like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Isn't that a brilliant plan?" Thomas and Levi looked on in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Donald, your foresight is incredible. This way, we not only gain a powerful ally but also create a promising revenue stream." Donald nodded proudly, laughing triumphantly. "You both need to learn and work harder so that you can assist me more effectively." Thomas interjected, "Donald, there's something I still don't get. Why involve the Wilson family in our strategy? To me, they're just a bunch of pathetic losers. They're not a valuable asset against Charlie, even if they're just meant to annoy him." Donald's mood shifted, and he replied cryptically, "You don't understand. The Wilson family are ordinary people. Sometimes, it's the plain folks who can achieve things that others cannot. The lower their social standing, the more unpredictable they can be. Who knows? They might surprise us with something extraordinary or bizarre tomorrow. Just wait and see." As he spoke, his assistant burst in, exclaiming, "Mr. Webb, there's been an incident involving the Wilson family." Donald frowned. "What happened?" The assistant explained, "The Oris police station received a report that the Wilson family caused a commotion and fought among themselves at the hospital." Donald sat up, bewildered. "What? They were supposed to be at Thompson first, going after Charlie. Why are they fighting in a hospital?" The assistant, sounding a bit awkward, responded, "Well, Mr. Webb, last night, the lady of the family went to Charlie's yard to steal some chives. They made dumplings for dinner with what they thought were chives, but they turned out to be daffodils. Consequently, they ended up in the hospital due to food poisoning." Taking a breath, the assistant continued, "While at the hospital, the doctor conducted a blood test and accidentally discovered that Hannah is pregnant. Based on the timeline, she conceived while at the coal mine. Christopher Wilson and Lady Wilson believed Hannah had brought shame to the family, so they ended up beating her. Donald was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, his two brothers and the other attendees struggled to suppress their laughter as they absorbed this absurd situation. Donald had just predicted something bizarre from these low-class individuals, but it was ironic that they had created such a ridiculous scenario right away. As for Donald, his expression soured, and he grimaced in frustration. He had instructed these people to go after Charlie, yet it seemed they were the ones attacking each other instead. Chapter 11:23. At this moment, Donald was contemplating whether to ask the family to leave the villa at Thompson first so they could figure things out on their own. However, after giving it some careful consideration, he found himself hesitant to take that step. He finally spoke up, addressing everyone, "I can sense what you're all thinking. Many of you believe this family is beneath us and incapable of handling anything. But let's pause for a moment. If they can disturb me today, it's likely they could disturb Charlie tomorrow as well. The real issue is that this family lacks a unified direction at the moment. If they could come together, I believe they could still be effective." Thomas interjected, "Brother, how can we bring this family together? With Hannah pregnant by another man, how can Christopher possibly want to unite with her? And let's not forget about that lady, she's not someone to deal with lightly." Donald replied coolly, "If we can't unite them, we'll just have to force them to stick together. I'm eager to see whether survival or maintaining their pride takes precedence." Meanwhile, at People's Hospital, a group of police officers arrived at the hospital ward after receiving word of a disturbance. Inside, Hannah had already endured a severe beating from both the lady and Christopher. Fortunately for her, they were all suffering from food poisoning, which limited their strength during the altercation. Otherwise, Hannah might not have survived the encounter. Once the police arrived, they quickly separated the individuals involved. Then, one officer sternly asked, "What's going on here? Do you realize this is a public hospital? How could you fight in a place like this?" Lady Wilson quickly responded, "Officer, this is just a family issue." The officer retorted, "Family matters should be resolved at home. Why bring your fights out here?" With anger, Christopher pointed at Hannah and exclaimed, "Officer, this woman has cheated on me. She's pregnant with another man's child. What's worse is that she hid this from me. I wouldn't have known if it hadn't come to light today right here in the hospital." The police officer frowned, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Christopher. However, he remained committed to his duty and responded, "Domestic issues can be tough, but you need to handle this at home. If you can talk it out, do so. If not, consider going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for a divorce. No one will stop you then. So why make a scene in public? Let's keep this private. Do you agree?" Christopher nodded earnestly and replied, "Officer, you're absolutely right." After acknowledging the officer, he turned to Hannah and bluntly stated, "Hannah, you've betrayed me, and I want a divorce. We need to finalize this first thing tomorrow." Lady Wilson chimed in, "Yes. Divorce. The only way to salvage the Wilson family's reputation is to end this marriage and send her and her illegitimate child away." Harold and Wendy, who had stayed silent until now, wore expressions of deep confusion. The day's events had been shocking for them, and they were at a loss for how to respond. Their own mother had cheated, and now their father wanted to leave her. Could this family really fall apart like this? Hannah felt overwhelmed with despair as well. After sacrificing so much for this family, was this really the outcome she deserved? She couldn't accept it. She had endured countless hardships and grievances, all for this family's sake. And now, her husband was seeking a divorce. If not for her, the Wilson family would still be trapped in the detention center. If not for her efforts, how could they possibly be living in the villa at Thompson First now? Chapter 11:24. Hannah's anger intensified as she contemplated the situation. With an accusatory finger pointed at Christopher, she exclaimed, "Christopher, are you really planning to abandon me after using me? Let me make it clear, I will never agree to a divorce. You want to end our marriage, don't you? Fine. I'll call Donald right now and ask him to judge this." With that, Hannah pulled out her cell phone and dialed Donald's number. To her surprise, the call connected almost instantly. As soon as the line was open, Hannah burst into tears, pleading, "Mr. Webb, you have to support me this time." Donald's voice was cold as he asked, "What's going on?" Hannah replied, "That unscrupulous bastard Christopher wants to divorce me. He and his mother even assaulted me, and the police had to get involved." Donald responded firmly, "That's ridiculous. Hand the phone to Lady Wilson." Hannah quickly passed her phone to Lady Wilson, saying triumphantly, "Mr. Webb wants to speak to you." Lady Wilson took the phone with urgency and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Webb." Donald's voice came through low and serious, "What's the issue?" "I've heard reports that you and your son assaulted Hannah." Without hesitation, Lady Wilson started her defense, "Mr. Webb, this woman doesn't know how to behave properly. She has tarnished our family's reputation. Plus, she's pregnant with another man's child." Donald interrupted, "I'm warning you, lady. The reason I brought your entire family together and arranged for you to stay at the villa at Thompson first was to ensure unity in order to help me deal with Charlie. Enough with the nonsense. If your son attempts to divorce Hannah, your whole family will be forced out of that villa. If I hear of any mistreatment directed at Hannah from any of you in the future, I will make sure you're all out of the villa. Do you understand?" Lady Wilson grew increasingly anxious and blurted out, "Mr. Webb, this woman is insufferable. She's carrying another man's illegitimate child. How can we endure this?" Donald replied, "You can't endure it, can you? Since you can't accept it, then from now on, you have no ties to the villa at Thompson first. Get out." Fear washed over Lady Wilson, her face going pale as she exclaimed, "Mr. Webb, please don't do this. We'll follow your orders." Donald asked coldly, "What about your son? Will he accept this?" Lady Wilson didn't even think to consult Christopher. She understood that no matter what sacrifices she had to make, she could not give up the villa at Thompson first. This was her chance to live in luxury, and she would rather risk everything than lose that opportunity. She could even tolerate Hannah giving birth to this child, as long as they could keep the villa. She was indifferent to whether her son would be able to accept this reality or not. Thus, Lady Wilson quickly made a decision on Christopher's behalf, saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Webb. He won't oppose this. I'm still the one making the decisions for our family." Donald seemed satisfied with her response and replied coldly, "If that's the case, I'll give you another chance. However, remember what I've said, if you show any disobedience, not only will I evict your entire family from the villa, but I'll also send you all to the goddamn coal mine." With that, Donald ended the call abruptly. Christopher rushed over and asked, "Mom, what did Mr. Webb say?" Lady Wilson shot a vicious glance at Hannah before informing Christopher, "Mr. Webb said that you cannot divorce Hannah. He also warned us against any hostile actions towards her. If we do, we'll be kicked out of the villa at Thompson first and sent to the coal mine." Everything went dark for Christopher. He fainted and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 11:25. In that moment, Christopher felt an overwhelming desire to end it all. He was taken aback by Donald's unexpected defense of Hannah. This caught him completely off guard and made him deeply uncomfortable. For half of his life, Christopher had lived with pride and arrogance, never once facing the humiliation of being a cuckold. Now, he found himself in a situation where not only was he being cheated on, but his wife was also pregnant with another man's child. What troubled him the most was the realization that divorce was not an option. Wasn't this just condemning him to a life of humiliation? At that moment, his hatred for Hannah boiled within him. Yet, he managed to calm himself after recalling Donald's words. He understood that defying Donald was not an option. Doing so would spell disaster not just for himself, but for the entire Wilson family as well. Donald was their only lifeline. Offending him could lead to the Wilson family being expelled from the villa at Thompson first, leaving them destitute and homeless. To ensure their survival and protect the Wilson group and their residents, Christopher felt he had no choice but to endure the pain of his situation. Living with Hannah felt unbearable, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Yet, survival necessitated compromise. Through gritted teeth, he addressed Hannah, "I won't divorce you, but you must terminate the pregnancy." Lady Wilson, with a cold demeanor, nodded in agreement, saying, "The Wilson family will not accept a bastard child. You need to have an abortion." Hannah felt a sense of relief at the concessions made by the Wilson family. In truth, she was not keen on bringing this child into the world. After all, it was a repugnant, middle-aged man who had gotten her pregnant, one who also brought with him a slew of venereal diseases. The mere thought of this made Hannah want to lash out at her supervisor. Quickly, she responded, "Don't worry, I've already scheduled the abortion for Monday. I will not give birth to this child." Lady Wilson replied coldly, "That's the best course of action." Feeling emotional, Hannah said, "You all should try to understand my position. I've endured so much suffering in the black coal mine. The only reason I managed to survive those days was because of all of you, because you are my family." Her sincere confession, however, only made Christopher feel sick and repulsed. He retorted coldly, "Enough with the victim act. You've gained so much already. If it weren't for Mr. Webb standing up for you, you would have been out the door by now." Seeing the anger radiating from Christopher, Hannah dropped her emotional facade and said, "Christopher, I'm offering you a chance for a better life. If you persist in bringing shame upon yourself, then I, Hannah, will not back down." Furious, Christopher opened his mouth to scold her again, but Lady Wilson interrupted sharply, "Enough. Stop this at once." With that, Christopher fell silent. Lady Wilson continued coldly, "Everyone needs to calm down. This is a minor issue. Why are you making so much noise? Mr. Webb has already spoken, and yet you're still stirring trouble. Do you want to see the Wilson family torn apart?" To Lady Wilson, no matter how significant the issue, it had to be set aside if it threatened her position in the villa at Thompson First or the revival of the Wilson group. Both Christopher and Hannah wore awkward expressions, though Hannah could not hide her triumphant demeanor. She recognized that Lady Wilson had already made concessions. With a darkening expression, Lady Wilson stated, "Our family has endured much. We should be willing to let go of certain things now." Chapter 11:26. Afterward, she fixed her gaze on Christopher and coldly remarked, "Christopher, your anger stems from the belief that Hannah has betrayed you. But have you ever considered that you essentially pushed Wendy into Kenneth Wilson's arms for a mere $5 million? At her words, everyone in the room hung their heads in silence. Wendy felt a wave of shame wash over her, yet she couldn't bring herself to argue against the lady's statement. Christopher's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Indeed, the lady was correct. He was furious and felt humiliated by Hannah's actions, yet, in his capacity as a father, he had once sent his own daughter into the embrace of an older man, someone who was even a year senior to him. Noticing the uncomfortable silence, Lady Wilson continued, "We all have our flaws and we are all guilty of something. Therefore, it's pointless to cast blame on one another. Instead, we should come together and focus on reviving the Wilson group. Do you all understand?" Everyone quickly responded, "Understood." Lady Wilson then added, "Furthermore, this incident should not be mentioned again in the future. If it is, I will personally expel you from the Wilson family to set an example for others." Christopher and the others wore grave expressions, fully aware that Lady Wilson was not joking. They understood that publicizing such scandals was out of the question. Thus, the issue regarding Hannah was effectively settled. Christopher felt a significant reduction in his anger, as the lady's words seemed to have pacified the situation. The family of five resumed their positions on their hospital beds. Sensing that the commotion had subsided, the doctor approached to administer an infusion to counteract the effects of the narcissus in their systems. At that moment, Christopher experienced a sudden and intense itch in his groin area. He discreetly shifted beneath his quilt to scratch, but surprisingly, the itch intensified. However, he dismissed it as a symptom of food poisoning and thought little of it. Meanwhile, at the villa in Thompson First, Charlie's family had just finished their meal. Two middle-aged men in suits knocked on the door and addressed Charlie with respect, "Good day, sir. We are representatives from the Thompson First Property Management Company. Earlier, there was a food poisoning incident involving a family of 5 at Villa A04, and they were taken to the hospital. We are here to remind all residents to be vigilant about food hygiene and safety. Please pay close attention to this matter. Before Charlie could respond, his mother-in-law, Elaine, approached them cautiously and inquired, "The family from Villa A04 was taken away in an ambulance? What happened?" One of the suited men replied respectfully, "Hello, madam. The family at Villa A04 suffered from food poisoning and has been taken to the hospital. May I ask if your family consumes any wild game, vegetables, or mushrooms?" Elaine smiled and said, "Oh, we don't eat that kind of food, unlike that unfortunate family in Villa A04. They're so desperate that they've even snuck into others' homes to steal food." The property management representative could only offer an awkward smile as he remarked, "We just wanted to ensure you are aware of this issue. It's great to hear that you are vigilant about prevention." Once the two men departed, Elaine chuckled, "It's true what they say, the wicked eventually face consequences. I always believed the Wilson family was cursed to live here in Thompson First. It seems misfortune has finally caught up with them." "Ha ha ha. What a fitting outcome." Claire asked curiously, "Mom, what happened?" Elaine responded with a grin, "Your grandma and her family suffered from food poisoning and were taken away in an ambulance." "Ha ha ha. They truly deserve this." "Food poisoning?" Claire exclaimed in surprise, "How could they get food poisoning? Didn't they take our vegetables? We're all fine." Jacob chimed in, "Did they eat some spoiled meat?" Charlie casually remarked, "I suspect they must have consumed the daffodils I planted." Chapter 11:27. Daffodils? Claire exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "Where are the daffodils? Why did they eat them?" Charlie chuckled as he explained, "The little patch of plants I put at the base of the wall looks like chives, but they're actually daffodils." Claire gasped, "Oh my! I thought those were chives. I was really looking forward to eating those." Charlie grinned before responding, "They may resemble chives, but they aren't chives." Claire recalled, "I remember reading in a biology book that daffodils are poisonous, right?" Charlie nodded, smiling as he said, "You're absolutely right. My wife is quite knowledgeable. Daffodils are indeed toxic. There's a type of narcissus in daffodils, and consuming too much can lead to food poisoning." Elaine's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, Charlie. Did you do this on purpose? Now I understand why you asked me what kind of vegetables the lady prefers. I told you she likes chives, and that's why you planted so many daffodils, isn't it? You're trying to trick them." With a serious expression, Charlie replied, "Mom, you can't say that. I didn't intend to deceive anyone. I simply planted some daffodils in my courtyard. Whoever stole and ate them has nothing to do with me." Elaine quickly smiled and said, "Oh, my dear son-in-law. What are you thinking? Do you really think I would blame you for this? I'm actually grateful for your actions. You've done an amazing job today. Now your mother can finally get back at them and ease my anger." Jacob chimed in, "Charlie, is it life-threatening if someone eats too many daffodils?" Charlie smiled and reassured him, "No, at worst, they'll just experience food poisoning." "That's a relief," Jacob replied, letting out a big sigh. Even though their family is truly despicable, blood is thicker than water. It's fine to teach them a lesson, but we shouldn't aim to harm them. Elaine pointed at Jacob and scolded, "You're too soft-hearted. You don't want to take their lives, but they're out to get yours. Do you even know what your mother did to me in the detention center? She was the one who broke my leg." Feeling angry, Elaine continued, "That wicked lady is truly malicious. She deserves a lesson. Let's see if she remains so cocky after this." Jacob said helplessly, "It's fine to teach her a lesson, as long as it doesn't involve anyone getting killed." Elaine scoffed, "Your mother has mistreated you for so long, yet you still care for her. Meanwhile, I've endured so much because of you for years, and you want to separate from me and divorce me. You have no goddamn conscience." Jacob retorted angrily, "Stop bringing up our issues every single time." Elaine shot back, "I don't want to discuss it, but I'm just saying it's impossible for me to divorce you, no matter what." Seeing the tension rising again, Claire quickly intervened. "Oh, you two, please stop arguing. Let's not bring this up every time you talk." Elaine pouted and replied, "I don't want to talk to him." As they spoke, Elaine suddenly received a WeChat message on her phone. A woman sent her a voice message. "Oh. Elaine, did you see the video online? Something serious has happened in your family again." Elaine exclaimed, "What happened to our family?" The woman responded, "Your mother-in-law and your husband's brother and his family were all fighting at the hospital. A nurse recorded it and posted it online." "Really?" As soon as Elaine heard about the fight at the hospital involving the lady and her family, her interest peaked. "Send me the video. Hurry." The woman quickly sent the video to Elaine. Elaine eagerly clicked on the video. As it loaded, she saw Christopher and Lady Wilson attacking Hannah. Everyone, including Charlie and the others, was left stunned. No one would have guessed that this family would still have the energy to fight after being hospitalized for food poisoning. They didn't even appear to be recovering from it. However, the most shocking part came at the end of the video. Chapter 11:28. The cause of the huge argument in the hospital was clear to everyone. It stemmed from Christopher's explosive outburst of swear words. To everyone's astonishment, it was revealed that Hannah was pregnant. Even more shocking was the fact that the father of her baby was not Christopher. Elaine couldn't contain her laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha. I might just die from laughing. So, Hannah is actually carrying someone else's child. Ha ha ha." Jacob chimed in, clearly taken aback. "This woman is unbelievable. She has the audacity to cheat on her husband and come back after getting pregnant by another man." Elaine continued to giggle. "Lady Wilson must be furious right now. Didn't she always think that her eldest daughter-in-law was the best? Well, isn't this a proud moment for her daughter-in-law?" Claire, feeling a bit uncomfortable, added, "This is a huge situation. So, I guess Uncle will definitely be divorcing Aunt now, right? If they don't get divorced, do you really think he'll just sit around waiting for her to give birth?" Jacob interjected. As a man himself, he understood the despair that Christopher must be experiencing at this moment, despite their differences. In Jacob's view, it was crucial to divorce and remove someone like Hannah, who had been unfaithful, from their lives. Charlie couldn't help but privately judge Hannah. He speculated that her pregnancy might have happened at the coal mine, where she seemed to be enjoying an affair behind Christopher's back. However, he also considered that she might have been coerced into her actions. At that moment, Elaine received another voice note from her friend. "Elaine, is the video thrilling?" Elaine replied with enthusiasm, "Absolutely. The video is incredibly thrilling. It's so refreshing." Her friend responded, "I just got another video that's even more exciting." Elaine eagerly exclaimed, "Send it to me. Please." Moments later, Elaine received another video on WeChat. When she clicked on it, she was shocked to see Lady Wilson trying to convince Christopher to reconcile with Hannah. Elaine was taken aback. How could someone like Lady Wilson, who cared so much about her reputation, allow Hannah to remain in the family while pregnant with another man's child? What came next was even more astonishing. Lady Wilson argued that although Hannah had betrayed Christopher, he had also pushed his own daughter into the arms of an older man just for $5 million. This was a complete reversal of what anyone would expect from a family dynamic. Not only was there a shocking reinterpretation of the relationship between Christopher and Hannah, but there was also the revelation that it wasn't just the mother who had cheated, the father had also sold his own daughter to an older man. People were left in disbelief and took to the internet to criticize the family. They remarked, "This family has the most bizarre views we've ever encountered. There isn't a decent person among them, they are all utterly shameless. This family truly exemplifies that like attracts like." Meanwhile, the Wilson family, still reeling from food poisoning and their explosive argument, remained unaware that they had become a sensational topic in Oris Hill. Chapter 11:29. That evening, a video featuring the Wilson family began circulating rapidly throughout Oris Hill. Shortly after, it was uploaded to TikTok, but Charlie had taken measures to have the video blocked on the platform. He was determined to limit its influence and, most importantly, prevent the video from reaching audiences outside Oris Hill. Charlie understood that Donald was likely to invest a significant amount in the Wilson family to support the Wilson Group. If the family gained a notorious reputation across the country, it could potentially sway Donald's decision. Charlie didn't want the Wilson family to lose their momentum. Ideally, he planned to expose their scandal only after Donald had invested in them. This way, both the Wilson family and Donald would face a public fallout. Meanwhile, the members of the Wilson family endured a long, painful night. Having been administered a drug to counteract the effects of the narcissus from the daffodils, they felt extremely lethargic and remained unaware that their scandal had already taken Oris Hill by storm. The following morning, a doctor assessed the Wilson family's condition and confirmed that they were no longer in critical condition, allowing them to return home. As soon as Lady Wilson was discharged, her first action was to contact Donald, inquiring about when he would fulfill his promise to invest $80 million into the Wilson Group. Despite his growing distaste for the Wilson family, Donald believed that as long as they remained united, they could demonstrate their capability and perhaps annoy Charlie even further. Therefore, he instructed his assistant to proceed with the $80 million investment into the Wilson Group. Reflecting on this, Donald remarked, "Let's go ahead with this. I already pledged my support to the Wilson family. Coincidentally, my real estate project in Oris Hill is about to kick off, and I'll be entering the bidding for urban land soon. After the bidding, I'll need a large-scale renovation and refurbishment company for the project, and I'll assign it to the Wilson family." Lady Wilson's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. She quickly assured him, "Mr. Webb, you can count on us. The Wilson family has a solid background in the construction industry, so we won't let you down with the renovation and refurbishment tasks." In response, Donald's tone turned cold. "The reason I invested in your company and chose to give this project to you is because I expect your family to unite against Charlie. I hope you won't create any more problems for me. If you do, not only will I pull my investment, but I'll also halt all partnerships with you and have you removed from the villa at Thompson First. I can easily lift you up, but I can also bring you down just as easily. Do you understand?" Lady Wilson, filled with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Mr. Webb. The Wilson family will definitely stand united moving forward. We'll be at your service, just say the word, and we won't dare to defy you." Donald felt pleased with her response, saying, "Remember your words. If you act like a good dog, I won't mistreat your family." "Absolutely. Of course," she replied. Once the call ended, Lady Wilson rushed to inform Christopher and the others about the developments. Hearing that Donald wanted them to unite gave Hannah a sense of security. She realized this was her golden opportunity. As long as Donald insisted on their unity, Christopher would think twice before considering divorce. However, Christopher felt increasingly uncomfortable seeing the victorious expression on Hannah's face. It was unbearable for him, yet he knew that if he divorced her, he would be provoking the Webb family, something he dared not do. Noticing her eldest son's distress, Lady Wilson pressed him once more. "Christopher, you heard what Mr. Webb said. If the Wilson family or the Wilson Group falls apart because of you, don't say I didn't warn you." Feeling humiliated, Christopher replied, "I understand, Mom." Despite his discomfort regarding Hannah, he couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement at the thought of the Webb family's investment in the Wilson family and the revival of the Wilson Group, especially with the new renovation project on the horizon. Chapter 11:30. He wasn't alone in his excitement. The entire Wilson family was buzzing with anticipation. This excitement stemmed from the fact that they all believed the Wilson family was finally poised for a significant comeback. With a grin, Harold turned to Lady Wilson and exclaimed, "Grandma, the Wilson family is on the brink of wealth. The Webb family isn't just investing in our company, they are also entrusting us with a new project. Their support is clear, and they are backing us wholeheartedly." As Harold spoke, he secretly began to formulate plans in his mind. Once, Harold had been a prominent heir to great wealth, living a life filled with luxury and surrounded by admirers and praise. However, his recent life had been a nightmare. Anyone familiar with him in Oris Hill was aware that he had fallen into homelessness and despair. Now, at long last, Harold felt it was time to reclaim his former glory. Wendy, with a hopeful glimmer in her eyes, chimed in, "When our family becomes wealthy, won't we be able to earn even more in the future? We could live even more extravagantly than we did before." During this challenging period, Wendy had also faced her share of hardships, losing both her reputation and her wealth, which had plunged her into a life of severe deprivation. The thought of returning to the lavish lifestyle she once enjoyed filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson was brimming with even greater enthusiasm. She recognized that once the funds arrived, not only would she be able to pay off debts and resolve the crisis that had befallen Wilson Group, but she would also reclaim the Wilson family villa along with her cherished antiques that had previously been seized by the bank. The news of Wilson Group's revival, thanks to the Webb family's financial support, created quite a buzz in Orris Hill. Initially, given the modest size of Wilson Group, they wouldn't have drawn such attention. However, the association with the Webb family, a major player in the industry, suddenly put Wilson Group in the spotlight. Despite the Webb family facing significant backlash and losses from public scrutiny, they remained a formidable family worth over $100 billion. Their support lent Wilson Group an image of resilience, as if it had risen like a phoenix from the ashes. As a result, Wilson Group quickly became a sought-after company in Orris Hill. Many individuals, eager to win Lady Wilson's favor, flocked to the Wilson Villa at Thompson First, bearing gifts. The villa was alive with activity. In a single day, Lady Wilson welcomed numerous guests to the villa, each bringing congratulatory gifts, leaving her with a beaming smile. She understood that their newfound advantage stemmed from having a powerful benefactor. With such backing, they appeared impressive and influential, but they were also reaping numerous advantages from their association. At this moment, the Wilson family reveled in the joy of receiving an abundance of gifts. Harold, Wendy, and Hannah found their hands weary from the task of unwrapping all the presents. Charlie surmised that the Wilson family was at the height of their excitement. To capitalize on this, he arranged for TikTok to release a video showcasing the Wilson family at the hospital, ensuring it was featured prominently on the homepage. The video was titled, "The Webb family's investment in Wilson Group stems from their admiration for the Wilson family's strong moral values." Chapter 1131. When Donald came across this video, he was absolutely furious. He never imagined that someone would record the Wilson family's altercation at the hospital. What shocked him even more was that this video surfaced immediately after he announced his investment in Wilson Group. This felt like a targeted attack against him. It seemed like someone was just waiting for his public announcement so they could slap him in the face with this video. To make matters worse, he was infuriated with TikTok. It appeared that this social media platform had a personal vendetta against him. Previously, the viral stand-up comedy skit featuring Kane and Marcus had gained traction because of this platform. Even when he tried to manage the situation through public relations, it was futile since the Wade family from Eastcliff had taken control of the platform. Moreover, the unfortunate incident involving his brother-in-law, John, and the complete downfall of his beggar clan had also been widely publicized thanks to this platform. Now, the Wilson family's embarrassing spectacle was also being promoted by TikTok. Wasn't it apparent that the Wade family was directly opposing him? The most frustrating part was that he had never instigated any conflict with the Wade family. So, why were they constantly targeting him? The Webb family was already in a deeply unfortunate situation, their reputation utterly shattered beyond repair. Yet, they still refused to let go of the Webb family, including Donald himself. As expected, once the video was trending on TikTok, people from all corners of the country began bashing the Webb family again. This was due to their already tarnished reputation from past actions. Yet, they shamelessly chose to invest in the equally disgraceful Wilson family. At that moment, Thomas approached his brother, Donald, stating, "Brother, the family you've aligned with is truly despicable. They've embarrassed the Webb family. I think we should cut ties with them immediately and announce that we no longer associate with this family." Donald shook his head gently and responded, "That wouldn't change anything. What's done is done. Even if the Webb family withdraws their investment in Wilson Group now, it won't alter the current perception. Everyone is laughing at the Wilson family, but it's the Webb family, a powerful family, that's being ridiculed across the nation." With a sigh, Donald continued, "You must understand that the incident with the beggar clan has left a significant negative mark on the Webb family. In comparison, the Wilson family scandal is merely a minor issue. If people want to criticize us, there's little we can do about it. Thomas expressed his frustration, saying, "I just think it's pointless to keep such a pathetic family by our side. We should sever ties with them as soon as we can." Donald countered, "Do you really believe that the Webb family's reputation will improve if we cut off the Wilson family? We still need to unite with many others. At this critical time, if we abandon the Wilson family over something so trivial, who would want to cooperate with us in the future? We must stand firm and maintain a united front with the Wilson family, at least publicly. We need to demonstrate that the Webb family stands by our allies. This is the only way we can encourage others to unite with us and confront Charlie." Thomas finally grasped his brother's strategy. He then inquired, "Brother, what's the status with the men we sent to Mount Gollum last time?" Donald replied coolly, "They'll commence their operation tonight to capture the father and son from the Weaver family and bring them back here. Additionally, they'll eliminate all of Charlie's remaining men." Chapter 11:32. In the dead of night, at the base of Mount Gollum, Jeffrey was bundled in a warm deerskin jacket, pulling his frail father, Jordan, along as they exited the mountain. The temperature on Mount Gollum had plummeted sharply, reaching a chilling low of -30 degrees during the night hours. Under ordinary circumstances, neither of them would have dared to step outside, even if their lives depended on it. However, due to pressing necessities, they had to venture into the mountain to collect ginseng. The ginseng they gathered would be exchanged for essential supplies such as food, medicine, kerosene, and firewood needed for warmth. With the weather so frigid, the heating demands were immense, making it clear that merely collecting firewood wouldn't suffice. They needed a substantial amount of kerosene as well. After spending the entire day in the mountain, the father-son duo managed to unearth only 6 to 7 ginseng roots. This paltry amount would barely cover their food needs for the next day. Jordan was weary and famished, his lips turning a deep shade of purple from the biting cold. Although Jeffrey was in better physical shape than his father, he too felt the strain of their arduous day. With snow accumulating on Mount Gollum, navigating deeper into the mountain had become a daunting task, demanding significant physical effort. Yet, as the availability of ginseng dwindled, they found themselves compelled to search further each time. Now, they only returned in the middle of the night, but soon, they might need to spend the night on the mountain. Jordan reached out, scooping up a handful of snow to suck on. His chapped lips parted as he said, "Son, if we keep this up, I fear I won't make it through the winter. When I'm gone, you must stay strong and carry on the Weaver family legacy. You need to find a way back to Oris Hill and reclaim Weaver Pharmaceutical. That would be ideal." Breathless, Jeffrey replied, "Dad, please don't talk like that. Even though life on Mount Gollum is tough, I honestly think your health is better than it has been in a long time." Jeffrey sighed, continuing, "You didn't take care of yourself when you were younger. You drained your energy and vitality early on, hardly exercised, and rarely even walked. That's why your health deteriorated over time. But since coming to Mount Gollum and gathering ginseng daily, it seems your body is getting stronger. If you keep it up, I believe you'll have a long life ahead." Jordan sat down on the thick snow, emotions welling up as he reflected, "What you say is true. I do feel stronger than before. In the past, I would struggle to breathe after just a few steps. Now, I can spend a whole day gathering ginseng." He sighed again, adding, "This realization is bittersweet. I didn't appreciate my health when I was younger. I pushed my body too hard. You must learn from my mistakes and take care of yourself." Jeffrey sat beside his father, pulling out a torchlight and illuminating the snowy landscape around them. He then said with a hint of sarcasm, "Even if I wanted to repeat your mistakes, I wouldn't have the chance. There isn't a single female bear hibernating on this mountain, so where would I find a woman to overwork myself with?" Jordan chuckled at his son's humor. When it came to women, Jeffrey could hardly hold a candle to his father. In his youth, Jordan had been quite the womanizer, likely having interacted with more women than his son had ever met. Reflecting on his past, Jordan felt a sense of fulfillment about his life experiences. Jeffrey sighed, thinking about relationships. "Speaking of women, I can't help but long for Wendy from the Wilson family in Oris Hill. I wonder if I'll ever have a Chance to return there in this lifetime. If I do, I must seek her out and cherish that opportunity. Jordan gently patted his son's shoulder, offering encouragement. I believe that, together, we will find a way to change our destinies. Chapter 1133. The Weaver family, consisting of a father and son, both held dreams of transforming their lives for the better. But as they stood on Mount Gollum, a fierce cold wind swept through, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Jordan let out a sigh and remarked, "The wind here is brutal. Just one gust makes my whole body shake. We should get going." "Absolutely," Jeffrey responded, equally affected by the icy air that seemed to penetrate his bones. He quickly tucked in his neck, stood up, and brushed the snow off his backside, then reached out to help his father up. During their time together on Mount Gollum, the bond between father and son had noticeably strengthened. In the past, Jordan had always shown a preference for his eldest son, but he was often self-centered, making it hard for him to genuinely care for others. As a result, he treated Jeffrey rather ordinarily, though it was an improvement compared to how he had treated Liam. Jeffrey, on the other hand, had lived a life of privilege, often seen as a slacker who spent his days chasing after women, which kept him distant from his father. This disconnect stemmed from Jeffrey frequently overhearing his mother criticize his father for neglecting their family and for his affairs outside their home since his youth. From an early age, these stories fueled Jeffrey's resentment toward his father. However, their shared struggle for survival on Mount Gollum forced the father and son to work together, allowing them to shed their past grievances and rely more on one another. In such a harsh environment, both understood the importance of each other's presence. Losing one another would mean a lack of strength and courage to carry on. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jordan and Jeffrey made their way toward the distant glow of light. The illuminated area was the village they called home, located about 3 to 4 miles from the base of the mountain. As they walked, Jeffrey brought up, "Dad, I heard that Mr. Lang, the hunter from the village, caught a roe deer yesterday. They say the meat is delicious. Shouldn't we stop by his house later and see if we can get a couple of catties?" Jordan sighed in response, "You want to ask him for meat? That guy Lang is notoriously stingy. The last time he caught a huge wild boar, I asked him for just a piece of the pig's intestines, and he refused. He wanted me to pay for it." Continuing with his rant, Jordan added, "Do you even know what Mr. Lang's full name is?" Jeffrey shrugged, "No idea. I only know his last name is Lang." Jordan spat on the ground, his voice dripping with disdain. "He's a hunter who can't even spell complex words. His full name is Williamson Lang. I once even asked if he could write his own name. Want to know what he said?" Curious, Jeffrey asked, "What did he say?" Jordan chuckled before replying. He claimed he could write his last name, Lang, but couldn't even spell his first name, Williamson. Jeffrey laughed and suggested, "You should have offered to teach him how to write his name in exchange for some meat." Jordan shook his head. "You really think he'd give you meat? He wouldn't even part with pigskin." Jeffrey countered, "Given how cold it is, below 0 degrees, he's probably already butchered the roe deer. The meat should be hanging out in his yard, frozen. We could just hop over his fence and snag a piece for ourselves. Cooking it would be a great way to boost our nutrition." Jordan quickly replied, "In that case, you better save a piece of the ginseng we dug up today. Don't give all of it away. We can use it to stew the roe deer meat tomorrow. That would be a real treat." "Of course. You can count on me," Jeffrey exclaimed. Without hesitation, he pulled out a piece of ginseng and tucked it into his underwear. The instant the frozen ginseng touched his skin, Jeffrey yelped at its biting cold. Jordan looked at him in disbelief. "Why the hell would you put it there? How am I supposed to eat it now?" Jeffrey shrugged, "It's fine. We can wash it a few times. If I don't hide it there, there's nowhere else. Don't you know they'll search us?" "All right then," Jordan said resignedly. "Once we get home, we'll have to wash it thoroughly. It'd be even better to blanch it in hot water." Jeffrey waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, Dad, you should know by now. Blanching ginseng in hot water will leach out all its nutrients into the water." Chapter 1134. Jordan nodded, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "Imagine if we could get 2 caddies of wine. We could soak the ginseng in it and enjoy a sip to warm ourselves while on the mountain. That would be fantastic." Jeffrey responded, "You know, Leanne, the widow from the village, seems to have some winemaking skills. I'll talk to her when I get the chance. Who knows? She might have some stashed away at home." As father and son continued their walk, chatting to keep warm against the biting cold wind, they eventually reached the village entrance after more than 30 minutes. Instead of heading straight to their rundown house, they made their way to Mr. Lang's place, the village hunter, shrouded in darkness. Though the residents at the base of Mount Gollum were impoverished, they were resourceful and managed to get by. In the past, village folks would frequently venture into the mountains to hunt, but most of the younger generation had left, leaving only a few who still pursued hunting. Mr. Lang was the last professional hunter in the village. If anyone wanted meat, they would have to barter with him using money or other goods. Jeffrey had been longing for some meat, but their poverty made it tough to secure enough food, let alone extras to trade with the hunter. Today, he felt particularly greedy, especially since Mr. Lang had recently hunted a roe deer. Determined, Jeffrey resolved to bring home some meat. When they arrived outside Mr. Lang's house, Jeffrey peered over the wall and spotted pieces of deer meat hanging in the yard. Excitedly, he whispered to his father, "Jordan, you should crouch down so I can step on your shoulders to climb over the wall." Jordan, equally eager, quickly squatted against the wall, allowing Jeffrey to use him as a boost to scale the barrier into the yard. In no time, Jeffrey managed to grab a leg of roe deer and secured it around his waist as he climbed back out. Once outside, he exclaimed to his father, "This leg must weigh around 10 caddies. We'll have enough to eat for a whole week." "That's fucking fantastic," Jordan replied, clapping his hands in sheer joy. Having gone days without meat, this bounty was a cause for celebration for them. The father and son were thrilled and ready to head home. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of about a dozen masked figures in black emerged from the shadows. The sight was terrifying, many brandished knives, while others had pistols in hand. Both father and son were taken aback. Jeffrey, trembling, stammered, "Guys, we were just trying to grab a bit of meat. No need to go overboard." Jordan, equally frightened, urged Jeffrey, "What the hell are you waiting for? Return the meat." In a hurry, Jeffrey dropped the deer leg and began to plead for mercy. "Please, sirs. Show us some compassion." The group surrounded them, and one of the masked individuals spoke up, "Are you Jordan and Jeffrey Weaver?" Jordan, still dazed, nodded and asked, "Yes, what do you want with us?" The man replied coldly, "We come on behalf of the Webb family from South Haven to rescue you. There's a car waiting at the village entrance. Come with us, and we'll take you back to Oris Hill." Stunned, both father and son stood speechless for a moment before tears began to flow. They exchanged glances, overwhelmed with emotion as they wept together, realizing they might actually be leaving this place behind. In gratitude, they knelt on the ground, crying, "Thank you, brothers. Your kindness will forever be remembered by us." Chapter 11:35. The last time someone attempted to rescue the Weaver family's father and son, they were swiftly dealt with before they even reached the family's home. Because of this, the father and son had no idea what had transpired during that previous rescue attempt. At this moment, however, the Webb family from South Haven had arrived to save them. Filled with excitement, they quickly followed the group to the waiting car, eager to return to Oris Hill. As they approached the village exit, Jordan couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked the man in black beside him, "Brother, we have no ties to the Webb family from South Haven. Why are they trying to rescue us?" The man replied coolly, "It appears our chairman shares a common enemy with you." "A common enemy?" Jordan exclaimed, "Who is it?" The man gritted his teeth and said, "Charlie Wade." Jordan and Jeffrey felt a chill run down their spines. It turned out that the troublesome Charlie had also crossed paths with the Webb family from South Haven. This family was among the most powerful in the South region. Now that Charlie had provoked them, it seemed that his demise was imminent. However, both father and son were grateful that Charlie had angered the Webb family, as it was the very reason they were being rescued from this desolate place. The excitement of the father and son was palpable. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted several off-road vehicles idling, engines running as if ready for a quick escape. Just as the group was about to get into the vehicles, a loud bang echoed across the snowfield. In an instant, a man in black beside the Weaver family collapsed to the ground from a gunshot. Then, gunfire erupted all around. The men sent by the Webb family quickly drew their pistols, fiercely returning fire against their attackers. Gunshots and cries filled the air. This area, nestled at the foot of Mount Gollum, was typically dark and peaceful at night. Now, flames flickered everywhere amidst the loud gunfire, creating a terrifying scene. When had such chaos ever erupted in this tranquil village? Upon hearing the gunfire, the villagers were too frightened to leave their homes, and even the village dogs barked in alarm. In the midst of the chaos, people were getting shot and falling one after another. Donald's men shouted urgently, "Quickly! Evacuate! Everyone get in the car! We're under attack!" As soon as he finished, bullets began to rain down from the darkness towards the off-road vehicles. The fierce gunfight raged on, with both sides suffering injuries. However, the Webb family's men were at a disadvantage, exposed in the light while their enemies lurked in the shadows. The father and son from the Weaver family lay flat on the snow, feeling increasingly anxious as they witnessed more and more Webb family members falling. It was clear that their group would not hold out much longer. A few minutes later, nearly all the men sent by the Webb family had been killed. Only one driver managed to escape in a panic, leaving everyone else behind at the foot of Mount Gollum. Chapter 1136. The Webb family had suffered the loss of 15 men, while Don Albert and Liam had also lost 4 of their own. Fortunately, a few days prior, Charlie had urged Don Albert and Liam to bolster their defenses. This timely advice led both of them to send additional men to Mount Gollum. Without that reinforcement, they would have struggled against an opponent that outnumbered them by over a dozen. Meanwhile, the terrified father and son from the Weaver family were captured in the snowfield. The person responsible for their arrest was Miles Crane, Don Albert's subordinate, who was overseeing operations on Mount Gollum. With a grim expression, Miles confronted the frightened father and son. "Do you really think you can escape?" he asked coldly. Jordan, panicking, shouted, "Mr. Miles, we had no intention of escaping. It was this group that tried to force us into a car and drive us away." Miles snapped back, "Stop your nonsense. I know exactly what you're thinking. Let me make it clear, as long as I, Miles, am alive, neither of you will leave Mount Gollum." In a desperate attempt to placate him, Jordan nodded vigorously, "Mr. Miles, we genuinely have no desire to leave. We've grown fond of Mount Gollum. I'm even ready to spend my retirement here." Jeffrey quickly chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Miles. My dad's right. We love this mountain." Furious, Miles lunged at them, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks. "Damn you both. 4 of my brothers died today because of you. Are you really bold enough to joke around with me? I could break your legs and make you crawl up this mountain to gather ginseng for the rest of your lives." The father and son endured a brutal beating, only to be tossed into a cold and run-down house when they were barely conscious. At that moment, Donald awaited news of his men's success on Mount Gollum. He was nearly finished with his cigar, mentally counting down the time, confident that everything would be resolved before he extinguished it. Did the 8 heavenly kings refuse his orders? No matter. He could dispatch others in their place. Even without the 8 heavenly kings, he had another 16 men ready to send. Did they really think he couldn't accomplish the task without them? Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. Donald quickly answered, eager for updates. "What's the situation? Were you able to rescue the father and son?" A sobbing voice responded, "Mr. Webb, we were ambushed. Everyone else perished. I'm the only one who made it out." "What?" Donald gasped, shocked. He quickly demanded, "What happened? You sent 16 men and couldn't bring back 2 people?" The man continued to cry, explaining, "They had just as many men as we did. It seemed they knew we were coming and were lying in wait. We had just picked up the father and son and were about to leave when we were ambushed. After a pause, he added, "Mr. Webb, Mount Gollum is a desolate place, rarely visited. If we head up there, we're easy targets. They might have been preparing for us long before we even arrived. You really need to send top-tier fighters like the 8 heavenly kings. Otherwise, no matter how many men you send, it won't be enough. I can't even guess how many they have. Damn it." Donald cursed, dropping his cigar to the ground, where it sparked and sizzled. With 16 sent to their deaths, he faced tens of millions of dollars in pension payouts. It was a devastating waste of resources. If only he had known this would happen, he would have held off on sending them. Just then, his brother Thomas burst in, excitement in his voice. "Brother! Dad is awake!" Donald felt a rush of mixed emotions. He was thrilled that his father had regained consciousness, yet uncomfortable knowing he had sent those men to their deaths right before this moment. Now that their father was awake, he might approve of sending the 8 heavenly kings to Mount Gollum, a plan Donald could implement tomorrow. Sighing deeply, he stood up. "Come on. Let's go see Dad." Chapter 1137. Lord Webb was once regarded as an unparalleled hero in his time. In the South region, his name was synonymous with greatness, everyone recognized him and spoke of his remarkable legacy. In his youth, he was exceptionally intelligent, starting from humble beginnings and building the Webb family into the most prominent and influential clan in the South region, showcasing his extraordinary skills and talents. However, time and age proved to be relentless foes. After Lord Webb retired due to health issues, he passed the family business on to the next generation, and this marked the beginning of a decline for the Webb family. Surprisingly, no one anticipated the rapid losses the family would endure during this challenging period. This turmoil caused Lord Webb immense distress. It all began when his second grandson, a seemingly typical young man with every privilege, suddenly fell victim to a mysterious and incurable illness. Following this, his eldest son and grandson faced severe humiliation and disgrace in Orris Hill. Even a pair of foolish individuals from Orris Hill dared to record and share a video mocking and disparaging the Webb family online. Since that fateful day, the unrelenting blows had taken a toll on his health, worsening his condition more than he could have imagined. The most devastating blow came when the Webb family's esteemed reputation was shattered. As the leading family in the South region, it was revealed that they had questionable ties to the infamous beggar syndicate. Reports suggested that the Webb family had been secretly supporting the beggar clan, and it was exposed that the clan's leader was a relative. This scandal sent the Webb family's reputation plummeting to new lows. The shock of this revelation left Lord Webb in such despair that he suffered a stroke and lost consciousness for several days. Today, he finally regained consciousness, but both his physical and mental well-being had significantly deteriorated. He appeared utterly exhausted, as if he were on the brink of death. Donald, along with his brothers and Lord Webb's grandchildren, rushed to the family ward. The sight of Lord Webb in such a dire state shocked them all. No one could have imagined that Lord Webb would be reduced to this fragile condition, resembling a man who seemed to be on the verge of passing away. Seeing his father like this, Donald felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He whispered, "Dad, how are you feeling?" Lord Webb shot a glare at Donald, his eyes filled with fury. After a few labored breaths, he managed to say, You are a prodigal son. Just look at the woman you married. And your brother-in-law. He has brought so much goddamn harm to the Webb family." Donald could only respond with remorse, "Dad, I'm sorry. I truly didn't foresee things spiraling out of control like this. Sorry. Lord Webb stammered, clenching his teeth as he continued, "Half of my life's hard work has been completely ruined because of you. You think saying you're sorry makes any fucking difference?" As he spoke, Lord Webb began to cough violently, his emotions getting the better of him. Cough. 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 Donald hurried to gently pat the old man on his chest. Lord Webb tried to push him away, his voice cold. "I have spent decades in the business world, facing countless adversaries. Yet, I never imagined I would lose everything because of my own son." With tears welling in his eyes, Donald felt a deep sense of shame and regret. Throughout his life, he had genuinely loved his wife, Xenia. Yet, he never anticipated that Xenia would bring him such a monumental gift. Chapter 1138. If her brother had not been killed, he would have personally smashed her brother into pieces. Yet, dwelling on regrets was pointless. The current plight of the Webb family was a direct result of past decisions. Lord Webb glared at Donald, his voice icy as he inquired, "Where is that woman with the last name Marconi now?" Donald quickly replied, "Dad, Xenia has been isolating herself in her room lately. She's been crying endlessly." Crying endlessly? Lord Webb ground his teeth as he retorted, "Why are you allowing such a woman to remain in this house? What purpose does it serve? Are you waiting for the total downfall of the Webb family before you wake up?" Stunned, Donald rushed to defend, "Dad, you can't hold Xenia responsible for this incident. It's all tied to her brother's actions. She's just as much a victim as I am." Slap! No one expected the frail-looking Lord Webb to strike Donald at that moment. Trembling with rage, Lord Webb said coldly, "A man must be decisive. Indecision only leads to ruin. How did I manage to grow the Webb family to its peak? It's because I'm more resolute than anyone else when advancing and even more determined when retreating. And you? You cling to your baggage without the courage to let go. If you get ensnared in your own trap, you'll not only harm yourself but the entire Webb family as well." Donald awkwardly responded, "Dad, Xenia has stood by me for so many years. How can I just throw her out during such a difficult time? If word gets out, what will people think of me and the Webb family? How can I hold my head high after that?" Lord Webb looked at him with disdain, snorting, "Do you honestly believe your reputation would remain intact if you don't expel her? The world already knows John is your wife's younger brother. Everyone sees you as the one supporting his beggar clan. If you keep her around now that he's passed, people will only criticize you for stubbornly sticking to a wrong path." Donald was left speechless, realizing the truth in his father's words. Until now, he hadn't fully grasped the implications of his actions. In strategizing for battles, Donald still fell short compared to Lord Webb. If Lord Webb hadn't pointed out these issues, Donald might never have recognized them. As the realization sank in, cold sweat broke out on Donald's forehead. He finally understood the negative consequences his loyalty to Xenia could bring to the Webb family. Clenching his teeth, Donald declared to Lord Webb, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll handle this situation." With a heavy sigh, Lord Webb slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them and asked, "Now tell me, what has happened recently?" Donald promptly recounted everything that had transpired in recent times. As he listened, Lord Webb's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Donald and asked coldly, "You lost over 20 men trying to capture a mere father and son gathering ginseng on Mount Gollum?" Donald quickly defended himself, "Dad, I initially intended to have the 8 heavenly kings handle it for me the second time. They insisted they would only take orders from you. Since you weren't awake, I had to send my men." Lord Webb slapped him again. Donald instinctively covered his face but remained silent. After the slap, Lord Webb replied coldly, "The father and son at the foot of Mount Gollum are still alive. What difference does it make if you bring them back today or next week? Do you honestly think they'd be dead by next week if you don't act today? If they were that easy to eliminate, the other party wouldn't have sent so many guards to protect them in such a remote location. So what's the goddamn rush?" Chapter 1139. Donald was filled with embarrassment as he pressed his hand against his cheek, which was now a bright shade of red. At that moment, he finally recognized his mistake. His initial strategy had merit. He needed to rally his allies and view the enemies of his adversary as potential partners. Whether it was the father and son duo from the Weaver family stationed on Mount Gollum, the Wilson family, or others, they were all individuals he should have been uniting together. However, he had acted too impulsively and damaged his army's morale in the process. The enemy was still present, they wouldn't vanish simply because he was a step behind. His allies were also there, and they wouldn't perish just because he was tardy. What was the source of his anxiety? He had already attempted to send his men to Mount Gollum twice, both times failing, and in doing so, he had lost 20 men without any gain. He should have maintained his composure and waited patiently, allowing time for his father to regain consciousness. Once awake, his father could dispatch the 8 heavenly kings to Mount Gollum, who would undoubtedly defeat the enemy in one decisive blow. Reflecting on this, Donald felt a deep sense of shame. He quickly turned to Lord Webb, saying, "Dad, I was wrong, you were right to criticize me. I promise to do better in the future." Lord Webb scoffed, responding, "You've already lost the best opportunity. What should have been a simple task has now been complicated by your actions." He continued, "The initial attack is always the easiest because the enemy is unprepared. If you approach with proper preparation and do not underestimate your opponent, you can achieve your objective swiftly. However, you faced defeat and lost men repeatedly due to your underestimation of the enemy. This has only made them more cautious and heightened the difficulty of your mission. Now, because you have underestimated your foe yet again with your aggressive advance, they will be even more ready for you in the future. Even the 8 heavenly kings may struggle to achieve victory." Donald quickly countered, "Don't worry, Dad. The 8 heavenly kings are incredibly strong. Once they move in, the enemy won't stand a chance." Lord Webb replied coldly, "What gives you such confidence? You are repeating the very mistake I just pointed out. Don't underestimate your enemy." Before Donald could respond, Lord Webb added, "While the 8 heavenly kings may appear powerful, they are far from the strongest warriors. In fact, they wouldn't even rank in the middle tier." Donald's face reflected shock as he exclaimed, "Dad, how can that be true? The 8 heavenly kings are so formidable. I've never seen anyone they couldn't handle. How could they not even be mid-tier?" Lord Webb replied coolly, "Your perspective is limited. The true elite warriors are aligned with the few major powerful families in China. Their abilities are so extraordinary that you wouldn't even believe them. Against these top warriors, the 8 heavenly kings might not even withstand a few attacks." Donald quickly asserted, "Dad, that kid from Oris Hill is just a nobody who dabbles in feng shui. He's managed to impress a few capable people, and he has an underground dog following him around. That's why he's so bold. I doubt he can summon the kind of top-tier warriors you're talking about. If the 8 heavenly kings step in, we'll surely resolve this issue." Lord Webb inquired, "Have you thoroughly investigated this matter? If there are any details you've overlooked, the 8 heavenly kings could be in grave danger. They are our family's secret weapon, and we must avoid risking them unless it's absolutely necessary." Donald replied confidently, "Don't worry. There won't be any issues as long as the 8 heavenly kings take action." Chapter 1140. "Okay." It was at this moment that Lord Webb finally nodded. "I'll have the 8 heavenly kings head to Mount Gollum tonight. Prepare the private jet." Donald, taken aback, asked, "Dad, do we really need to rush this?" Lord Webb responded earnestly, "You've just lost 15 men tonight. The enemy will surely believe you won't dare to return for a while. By sending the 8 heavenly kings tonight, they can confront the enemy first thing tomorrow morning. This will catch our foes off guard." Donald nodded, absorbing the lesson. At that moment, he felt a pang of inferiority and shame, realizing his skills were nowhere near his father's level. His father was undoubtedly the mastermind capable of orchestrating victories from afar. Immediately, Donald made the call to arrange for the private jet to take off. In about an hour, it would depart from South Haven, heading straight for Mount Gollum. Meanwhile, Lord Webb summoned one of the 8 heavenly kings to his side. This individual was over 60 but, due to his constant training in martial arts, appeared to be only in his 40s. Lord Webb had known him since his youth, and this man had been a loyal ally for many years. Lord Webb treated him with great respect, valuing him as both a friend and a brother, rather than merely a subordinate. After relaying his instructions, the man clenched his fists and replied firmly, "Lord Webb, rest assured, I will lead my men there and return with the 2 captives from the Weaver family. I'll also ensure that we eliminate all the enemies stationed at the base of Mount Gollum before we depart." "Excellent." Lord Webb felt a surge of energy return to him. He smiled and said, "I'll be waiting in South Haven to celebrate your safe return." Then, with a commanding tone, Lord Webb instructed Donald, "I want you to go to Newport at once and purchase their finest aged red wine. Get as much as you can for the feast to welcome the 8 heavenly kings home." Duran Flores, the leader of the 8 heavenly kings, clasped his hands together and expressed, "I truly appreciate that Lord Webb remembers my favorite wine even after all these years." Lord Webb quickly replied, "There's no need for formalities, sir. You are the protector of the Webb family and our secret weapon. I will always honor my commitment and respect you as a gentleman." Shortly after, the private jet arranged by Donald was ready for takeoff at South Haven Airport. Duran, accompanied by the other members of the 8 heavenly kings, boarded a Toyota coaster to the airport. The other members were younger than Duran, and they had met Donald's father when they descended from the mountain. Donald's father had provided them with a prosperous life and generous rewards, which is why they chose to remain loyal to him. At that moment, the 8 heavenly kings were dressed in light clothing and handmade mullet sole shoes, appearing as if they were headed for a warm vacation. In reality, they were en route to Mount Gollum, where temperatures plummeted well below zero. However, their deep internal skills and remarkable strength rendered the cold a non-issue long ago. Even in their light attire, they were more than capable of enduring the harsh conditions of Mount Gollum. Duran closed his eyes to rest during the journey. Just before their arrival at the airport, he opened them and addressed his juniors, "We're heading to Mount Gollum first. We must succeed, failure is not an option. We will not only rescue the father and son from the Weaver family but also eliminate all our adversaries. Prepare yourselves for battle once we board the plane. This time, I'm ready to take down many foes at Mount Gollum." Chapter 1141. In the quiet of the night at Thompson First Villa, Charlie and his wife lay peacefully asleep, each wrapped in their own quilts. Suddenly, Charlie's cell phone vibrated twice, cutting through the stillness. Worried that the notifications might disturb his wife, Charlie quickly reached for his phone and discovered he had received 2 WeChat messages. It was already midnight, and Charlie was puzzled about who might be messaging him at such an hour. He figured it must be something significant to warrant a late-night text. Upon unlocking his phone, he saw that the messages were from Don Albert. "Master Wade, there's been an incident at Mount Gollum. Liam and I are outside your front door now. Would it be possible for you to step out for a moment?" A frown creased Charlie's brow. The news from Mount Gollum indicated that the Webb family was once again targeting the father and son from the Weaver family. He quietly slipped out of bed and made his way downstairs to the villa's front door. Outside, Don Albert and Liam awaited him with a respectful demeanor. Noticing the tension on their faces, Charlie inquired, "What's going on?" Don Albert responded, "Approximately half an hour ago, the Webb family sent a large group up to Mount Gollum. There were 16 men in total." Charlie nodded, asking, "What happened next? Just give me the bottom line." With respect, Don Albert replied, "Their aim was to abduct the father and son from the Weaver family. This led to a shootout. My men and Liam's forces managed to eliminate 15 of them, but one escaped." Charlie then asked, "Did you lose any of your men?" Liam answered, "Master Wade, we lost 3 of my men, and Don Albert lost 1. In total, we experienced 4 casualties." Charlie acknowledged this, saying, "That's unfortunate, but it still counts as a victory overall." Don Albert nodded and continued, "I suspect that the Webb family won't let this go lightly after their failures. I anticipate that they will mobilize again at Mount Gollum soon. Liam and I have already started gathering reinforcements, but I fear they may send their elite fighters next time." Charlie frowned, asking, "Elite fighters?" "Yes," Don Albert affirmed. "There are rumors that the 8 heavenly kings are in service to the Webb family. They are a formidable group of top warriors, unmatched in strength." Don Albert then added, "Master Wade, our people can handle ordinary adversaries without issue, but facing top warriors may lead to disastrous outcomes. While I'm prepared to accept losses among my subordinates, I worry it could jeopardize your plans, Master Wade. If the Webb family manages to rescue the father and son, I won't be able to excuse myself from the consequences." Charlie understood that prominent families often had elite warriors at their disposal. He recalled that the Wade family had many powerful fighters during his youth. These masters possessed strengths far beyond the comprehension of an average person. For a wealthy family with assets in the trillions, only these elite warriors could offer true protection and security. Therefore, Charlie asked, "Don Albert, What are you proposing? Don Albert promptly replied, Master Wade, I must suggest that we shouldn't allow Jordan and his son to continue living. The enemy intends to use them as leverage against you and is determined to rescue them. Instead of risking future complications, it would be wiser for us to eliminate the father and son now to avoid trouble later on. Chapter 1142. Charlie offered a faint smile before remarking, if the solution to every problem was simply eliminating the person responsible, then the Webb family would have been long gone. While some individuals, like those from the Beggar clan, truly deserve to die, the thought of killing people just feels too dull. Once he finished speaking, Charlie continued with a grin, consider Ichiro, who is currently at your dog farm. I could have ended his life ages ago, but I choose to keep him alive. His existence adds an element of excitement and unpredictability. If he were to die, I would miss out on a lot of entertainment, just like with the Webb family and the Weaver family. In Charlie's view, everything in the world was interconnected, reinforcing and opposing one another in a delicate balance. The reason he spared Ichiro was to create a dynamic that would influence his brother, Jiro. Similarly, keeping the father and son duo from the Weaver family alive allowed them to influence each other. If Ichiro were to die, Charlie would lose a significant bargaining chip, complicating his ability to maintain a balance between Jiro and Kobayashi Pharma. Furthermore, if Zionum became rebellious in the future, he could utilize the Weaver family to keep him in check. This strategy mirrored the tactics of historical kings. A wise ruler would never fully trust a treacherous traitor, just as they wouldn't entirely favor a loyal servant. However, a kingdom needs its traitors to provide balance to the loyal servants. Without treacherous individuals to keep the loyal ones grounded, the latter may grow arrogant and eventually turn traitorous themselves. This is why Charlie believed in keeping various individuals alive to create checks and balances among them. After all, the Wade family was a prominent lineage. The descendants had been educated in the 4 books and the 5 classics from a young age, immersing themselves in ancient history and the strategies of monarchs, which were deeply ingrained in their essence. Thus, Charlie firmly stated, if I were to eliminate Jordan and his son, it would only show that I fear the Webb family. That would signify weakness, and I will never display weakness. He then added casually, if I'm correct, the Webb family has likely dispatched the 8 heavenly kings and they should be on their way to Mount Gollum. What? Both Don Albert and Liam were taken aback. Liam responded in disbelief, they shouldn't be able to act that quickly. After all, they just lost 15 men tonight. They would need time to regroup before striking again. No. Charlie replied with certainty. If Donald could have rallied the top fighters, he would have done so already. I suspect that the real orchestrator behind this mobilization is the elder of the Webb family. The older generation of entrepreneurs retains substantial power. Lord Webb built his empire from the ground up, and his skills, bravery, and insight far surpass those of ordinary individuals. If he is calling the shots, it means his strategies and tactics will likely outmatch Donald's. He'll aim to launch a surprise attack when least expected to deliver a crushing blow. With a calm smile, Charlie continued, the most opportune moment for him to strike is right after a setback. Everyone will anticipate a retreat, but he'll seek to catch his adversary off guard. Don Albert exclaimed, Master Wade, what should we do now? Should we send reinforcements to Mount Gollum tonight? Charlie waved his hand dismissively and replied, if our opponent is deploying their elite warriors, sending more men won't suffice, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Don Albert was stunned and asked, Master Wade, what's our course of action then? Charlie responded lightly, you need not concern yourself with this. I have my own plans and arrangements. After all, it will take time for them to travel from South Haven to Mount Gollum. We have ample time to prepare. Upon hearing Charlie's words, Liam felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a great burden had been lifted. He expressed his gratitude, saying, it seems Master Wade has a well-conceived strategy in place. I'd like to extend my thanks to you, Master Wade. Liam was particularly anxious about the potential return of the father and son from the Weaver family. After a hard-fought struggle to take over Weaver Pharmaceuticals, he was determined not to relinquish it back to them in an instant. Chapter 1143. Charlie noticed that Liam appeared a bit anxious. In an attempt to change the subject, he offered a light smile and asked, "How's your pharmaceutical manufacturing business coming along?" Liam met Charlie's gaze and replied, "Master Wade, the recent developments in our pharmaceutical factories are stable, but we're facing some challenges with expanding into new markets." "What kind of challenges?" Charlie felt puzzled. Given the Weaver family's strength in pharmaceutical manufacturing, there should be minimal competition in the local industry. With advancements in drug development, finding an effective prescription typically shouldn't pose a significant issue. However, if the prescription fails to work, no matter how influential the pharmaceutical factory is, it won't matter. Liam quickly explained, the Weaver family's pharmaceutical company has made substantial investments in creating a new proprietary Chinese medicine. Its primary functions include exorcising evil, reducing dampness, cooling the blood, easing the heart, and treating various stomach ailments like stomach pain, acid, and retching. Charlie nodded thoughtfully. Stomach issues are quite common these days. From my perspective, there are very few local pharmaceutical companies producing stomach medications. Aside from Pepto-Bismol, which has some recognition, I haven't heard of any other reputable manufacturers in this area. Based on this, I would think you wouldn't face too many hurdles, right? Liam frowned and elaborated, I developed this medicine because I've observed that many young professionals in the city suffer from stomach problems at an early age due to excessive socializing. Recognizing a significant potential customer base, I assembled a team to tackle this issue and sourced an effective prescription from numerous ancient texts. However, I never anticipated that foreign companies would get ahead of us, using our ancient prescriptions as the basis for their own optimized products. Charlie's expression darkened. Foreign companies? Stealing our ancient Chinese medicine? Aren't those companies focused on Western medicine? Liam shook his head. Not Western medicine. Kobayashi Pharma has obtained an ancient prescription from within our country and developed a type of stomach powder based on those traditional methods. Their powder is significantly more effective than ours, allowing them to dominate the market, which puts us at a disadvantage. He paused for a moment and continued, frustration evident in his voice. Let's not get into the rest, but Kobayashi Pharma's adaptation of our ancient prescriptions is impressive. Since Masao Kobayashi's time, they have been profiting from ancient Chinese medicine globally. Their foundation is very solid. Kobayashi Pharma? Charlie couldn't help but frown at the mention. He then inquired, wasn't Kobayashi Pharma once drained of its vitality? Are they still as competitive as before? Liam nodded and sighed. Kobayashi Pharma is still a leading pharmaceutical company. As long as they aren't severely damaged, their competitiveness remains strong. They also boast Asia's best laboratory and research team, which has enabled them to create an enhanced version of the stomach powder based on their understanding of ancient medicine. Charlie smiled slightly, surprised to discover that Jiro Kobayashi was more capable than he had assumed. Even after being dealt a 10 billion setback by Charlie, he managed to recover his standing in a short time. At that moment, Liam sighed, we didn't fully utilize the essence left by our ancestors, and in the end, foreign companies have taken our prescriptions. It's truly regrettable. Charlie asked, what impact has Kobayashi Pharma had on your company? Liam responded, the effect of this stomach medicine is significant. I anticipate that our growth opportunities will gradually diminish because Kobayashi Pharma is aggressively developing new medications. Currently, Weaver Pharmaceuticals is facing substantial challenges, and the investment in the stomach medicine is nearly depleted. We still need to continue researching new medicines. If we succeed, it could be worthwhile. If we fail, the company will face serious trouble. He continued, soon, the International University Combat and Fighting Championship will take place in Oris, sponsored by Kobayashi Pharma. The promotion is massive. Curious, Charlie asked, will Jiro Kobayashi be attending the event? Liam replied, I'm not entirely sure. However, it's rumored that a top executive from Kobayashi Pharma will be presenting the awards at the finals. It could possibly be Jiro Kobayashi. Charlie nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 1144. In the apocalyptic book, a vast array of ancient magical medical prescriptions was documented, particularly in the realm of stomach medicine, where there were numerous options available. Any one of these prescriptions could easily outshine Kobayashi Pharma. However, the pharmaceutical sector is highly lucrative. This reality meant that he couldn't assist Liam without expecting something in return. Thus, he addressed Liam, saying, "I have several exceptional formulas at my disposal. Once produced, they will undoubtedly become top-selling magical drugs. If I were to exchange these formulas for shares, how many shares would you be willing to offer me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liam responded, "Master Wade, everything I have today is due to your support. Weaver Pharmaceuticals entirely belongs to you, Master Wade. If you wish to create medicine, I'll provide you with what you need immediately." Liam fully understood this truth. Without Charlie, he would have never been able to inherit Weaver Pharmaceuticals. Without Charlie, holding on to Weaver Pharmaceuticals would be impossible, especially with the return of the Weaver family's father and son. This realization made him completely willing to follow Charlie's lead. He would never allow the Weaver family to regain power, even if it meant sacrificing Weaver Pharmaceuticals. Charlie nodded and proposed, "Let's do this. If I provide you with a prescription that proves to be more effective than Kobayashi's stomach powder, you will give me 80% of the shares in Weaver Pharmaceuticals. In the future, I will consistently supply you with effective prescriptions to ensure Weaver Pharmaceuticals grows into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. At that point, your personal wealth could surpass 200 billion. Currently, Weaver Pharmaceuticals boasted assets of around 20 to 30 billion, but they were also burdened with some debts, and recent business performance had been lackluster, leading to a decline overall. If Charlie could indeed help elevate Weaver Pharmaceuticals to a valuation of hundreds of billions, Liam would not just retain 10%, but he would also benefit from the overall increase in asset value. To Liam, rejecting such a proposal made no sense. Moreover, he had heard about Master Wade's self-formulated magical drug. If Charlie shared this prescription, it would almost certainly result in significant sales. With that in mind, Liam eagerly agreed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Wade. I have no further objections." Charlie was not trying to take advantage of Liam. In fact, an effective prescription is worth its weight in gold. For instance, consider the men's magical drug Viagra. Its parent company has generated profits exceeding hundreds of billions of dollars thanks to such a product. It would be foolish for Charlie to give away the prescription without any expectation of return. Collaboration that benefits both parties is the optimal solution. Charlie then told Liam, "In that case, you can head back for now. Tomorrow, I will instruct the lawyer to prepare the agreement for you to sign, and I will also provide you with the prescription." Don Albert, who was present, quickly inquired, "Master Wade, what about the situation with the Webb family?" Charlie smiled and assured him, "I have my plans, so don't worry." Chapter 1145. In that crucial moment, Charlie found himself weighing two options. The first was to request Stephen Thompson to send skilled masters from the Wade family in Eastcliff to Mount Gollum for an interception. With the abundance of talented masters in the Wade family, overpowering the 8 heavenly kings would be a straightforward task. The second option involved Charlie venturing to Mount Gollum himself to ambush the 8 heavenly kings alone. After a brief moment of reflection, Charlie resolved to tackle his own problems. He decided to head to Mount Gollum and take down the 8 heavenly kings personally. Charlie had possessed the apocalyptic book for quite some time, and through meditation, he had gradually enhanced his strength. Additionally, he had tempered his body with Reiki, which set his physical condition apart from that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had also refined several rejuvenating pills, which further advanced his physical capabilities. Given Charlie's current state, even if the 8 heavenly kings were to double in size, they would still stand no chance against him, let alone the original 8. However, it was imperative for Charlie to set off for Mount Gollum without delay. This urgency arose from the possibility that the 8 heavenly kings from the Webb family might already be on their way. South Haven was situated a few hundred kilometers north of Oris, which afforded Charlie a small window of opportunity. With a swift journey, he could potentially reach Mount Gollum before the 8 heavenly kings did. Therefore, he promptly called Isaac Cameron and said, "Could you arrange an aircraft for me? I need to leave for Mount Gollum immediately." Isaac replied quickly, "At your service, Master Wade. We have a private business jet at Oris Airport, customized specifically for the Wade family." It's the fastest civil business jet in the world, surpassing most planes in speed. He continued, the Wade family has always believed that timing is crucial. Consequently, our aircraft outpaces other private jets. Excellent. Charlie Wade responded with satisfaction. Get the plane ready for takeoff at the airport, and please send a helicopter to pick me up at Thompson First from Shangri-La. I need to rush to the airport. No problem. Isaac replied promptly. He then asked, Master Wade, do you require any assistance for your journey to Mount Gollum? I can make a call to the family if necessary. Charlie answered plainly, I don't need assistance. Instead, I need you to arrange for a helicopter to be waiting for me at Mount Gollum. Once I arrive, I'll need to get to a village at the foothills of Mount Gollum as quickly as possible. Understood. Isaac responded immediately. I'll make the necessary arrangements. If there isn't a helicopter available at Mount Gollum, I will arrange for one to be transferred from another location. I'll ensure this is taken care of before you arrive. Great. Charlie ended the call feeling pleased. Don Albert Rhodes quickly interjected, Master Wade, I'm eager to accompany you. Liam Weaver, standing nearby, also expressed, Master Wade, I'll go with you as well. After considering their offers for a moment, Charlie replied, since you both wish to join me, let's go together. These two individuals were incredibly loyal to Charlie, and in this situation, they were unwilling to let him travel to Mount Gollum on his own. Charlie was well aware of their loyalty. He aimed to demonstrate his true power to them, which would strengthen their commitment to him. This was particularly important for Liam Weaver, as Charlie needed to ensure Liam's absolute loyalty before he would confidently pass the apocalyptic book to him. In essence, this journey to Mount Gollum would serve as an opportunity for both companions to witness their master's ultimate strength. Before long, the helicopter arranged by Isaac arrived at Thompson First. Charlie and the two loyal companions boarded the helicopter, setting off towards Orris Airport. Chapter 1146. At Orris Airport, the Wade family's private jet was fully prepared and waiting at the end of the runway, ready for takeoff. The moment Charlie boarded, the jet could take off immediately. This jet was capable of reaching Mount Gollum in just 2 hours. In contrast, the Webb family's private jet required at least 3 hours to arrive at the same destination. Additionally, the Webb family lacked the resources to mobilize assistance across the country or globally at once. It was believed that the 8 heavenly kings would not have a helicopter ready for them. The best the Webb family could manage was a sports utility vehicle to transport them to the base of the mountain. According to Don Albert Rhodes, traveling from Mount Gollum to the Weaver family's residence in the village would take over 2 hours if the weather was clear. If snow was falling and the roads were poor, the journey could extend to about 3 hours. However, with a helicopter, the trip would only take around 40 minutes since it would fly directly to the destination. This meant Charlie still had ample time and could certainly arrive before the 8 heavenly kings did. The helicopter made a direct landing at the end of the runway, touching down right next to the Wade family's private jet. As soon as Charlie disembarked from the helicopter, the door of the private jet swung open. To his surprise, it was Isaac who opened the door. Charlie stared at him in astonishment and asked, "What are you doing here?" Isaac quickly responded, "Young master, I feared you wouldn't allow me to join you, but I couldn't let you go alone. So, I took this route. I hope you won't hold it against me." Charlie nodded slightly, saying, "Now that you're here, I won't send you away. Let's go." Don Albert had long been aware that Charlie was Isaac's young master, so he was not surprised by the interaction. However, he knew little about the Wade family. Each time, Charlie was addressed as Master Wade instead of Young Master Wade. This was partly due to Charlie's preference to keep his true identity a secret. Being called Young Master Wade might link him too easily to the Wade family in Eastcliff. However, Liam Weaver, who stood nearby, was utterly stunned upon hearing Charlie referred to as Young Master. Isaac was perceptive. As soon as his young master brought Liam along, he recognized Liam as Charlie's loyal ally. Moreover, since Charlie brought him to Mount Gollum, it was evident he intended to showcase his skills, making it unnecessary to hide his identity. Liam was taken aback. Knowing who Isaac truly was, he quickly deduced Charlie's real identity the moment Isaac addressed him as young master. At that moment, he was completely shocked. He never imagined that his master was not only an extraordinary grandmaster but also the heir of the prestigious Wade family. His remarkable abilities were impressive enough, but to come from such a distinguished lineage was beyond his expectations. No wonder he was referred to as the true dragon on Earth. With such outstanding power and a strong family background, it was indeed fitting for him to be regarded as the true dragon on Earth. Thinking about this, Liam immediately knelt down on one knee and respectfully said to Charlie, "Master Wade, you are a noble young master from the Wade family. I will forever remember your immense kindness in standing up for me and my late mother, as well as your fight for our family's rights." Charlie replied calmly, "Liam, if you are grateful, you must pledge your unwavering loyalty to me. In return, I will ensure your future prosperity." He then turned to Don Albert and added with a smile, "The same goes for you, Don Albert." Without hesitation, Don Albert knelt down and said respectfully, "Young master, from the moment you rescued me from the Webb family's bodyguard, my life has belonged to you." Chapter 1147. In the cover of night, the Wade family's private jet soared swiftly towards Mount Gollum. This business jet boasted a speed that outpaced most standard aircraft. Even Charlie couldn't help but express his astonishment. It's clear why the Wade family maintained an edge over other prominent families in China. The specifics of this jet were a testament to their success. Having such aircraft stationed in major cities around the country allowed a family to stay ahead, ensuring they could respond first in emergencies. Seizing the right moment significantly increased their chances of success. Isaac remarked to Charlie, "Young master, the Wade family actually possesses another jet that is even faster. However, it's the only one of its kind, and it's currently at East Cliff Airport." "Really?" Charlie responded, intrigued. "Is there another plane that can go faster than this one?" "Absolutely," Isaac affirmed. "Have you ever heard of the Concorde?" Years ago, the French developed a supersonic passenger jet capable of flying at twice the speed of sound, reaching cruising speeds of up to 2,150 km per hour. Charlie was taken aback and asked, "I've heard of Concorde technology, but didn't they stop flying those planes long ago?" Isaac clarified, "The service termination was more of a public narrative. The Concorde's speed was too remarkable, and its operating costs were exorbitant. Not to mention, it generated a level of noise pollution that was unbearable for many. Moreover, the average person couldn't afford a ticket on such a plane." However, after the service ended, four Concorde jets remained in excellent condition, all of which were purchased by some of the world's elite families. These aircraft have been well maintained by their new owners. Charlie couldn't help but express his admiration. He had never considered that his grandfather had the financial means to acquire a Concorde jet. This also highlighted the remarkable audacity of the older generation of entrepreneurs. While a Concorde may have been costly, it enabled his grandfather to fly at speeds 2 to 3 times faster than the average jet. Standard business jets typically cruise at around 800 to 900 km per hour, while the Concorde could achieve a staggering 2.5 times that speed. For example, if a $10 billion deal needed to be signed in the United States urgently, the Wade family would clearly be the frontrunner for that contract. While other planes would require 11 to 12 hours to reach their destination, the Concorde would complete the journey in just 5 hours. This meant that while others were still en route, he would have already finalized the agreement. After 2 hours, Charlie's aircraft touched down at Mount Gollum Airport. Simultaneously, a helicopter awaited on the runway. Upon disembarking from the jet, Charlie inquired of Isaac, "Could you please check if the Webb family's private jet has landed?" Isaac promptly made the call. After a brief moment, he relayed to Charlie, "Young master, you were right. The airport has confirmed a private jet request, and they will arrive in about an hour." Charlie nodded, pleased, and said, "Having an extra hour is more than enough. Let's head to the base of Mount Gollum to take in the scenery." With that, he climbed aboard the waiting helicopter. Isaac, Don Albert, and Liam also joined him on the flight. The helicopter ascended swiftly, making its way towards Mount Gollum. At 4 in the morning during winter, the sky was devoid of light. Yet, a stunning full moon illuminated the landscape, casting a gentle glow over the earth. As the helicopter left the airport and flew over the city, the magnificent Mount Gollum came into view. The outline of Mount Gollum was strikingly clear under the moonlight, revealing the breathtaking beauty of the snow-capped mountains. After a 40-minute flight, the helicopter landed 1 kilometer outside the village. Chapter 1148. Don Albert Rhodes had visited Mount Gollum once before, so he was well acquainted with the region. He pointed towards the snowy mountain trail and said to Charlie Wade, "Master, this is the only path that leads into the mountain. Unless the 8 heavenly kings from the Webb family opt for a helicopter, this is their only route." Charlie Wade nodded in agreement, replying, "In that case, we will wait for them right here." Don Albert Rhodes then inquired, "Master, should we call everyone here for assistance?" Without hesitation, Charlie Wade responded with a firm, "No." Isaac Cameron, concerned for his young master's safety, attempted to persuade him. "I recognize the strength of the Webb family's 8 heavenly kings, they are formidable opponents. You might not be able to handle them alone. For safety's sake, let's summon additional help." Charlie Wade shook his head firmly, stating in a chilling tone, "What unfolds here today is strictly between the 4 of us present. Anyone else who discovers this incident must be silenced." Upon hearing these words, the faces of the other 3 turned pale. They could feel the intense pressure emanating from Charlie Wade's declaration. It was clear that Charlie Wade was resolute about ensuring the 8 heavenly kings would not leave this fateful day. Meanwhile, the 8 heavenly kings had just touched down at Mount Gollum's airport. As they disembarked from the plane, 8 individuals made their way through the standard passenger exit. Unlike Charlie Wade, who could effortlessly take a helicopter from the runway, they did not possess such privileges, primarily due to the Webb family's limited influence in Mount Gollum. Although the Webb family was among the top families in the South region, they paled in comparison to the true elite families. The Webb family's power was primarily concentrated in the South region, losing its significance beyond the Yangtze River. In fact, their influence diminished even further to the north, making them virtually powerless in a place like Mount Gollum, located far to the north. On the other hand, the Wade family, an apex family, had a strategic presence throughout the country, akin to America's global dominance. The Wade family aimed for complete control nationwide. Just as America dominated the world, the Wade family dominated the country. This meant that any location within the country could serve as a stronghold for the Wade family. If the Wade family desired, they could easily march into South Haven, the Webb family's stronghold, and crush them at their discretion. This exemplifies the power of an apex family. Leading the way, Duran Flores, the head of the 8 heavenly kings, spotted 2 SUVs parked outside the airport. These vehicles had been hastily arranged by the Webb family. Due to their limited influence, the 16 individuals sent here the previous day had to rent 5 SUVs before embarking on their mission to assist the Weaver family. This time, the Webb family had once again rented 2 high-end SUVs for the 8 heavenly kings to drive to their destination. After picking up the vehicles, the 8 heavenly kings divided into groups, each taking an SUV as they made their way toward the mountains. While en route, Duran, seated in the passenger seat next to the driver, took out a walkie-talkie and spoke in a cold tone, "Brothers, we still have 2 hours of travel ahead. Rest well during this time. Once we arrive at our destination, we will commence the massacre. Eliminate anyone who stands in our way." Chapter 1149. On a 10-kilometer stretch of winding hill road, 2 SUVs were closely following each other, one leading the other. These vehicles were the sole occupants of the hill road. Navigating through the snow-covered landscape was a challenging endeavor, as all that surrounded them was an endless expanse of pristine white snow. The monotony of the snowy scenery began to make Duran feel a bit lightheaded. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "That little Wade brat is such an inbred jerk. Since that father-son duo got on his nerves, why not just take them out? What's the point of sending people to this miserable place? Now I have to deal with this hassle, what terrible luck." The driver responded with a hint of helplessness, "Before I arrived, I did some digging into this guy named Wade. They call him a demon. Not only does he enjoy sending people here to hunt for herbs, but he also loves dispatching them to the coal mines to dig for coal. I even heard a rumor that he made the CEO of a listed company work on a construction site carrying cement. And what's your point? Duran snapped back. Have you all forgotten how the gang members met their end? A dozen of them were crammed into a car and dumped in the river. Their bodies were left behind. Do you even grasp the fate that awaits them? The driver chuckled lightly as he replied, the person is already dead, what more can happen to them? Duran continued, in that river, there are fish, prawns, and crabs. The car is just a metal cage trapping those dead bodies at the bottom. Eventually, those bodies will become a feast for the fish, prawns, and crabs. The larger fish will consume the flesh while the smaller ones nibble at the skin. You know those little fish you find at fish spa massage parlors? They'll eventually eat away all the flesh until only bones are left. Curses, shouted a man in the back seat. No wonder people want him dead. This twerp is truly heartless. Duran said casually, we need to be cautious as well. It might be best to retreat if necessary. The driver asked, do you think there will be any masters on Mount Gollum? There shouldn't be, Duran responded. The Webb family came through a few hours ago. From what the survivors said, there were no close combat encounters during the battle, it was all long-range fire. So, I assume there aren't any masters around, just armed bodyguards. If that's the case, then that's a relief. The driver chuckled. We're brothers and have been through a lot of training. While I wouldn't call myself a pro, I can handle a few bullet wounds. It seems like tonight will be a bloodbath. We'll return to South Haven victorious. Another man chimed in, wouldn't it be amazing if Charlie Wade showed up? If we could take him out, Lord Webb would reward us handsomely. Charlie Wade shouldn't be here, Duran replied with a smile. The Webb family did some research. Before we left, Charlie was still in Oris. Duran sighed briefly as he continued, if only he were here, we could just grab his head and present it to Lord Webb. He would definitely reward us with a few $1 million. Oh, by the way, since this Charlie Wade is such a villain, could the strange illness that the second son of the Webb family has be connected to him? The driver asked. Duran shook his head, indicating disagreement. It's hard to say, but it's certainly possible. Duran elaborated, the second son of the Webb family has this bizarre illness. He's been suffering for so long, and there's still no cure in sight. Not even any medication to alleviate his pain. At that very moment, Charlie Wade stood atop the mountain, arms crossed, on the snow-laden ground. Behind him, Isaac Cameron, Don Albert Rhodes, and Liam Weaver were shivering in the biting cold, their faces and lips turning pale. Isaac Cameron, hugging himself, complained, damn the 8 heavenly kings, they're taking forever. Dawn is just an hour away. Don Albert looked at Charlie with concern, Master, your clothing is so light, aren't you cold? Charlie Wade gently shook his head. In his current state, he no longer felt the cold at all. Even if he were to stand on the mountaintop for days, or even a month, he wouldn't feel a thing. Chapter 1150. Liam Weaver was shivering as he attempted to clear his nose. To maintain the secrecy of their location, the helicopter that had transported the 4 of them to the summit of Mount Gollum had to depart. Otherwise, they could have stayed inside the chopper for warmth. After a few tense minutes, Charlie Wade spotted bright lights cutting through the darkness of the windy mountain road. The lights belonged to 2 vehicles that were making their ascent up the mountain. Isaac also caught sight of the beams of light and exclaimed in a panic, Master, that must be them. Charlie nodded with a smile, saying, I've been waiting so long that I nearly dozed off. Don Albert quickly pulled out his pistol, gritting his teeth, damn it, I'm about to witness the power of the 8 heavenly kings today. Charlie, seeming unfazed, replied, Don Albert, holster your weapon. It won't do you any good against them. Don Albert straightened up, and in that brief moment, he grasped the situation. Having witnessed various metaphysical phenomena in the past, including Charlie's ability to manipulate lightning, it didn't seem too far-fetched that someone could be impervious to bullets with enough cultivation. Isaac asked, Master, what are our next steps? Please instruct us if you need assistance. Charlie offered a gentle smile. You all don't need to do anything, just stay behind me. Don Albert interjected, Master, why not summon some lightning and turn those 8 heavenly kings into dust, like you did with that Jack Yellman guy? Charlie chuckled. I've grown tired of zapping people with lightning. Besides, today's attendees are warriors. It's a perfect opportunity for a simple sparring match. Isaac had never witnessed Charlie vaporizing Jack with lightning firsthand. All he knew about that incident was hearsay. He couldn't shake the feeling that the lightning strike might have been a fluke since he had yet to see anyone truly control lightning. The Wade family was acquainted with many individuals who had metaphysical abilities, but none possessed powers as extraordinary as Charlie's. At that moment, Isaac's gaze was locked on the two vehicles winding their way up the mountain road. As they drew nearer, Charlie stepped into the center of the road and began to walk towards the approaching cars. The other three exchanged glances before hurriedly following. Charlie. Duran, sitting in the passenger seat, was starting to feel drowsy, but the driver turned to him and said, "Hey, we're almost there." Duran quickly asked, "How much farther?" "About 5 more kilometers," the driver replied. Duran stretched and grumbled, "Finally, we're almost at our destination. Everyone, stay alert. No matter how weak the enemy may seem, we must remain vigilant." One of his younger brothers grabbed a walkie-talkie and announced, "Everyone stay sharp, we're approaching our destination." The car behind them received the message and responded, "Understood, we've already completed our warm-ups." As the cars continued their ascent, they turned a corner, and the headlights illuminated a figure standing in the middle of the road. The driver beside Duran panicked and shouted, "What the hell? Is that a person or a ghost?" Chapter 1151. It was entirely understandable that the driver felt uneasy. Throughout their journey, not a single soul had been seen, and now, in the dead of night, a figure stood boldly in the middle of the road. It was a truly unsettling sight. Duran was left in shock, his gaze fixed on the figure approaching them. Without thinking, Duran blurted out, It really is a human." The person outside appeared quite youthful, sporting a smile and wearing a simple, flowing tunic. With his hands folded behind his back and a relaxed demeanor, he seemed out of place in the frigid surroundings. This individual was none other than Charlie Wade. Meanwhile, Isaac and his companions lurked about 10 meters behind, shrouded in darkness. Charlie had previously instructed them to observe quietly and not reveal their presence. Seeing Charlie's face, the driver voiced his concerns, saying, "Bro, that strange guy standing in the road looks suspicious. He might be trying to mess with us. Should I just hit the gas and run him over?" Duran pondered for a moment before responding, "This guy has the audacity to wait for all 8 of us here. He's not just doing this out of boredom, this could very well be a trap. I think we should stop the car and check it out." At that moment, Charlie stood confidently in the road, gripping his lightning order. Unfazed by the approaching vehicle driven by the 8 heavenly kings, he was prepared for any outcome. If they attempted to run him down, he could summon a couple of lightning bolts, sending the car tumbling down the mountainside and quickly ending the confrontation. Fortunately, Duran didn't underestimate his opponent. The 2 cars began to decelerate, coming to a halt about 10 meters from Charlie. Soon after, the 8 heavenly kings exited their vehicles. Duran stepped forward, addressing Charlie with a frosty tone, "Who are you, kid? How dare you stand in the way of the 8 heavenly kings?" Charlie offered a slight smile and replied, "I'm Wade. Charlie Wade. The notorious son-in-law of Oris Hill." Duran was taken aback, both surprised and shocked. They had just been discussing Charlie Wade, hoping he would show up so they could eliminate him once and for all. Yet, despite all the chatter, he never truly believed Charlie would actually appear in such a remote location. Struggling to wrap his mind around the situation, Duran recalled that before he left, Charlie was still in Oris Hill. How had Charlie managed to arrive here before them? Quickly brushing the question aside, Duran focused on Charlie and coldly asked, "Mr. Wade, were you anticipating us?" "Yes," Charlie replied with a chuckle. "And here I thought the 8 heavenly kings were a remarkable group. I never expected you to be merely 8 old men. Does the total of your ages even reach 400? Duran and his comrades were all middle-aged, with the youngest among them already over 50. So, indeed, their combined ages would far exceed 400. As Duran listened to the insults directed at him and his brothers, his anger intensified. He retorted sharply, I wasn't planning to take your life today. Instead, I intended to head to Oris Hill to eliminate you once we finished our tasks here. I didn't expect you to come to us and offer such an incredible opportunity. You could have chosen a safer route but instead walked right into our trap. I suppose this is a blessing, at least it saves us a trip to Oris Hill. Charlie laughed. Take my life? We'll see if you're capable of it. Enough of this nonsense. Duran shouted. Charlie Wade, we, the 8 heavenly kings, are not mere peasants. We've carved our place in this society for decades. Today, I'll let you experience our power. I'll send our youngest member to face you. He's known as Hades of the Iron Fist. Consider it an honor to perish at his hands. Charlie merely smiled at Duran's words, then mockingly responded, Hades of the Iron Fist. That's amusing, he'll meet his end at the hands of the true dragon, Charlie Wade, today. This is a result of his accumulated good fortune. At that moment, the youngest member of the 8 heavenly kings stepped forward, pointing at Charlie with fury in his voice, You little brat. You think you can take my life? Let me show you the strength of my iron fist. Chapter 1152. As he finished speaking, his legs propelled him forward with the speed of a gust of wind. In an instant, he was barreling toward Charlie, his massive fist raised, resembling a bowl in size. Years of rigorous training and a lifetime of dedication had honed his fists into powerful weapons. With just one punch, he could shatter stones several meters thick. No ordinary human could withstand his strikes and emerge unscathed. Charlie, however, had quickly discerned Hades's fighting technique with just a glance. It was simply a series of wild punches. Despite the hardness of his fists, Hades was merely throwing them around without strategy. To Charlie, he was like a gecko clinging to a tree, insignificant. Thus, Charlie remained still, not even attempting to dodge or evade the oncoming fists. He welcomed the Iron Fist's assault with a contemptuous grin. Hades was taken aback by this audacity. How could Charlie be so dismissive? Hades had rushed forward, ready to unleash a flurry of punches, yet Charlie stood there, seemingly fearless and unperturbed. This wasn't just underestimating, it was blatant arrogance. Determined to teach Charlie a lesson for his overconfidence, Hades surged forward, closing the distance in an instant as his iron fist came crashing down toward Charlie's head. Duran watched with a smirk, muttering, Eighth bro is fortunate to face such an easy opponent. Lord Webb will surely reward him. The other brothers looked at Hades with envy. In their minds, Eighth brother was receiving a golden opportunity from their big bro. Charlie Wade seemed like a fool. If it were them, they could take him down with a single blow. Meanwhile, Isaac, Don Albert, and Liam, lurking in the shadows, were sweating nervously. Why wasn't Charlie dodging? They couldn't comprehend his strategy. Unlike the rest, Charlie understood that Hades's strength posed no real threat, making evasion unnecessary against such a feeble attack. The gust created by Hades's punch rushed past Charlie's face, followed closely by the hardened fist aiming for him. At the moment Hades believed he had landed a fatal blow, Charlie moved one hand forward. Fixing his gaze on the seemingly weak fist, he gently pressed his own fist against Hades's iron fist. In the blink of an eye, Hades felt as though his fist had been struck by a cannon. The rapid sequence of events sent a shockwave of pain through his arm, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. Charlie's seemingly gentle punch didn't just block Hades's assault, the force of their collision shattered Hades's entire right arm. With a thunderous boom, the impact sent Hades soaring into the air, landing with a thud on the icy, snow-covered ground. His 7 brothers stood in stunned silence. The sight of Hades's mangled right arm, flesh torn and battered as if hit by artillery, left them in disbelief. Hades was the legendary Iron Fist. His fists were famed for their ability to crush granite. Any human struck by them would be reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, why did it seem that Charlie's punch turned Hades's iron fist into something as soft as tofu? With just one strike from Charlie, the fight was over. Who among them was truly the master of the Iron Fist? Chapter 1153. Duran was utterly shocked as he witnessed Hades's swift defeat, standing frozen as if struck by a bolt of lightning. While Duran possessed slightly superior martial arts skills compared to Hades, his fists were no match for Hades's renowned iron fists. Hades had dedicated decades to honing the strength of his iron fists, making them unparalleled in the world. So, it was unimaginable for anyone, especially a young man in his 20s, to shatter both his fist and arm with a single blow. The sheer power displayed was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Duran was filled with horror. This kid named Charlie was clearly not an ordinary individual. Today, the 8 of them were poised for a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Isaac and the others were equally taken aback. None of them could have anticipated Charlie's overwhelming strength. It was beyond belief. Hades was a formidable opponent, and it would have been understandable if Charlie had to fight him through multiple rounds before claiming victory. But instead, Charlie charged in and smashed Hades's iron fists. His intent was crystal clear: you boast about your iron fists, so I'm here to shatter them. Of all of them, Hades was the most devastated as he lay on the ground with his bloodied arm. He never imagined that the strongest and most confident part of his body would prove so vulnerable against this man. Gazing at his shattered right arm, which resembled a piece of mangled meat hanging from his body, he realized that half of the skills he had cultivated over the years were now rendered useless. Hades fell into despair, knowing that decades of hard work had been reduced to nothing the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. Crawling toward Duran with one arm, he cried out, "Duran, you must avenge me." Duran's expression darkened, yet he nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Hades. I'll make sure he pays for what he did to you." Turning to the other 6, he declared, "Brothers, this kid is indeed formidable. The usual rules don't apply to him, so let's join forces against him." Charlie overheard their rallying cry and burst into laughter. "Didn't you just boast about how the 8 heavenly kings have a reputation for fighting fair and square for decades? It seems that's nothing but bullshit. If I had known this, I would have invited you old dogs to come at me all at once for a thrilling battle." Duran's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "Hey, don't you dare provoke me. You injured my brother, but that doesn't mean you can harm the rest of us. Today, Duran Flores, will ensure you meet your end here at Mount Gollum." With a cold huff, he added, "But don't worry, I'll leave your corpse behind. I'll take your head back to South Haven and present it to Lord Webb. If he has any pity for you, he might even give it to your wife." Charlie smirked in disdain, "Duran Flores, huh? Rest assured, all 8 of you will fall here today, but I won't bother taking your heads with me. You old farts aren't worth the effort." "How dare you?" Duran growled, indignant. "None of us have ever tasted defeat since we started. Our hands are stained with the blood of countless enemies, and I won't hesitate to smear your blood on my hands." Charlie smiled smugly, "Today, I'll take revenge for all the innocent lives you've taken." Duran clenched his teeth and shouted, "Brothers, let's take this bastard down together. We'll use his head as a sacrificial offering for Hades's right arm." As his war cry faded, he charged forward, leading the other 6 into the fray. Standing firm in his position, Charlie placed his left hand behind him and extended his right hand forward. In that moment, all the Reiki within him concentrated in his right hand, undetected by anyone around him. He felt a thrilling excitement coursing through his veins, the blood within him began to boil. Ever since he had obtained the apocalyptic book and its profound wisdom, Charlie had yet to face a truly powerful adversary. Chapter 1154. Charlie had encountered numerous adversaries in metaphysics, yet regardless of their skills, none could rival his Thunder Order. As for the Butcher Brothers, they were merely petty criminals, engaging in activities that hardly warranted discussion. On the other hand, the 8 heavenly kings presented a more intriguing challenge. If Hades were to unleash his iron fist upon Jack Yale Man, it would likely result in an instantaneous explosion of his head from a single blow. In fact, the Butcher Brothers would probably not even last a full round against him before being defeated and obliterated by that punch. Nonetheless, Charlie viewed Hades's iron fists as somewhat lackluster. He was filled with excitement and curiosity as the 7 contenders chose to unite and confront him all at once. Duran took the lead. His 6 brothers positioned themselves closely behind him, forming a strategic formation aimed at eliminating Charlie. Duran faced Charlie directly, channeling all his inner strength to his palms before leaping and thrusting his hands forward. This palm technique was Duran's most formidable skill. His crowning achievement using this technique was the ability to take down an adult male elephant suffering from zoochosis with a single burst from his palm. While his palm technique appeared gentle and soft, it concealed immense power, far surpassing the strength of ordinary fists and punches. The mastery of palm techniques was renowned, whether in the martial arts realm or in literature. Duran was celebrated for his 18 dragons subduing palms and his melancholic palms, not to mention Mount Heaven Sect's 6 Sons palm. Other notable techniques included the Xianming Divine Palm, Buddha's Palm, Icy Palms, and Bone Crusher Palms. In martial arts novels, palm techniques often captivate the imagination, regarded as one of the most unpredictable elements among martial artists. Duran's palm technique was incredibly powerful and exceptional. In fact, no one in the South region could match him. With his 6 brothers backing him, they were all set to strike Charlie down with a single blow. In stark contrast, Charlie remained calm and composed, his expression one of inscrutable perplexity. Standing still, without the slightest twitch of his muscles, Charlie regarded them and remarked casually, "I admire your fierce determination, but it doesn't equate to your actual strength." Duran had concentrated all his energy at that moment. He felt like a bullet primed for release from a cannon, unstoppable. He was convinced that this palm strike would diminish half of Charlie's strength, no matter how powerful he was. He declared coldly, "Kid, you're asking for trouble. Just watch as I shatter your inner body with my palm." As Duran's palm drew dangerously close, Charlie squinted lazily, stepped forward, and said nonchalantly, "Duran, you excel at palm techniques, don't you? Well then, allow me to show you my own palm technique." Charlie extended his right fist, aligning his palm, brimming with Reiki, directly against Duran. While Duran's palm seemed all-powerful, upon collision with Charlie's seemingly gentle palm, he felt as though he had struck Mount Everest. Unbeknownst to him, Charlie's palm was infused with Reiki, a power more refined and formidable than anything he had ever encountered. Reiki represented the most potent and refined force in the universe. Chapter 1155. Duran had no idea who he was truly up against. Initially, Charlie stood as immovable as a mountain. Then, with a simple motion, he raised his palm to counter Duran's intense assault. Duran thought that the kid had misjudged him by not exerting much effort in defense, and he was certain he would win with a single strike. However, the moment Duran's palm collided with Charlie's, he was struck by a shocking realization. Instead of forcing Charlie back even a little, an overwhelming surge of energy rebounded from Charlie's palm, instantly shattering Duran's right arm as if it had been hit by a wrecking ball. He never imagined he would suffer the same fate as Hades. His right arm was reduced to a mangled mess, but the pain was the least of his concerns. The massive shock wave unleashed from Charlie's strike hit him like a nuclear explosion, sending him hurtling several meters away. Duran was propelled backward, desperately trying to anchor himself by digging his legs into the snow, but the force from Charlie was far too great. His legs couldn't hold firm at all, and he continued to fly backward uncontrollably. The other 6 bystanders watched in stunned silence at the surreal scene unfolding before them. They were well aware of Duran's prowess. If he had unleashed his palm technique at full strength, it would be nearly impossible for even the most seasoned masters to withstand it, let alone counter it. It was utterly unfathomable that Charlie, usually so calm and composed, had single-handedly launched an attack that sent Duran flying like a cannonball. One of them shouted urgently, "Quick! Stop Duran!" The remaining 5 men snapped back to reality and quickly formed 2 lines behind Duran, attempting to bolster his strength. But to their surprise, Duran was retreating at an alarming speed. He was struggling to withstand the force emanating from Charlie's Reiki. All 7 of them joined forces to support Duran, but the powerful shock wave jolted their arms violently, sending them all crashing backward like cannonballs. Unfortunately, 3 of them landed directly on top of Hades. Hades, lying helplessly on the ground, coughed up blood as the 3 hefty men crushed down on him. Charlie's Reiki was devastatingly potent. Duran, after taking the full brunt of the attack, slammed into the snow with immense force and found himself unable to move. How How is this possible? Duran gazed at Charlie in disbelief, his face a mixture of horror and confusion. Duran was a martial arts expert from a hidden sect, renowned as invincible throughout the South region. If it weren't for his close friendship with Lord Webb and the generous salary, he would never have remained in this small corner of the South region. He belonged in a grander arena, he deserved to be in the vast ocean. In truth, he had faced many opponents in his life, but he had never felt as powerless and exposed as he did at that moment. He hadn't even seen how the kid executed his move, and now he lay there, tragically immobilized and nursing the worst injury of his life. For a warrior, nothing is more crucial than their arm, especially the right one. A broken right arm could signify the end of a martial arts career. He could no longer be considered a master, that status would be lost forever. While figures like Yonggwa exist in martial arts novels, there's no reality in which a one-armed martial artist can thrive. With only one arm, a fighter is always at a disadvantage. They face inherent weight imbalances, even when running, let alone in combat. If a person's center of gravity is compromised, how could they ever hope to be a master? Chapter 1156. The 8 heavenly kings were left in a state of shock and disbelief as Charlie effortlessly defeated all 7 of them with just a single palm strike. What kind of incredible power did he possess to demonstrate such overwhelming strength? Even the most skilled masters in the world could not hope to wield such formidable force. The 8 heavenly kings were not just any ordinary group. When they combined their powers, they created an extraordinary force together. Yet, despite their combined might, they were no match for Charlie's single punch and palm strike. Duran, still reeling from the encounter, struggled to his feet and exclaimed, "Who are you? Where do you come from? Who is your master?" Charlie looked down at him with a smirk of disdain. "I am not beholden to anyone or anything, I am my own master." "What? Are you doubting my strength?" Duran swallowed hard, anxiety creeping into his voice. "No, I believe. I fully recognize your power. Master Wade, you truly are the greatest martial artist in the world. As a fellow practitioner, you know how hard we've worked to achieve what we have. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us for our defeat. After all, admitting one's mistakes is the first step towards redemption." Charlie chuckled, clearly amused. "Why the rush for forgiveness? What's the goddamn hurry?" Duran replied, "I realize I can't compare to you, and I don't want to make things worse. I'm simply asking for your mercy." Charlie questioned, "Your only purpose here was to kill me. Now that you've failed, you plead for my mercy. Do you truly believe the world operates so easily? If I were to admit my inferiority and beg you for mercy, would you grant my request?" Duran's face contorted with disdain. He understood that Charlie wouldn't let him off the hook easily. Thus, he knelt down and pleaded, "Master Wade, if you show us mercy, I vow that we, the 8 heavenly kings, will become your loyal servants and obey your every command." With a smirk, Charlie locked eyes with him and replied, "Oh? So now you want to switch sides? How will you explain this to Lord Webb upon your return?" Duran spoke earnestly, "Only the finest bird perches upon the finest tree. Your unpredictable power is undeniable, so I am willing to abandon the darkness and commit myself to serve you faithfully." Charlie regarded him with a neutral expression and made his way towards Duran and the others. No one could guess what was going through his mind. As he approached, Duran quickly urged his companions, "Hurry. Kneel and pay homage to Master Wade." At his command, all members of the 8 heavenly kings turned, knelt, and bowed their heads before Charlie, even Hades, despite his crippled right arm. In that moment, Duran stealthily slipped his left hand into his sleeve and gripped a dagger tightly. The dagger was palm-sized and not particularly deadly, especially against someone as skillful as Charlie. However, it was special. It was coated with a potent poison and infused with a trace of radioactive powder. This radioactive powder posed no threat when left untouched, but if it came into contact with a wound, it would cause inflammation and long-lasting erosion within the body. This was Duran's most dangerous secret weapon, one he had kept hidden for decades. Aside from his brothers in the 8 heavenly kings, everyone who had witnessed this dagger was dead. Charlie had shattered Duran's right arm, an affront that he could never forgive. Thus, kneeling before Charlie was out of the question. He had feigned submission, believing that at Charlie's young age, he wouldn't be wise enough to see through his act. Duran planned to deceive him and wait for the perfect moment to strike. He was just biding his time, looking for an opportunity to kill at first sight. Chapter 1157. Despite his youth, Charlie was no fool. Duran believed he had successfully swayed Charlie, but in reality, Charlie had been on high alert against the 8 men confronting him from the very start. For Charlie, the idea of subjugating these 8 men was never appealing, he simply viewed them with disdain. Given their meager strength and abilities, what could they possibly offer him, even if they were to idolize him as their master? To him, they were akin to a pack of unruly and wild dogs, completely unworthy of his concern. With a playful smile, he stepped forward to face the 8 heavenly kings and asked, "So, do you genuinely wish to serve me as your master?" Duran, leading the pack, responded eagerly, "Yes. We'll be your loyal slaves for eternity." Charlie nodded, still smiling, and posed a simple question, "What if I refuse?" Duran and the others were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated such a response from Charlie. What the hell? Is he really this arrogant? Duran thought, preparing to lash out at Charlie. On his knees, he crawled to Charlie's feet, bowing his head in submission, and with a hint of sobbing in his voice, he pleaded, "Master Wade, I have never bowed to anyone before, but you are the only one who captivates me. Please, I beg for your mercy, and grant us the chance to serve you. Even though we lack your strength, we consider ourselves skilled in our own right. I hope you won't look down on us." Charlie chuckled, as if hearing a funny joke. "If you wish to serve me, it's not your strength that matters, but your character. If your personality is lacking, you won't stand a chance with me." He then turned his gaze to Duran and remarked coldly, "And you, just look at yourself. With those narrow eyes, thin eyebrows, protruding teeth, thin lips, long tongue, and sharp cheekbones, you have the typical face of a rogue. What would people think of me if I took you on as my servant?" Duran was shocked by the insult coming from Charlie, especially after he had knelt before him. It was outrageous. From the corner of his eye, Duran noticed Charlie standing with an air of arrogance, hands behind his back, head held high, and realized this was his moment to strike. Suddenly, he drew a black dagger from his left hand, aiming it straight at Charlie's legs. Charlie looked at him with a mocking sneer, remaining as still as a statue as he said, "Go ahead, I'll let you stab me." Duran was caught off guard by Charlie's apparent lack of fear and his willingness to endure the attack. Once the dagger, coated with poison and radioactive powder, made contact, it would be a one-way ticket to destruction. After all, the kid was inexperienced, so taking him out today wouldn't be a loss. A wicked grin spread across Duran's face as he growled, "You bastard. You destroyed my right arm and insulted my appearance. I'll take my revenge today." With that, he threw the dagger straight at Charlie. But then, something strange occurred. The dagger was mere millimeters away from Charlie's leg, yet it seemed caught by an invisible barrier that prevented it from reaching him, no matter how hard Duran tried. What the hell is happening? Chapter 1158. Duran was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Charlie didn't make any effort to defend himself during the attack, yet Duran found himself unable to land a blow. It felt as if an unseen force was protecting Charlie from his strikes. What was this mysterious power? Despite his extensive martial arts training, Duran had never encountered true magical energy. He had no idea that there existed a power capable of being transmitted without physical contact, known as Reiki. Jack Yaleman served as a prime example of this. As a master of the metaphysical, he was well versed in voodoo power and could even manipulate the corpse worm, yet he remained unaware of other magical forces that could summon thunder from the heavens. Thus, it was never sheer strength that truly defeated someone, it was ignorance and arrogance. In his hubris, Duran believed he had discovered Charlie's vulnerability, convinced that he could eliminate Charlie with a single strike. Now, he was about to face the consequences of his overconfidence. With a cold smile, Charlie lifted his foot and crushed Duran's left arm beneath it. With just a slight push from his toes, Duran's arm was shattered at the elbow, held together only by the fabric of his shirt. He screamed in excruciating pain and stumbled backward, his shirt tearing as he tried to flee. As he glanced back at Charlie, he was horrified to see his own forearm and hand trapped under Charlie's foot. Charlie looked down at him, grinning. "Duran Flores, do you see? I warned you, you're nothing but a common scoundrel who only brings destruction." Duran trembled in sheer terror, his legs instinctively pushing him away from Charlie. Yet deep down, he understood that escape was impossible in his current state. Where could he possibly go? He couldn't run, drive, or even fly away. Perhaps he could create a distraction by urging his brothers to confront Charlie and buy himself some time. Clearing his throat, he shouted, "Brothers! Today is a fight for our lives. If we don't band together to take down that bastard, this will be our last day. I need all of you to fight with everything you've got." The 7 of them glared at Duran, their expressions filled with murderous intent. They understood the gravity of the situation, rising from the ground to charge at Charlie. Meanwhile, Duran kept retreating, preparing to make his escape. Just as Charlie had dispatched one opponent, he noticed Duran attempting to flee. Without hesitation, he seized the nearest person in front of him and hurled them toward Duran. The individual thrown was Duran's third brother from the 8 heavenly kings. This brother had honed his iron head technique for years, his bald head as solid as steel. In an instant, he soared through the air like a missile, his head aimed directly at Duran's waist, crashing into him with tremendous force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Duran's spine shattered upon impact with his brother's iron-like head. As Duran collapsed to the ground, he felt a complete loss of sensation from his waist down. Struggling to roll over with what remained of his left arm, he growled furiously at his third brother, who lay dazed beside him, "How dare you attack me from behind?" The third brother quickly protested, "No, Duran. I didn't do anything. It was that kid who threw me at you." Then, regaining his clarity, he scolded angrily, "Wait a minute. Didn't you tell us to fight with all our might? Why are you trying to escape now?" Chapter 1159. Duran stared in shock when his brother confronted him, lost for words. He desperately wanted to flee, but he never imagined such a strange turn of events would happen to him. Not only had he failed to escape, but he was also left with severe injuries. With a pained expression, he looked at his third brother and declared, "No, I'm not. I'm just plotting a way to give that Charlie kid a final blow." His third brother wasn't deceived by the excuse. He glared at Duran in disbelief and shouted, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Both of your arms are completely gone. How do you plan to deliver a final blow?" Indignantly, Duran retorted, "Hey, how can you speak to me like that? I'm your leader. Show some respect." The third brother charged at him, biting his ear and cursing, "Respectful? How dare you call yourself a leader? You're trying to lead us into the enemy's trap just to save yourself, you jerk. I'm done with you." Duran cried out in excruciating pain as his ear was bitten, helpless to stop him. He couldn't even consider himself a master now. How could he? Both of his arms were shattered, and his legs were paralyzed. He was now just a typical disabled person. As his third brother bit his ear, all he could do was cry out in agony, "Hey, let go of me. Do you think I want to run away? I want to ensure that we, the 8 heavenly kings, have descendants." The third brother fired back angrily, "Even if you want that, it shouldn't be you. Your arms are useless now, you idiot. Why can't it be my descendant?" Duran howled again in pain, asserting, "This isn't the time for arguing. Do you really think you can escape from here?" The third brother growled, "How do you know that I can't escape?" Just then, Charlie's icy voice cut through the tension. "Yes, you should have heeded your leader's advice. He's right, none of you can escape." At the sound of Charlie's voice, the third brother instinctively released his bite and turned to face Charlie. Charlie had closed the distance between them. The other 6 members of the 8 heavenly kings were sprawled on the ground, howling in despair. While Duran and his brother had been squabbling, Charlie had taken down the other 6 one by one. Duran turned pale as he pleaded, "Master Wade, I'm disabled now, please, have mercy and spare my life." Charlie chuckled, just moments ago, you tried to attack me and kill me, and now you're begging for mercy? Do you really think I'm that easy to manipulate? Duran cried out in terror, Master Wade, you're the real master while I'm just trash. A true master wouldn't stoop to my level. Look at me, I'm beyond saving, so please, have mercy and let me go. Charlie smiled and replied, Duran, the moment you and your brothers boarded the plane to Mount Gollum, your fate was sealed. He gestured towards the snowy peak of Mount Gollum with a grin, saying, Look, isn't Mount Gollum a beautiful and auspicious place? What better blessing than to die and rest here forever? No. No. I don't agree. Tears streamed down Duran's face. Master Wade, I haven't lived enough, I don't want to die. Please, killing someone like me will only stain your noble hands. Spare me. Charlie replied with a smile, Oh, I won't be the one to kill you. You're not worth my time. Then, looking around, he added coldly, None of you are worthy of being killed by my own hand. The 8 heavenly kings were struck with terror at his words. They all shared a lingering question: if Charlie was just one person, how did he plan to deal with them? What was his plan for their demise? Standing before the 8 heavenly kings, Charlie raised his arms and proclaimed, Mount Gollum is a sacred mountain, snow-covered all year round, pure and pristine. It's a transcendent blessing to die in this holy place, you wretched bugs. He continued, and today, I will give you a holy funeral. I will allow your filthy bodies to rest in the white snow. The 8 heavenly kings trembled in fear, still clueless about Charlie's true intentions for their fate. At that moment, Charlie looked at each of them with a feigned sympathetic gaze, which quickly transformed into a smile. After all, you are brothers. You've committed evil deeds together, and now you will meet your end together. Each of you will have a companion as you walk into the light. Chapter 1160. Charlie waved at the 8 individuals gathered before him, a smile on his face. Since your leader can no longer move, I must ask all of you to draw closer to him. If you wish to face your end together, you might as well embrace each other before you go, if not, feel free to spread apart. I'll give you 1 minute to prepare for your final moments in this life. Upon hearing Charlie's grim announcement, the 8 heavenly kings sighed heavily, a mix of despair and a hint of relief washing over them. They took comfort in the thought that they would not be alone as they approached the inevitable. Hades, the first of the group to have suffered a devastating blow from Charlie, struggled to rise. Dragging his battered body, he made his way to Duran and settled beside him. As he sat down, tears streamed down his face. Brother, had I known this was our fate, I would never have entered this circle, he lamented. With great effort, the remaining members crawled over to join Duran. They gathered closely, embracing one another tightly. They had already forgiven Duran for his earlier intentions to escape alone, understanding that, aside from that moment, their leader had cared for them deeply throughout the years. More importantly, as they faced death together today, they chose to let past grievances fade away. Charlie observed the 8 men in their embrace, a cold smile on his lips. Today, I will allow you to witness a true miracle before your time comes, he declared. With one hand, he lifted the thunder order and pointed it towards the sky. Everyone gasped in awe and disbelief as the thunder order began to radiate a soft blue light. Charlie bellowed, Thunder! Come! In an instant, the once bright and starry night sky darkened, thick clouds rolling in ominously. Crackling thunder and lightning erupted, the sounds echoing through the icy night. Duran and the others trembled in shock. What kind of sorcery was this? How could he summon thunder with just one hand? Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck the ground with a deafening crash. Duran, summoning every ounce of strength, shouted, He can summon thunder. He is a god. He is a god. As soon as he finished, the massive thunderbolt struck the heavy snow blanketing the mountain road with a loud crack. Immediately, tons of snow began to tumble down the hillside, creating a terrifying and thunderous roar. It was an avalanche. The avalanche barreled straight toward Charlie and the 8 heavenly kings. The 8 heavenly kings were nearly paralyzed with fear at the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Isaac, Don Albert, and Liam screamed in terror, Master Wade. Watch out! Charlie maintained a serene smile and boldly declared, "Listen closely, everyone. I'm Charlie Wade, the true dragon. Today, I will cleanse your tainted minds and souls with the purest elements from heaven and earth. You shall be reborn as good souls in your next life." As his words echoed, the enormous mass of snow crashed down from the mountain, engulfing Charlie, the 8 heavenly kings, and their 2 vehicles instantly. Isaac and the others could only watch in horror as the avalanche swept down the mountainside, racing towards the valley in the blink of an eye. They turned their gaze to the spot where Charlie had stood just moments before, only to find it transformed. What remained was not a road but an endless expanse of white snow. Both vehicles and all the people were completely gone. At that moment, the thick clouds that Charlie had summoned began to disperse, revealing a soft whitish hue that painted the sky. It was dawn. The 3 men cried out in panic, "Master Wade! Master Wade!" Just as the first light of dawn broke, casting golden rays across the earth, they suddenly spotted a figure emerging from the snowdrift, his body glimmering with a radiant golden light. The man stood tall and confident, moving as gracefully as if he were walking on clouds, his expression embodying the essence of a deity. It was Master Wade. Chapter 1161. The 3 men stood in awe as they watched Charlie, illuminated by the warm golden sunlight. They were completely taken aback, rendered speechless by what they were witnessing. Charlie had completely shattered their previous perceptions of him. In their eyes, Charlie had transformed into a divine figure today. They were struggling to fathom how everything unfolded. Charlie single-handedly defeated the 8 heavenly kings without suffering a scratch. In a spectacular display, he summoned thunder, which triggered an avalanche that buried the 8 heavenly kings alive. Although Charlie was amidst the chaos of the avalanche, he emerged completely unscathed. As Charlie approached them, Liam dropped to his knees in the snow, bowing before him. "Master Wade, please accept my deepest respect. I will worship you for the rest of my life." Don Albert quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "Me too, Master Wade. I pledge my eternal worship to you." Isaac, trembling with emotion, knelt down as well. "Young Master, you're my only God." Finally, Charlie stood before them, smiling. "Listen, from now on, I'm still just Charlie Wade, the same old live-in son-in-law. No matter how you see me now, keep it to yourselves and don't speak of today's events to anyone." The 3 men nodded vigorously in agreement. Charlie then turned to Isaac, his tone turning serious. "Especially you, Isaac, make sure the Wade family never hears about this." Startled by the command, Isaac quickly replied, "Don't worry, young master. If they ask, I'll say the avalanche caused these people's demise." Charlie nodded, satisfied. "Good." He continued, "By the way, I believe this is the only route into the village, and it's been blocked by the avalanche. Use the Wade family's resources to clear the road quickly. But first, send a helicopter with essentials and food for the villagers. I don't want their daily lives disrupted because of me." Isaac immediately responded, "Of course, young master. I'll take care of it right away." Charlie glanced at his watch and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's nearly 7. My wife will be worried if she can't find me. We need to hurry back. I have to make her breakfast." The 3 men exchanged surprised glances. Was this really the same Master Wade who had just vanquished the 8 heavenly kings? Was he truly the one who had summoned thunder to create an avalanche? Here was a man who had just displayed such overwhelming power, yet he now seemed like a concerned husband anxious about cooking for his wife. Isaac was the first to regain his composure, saying, "Young master, I'll arrange for the helicopter to take us to the airport, and then we'll fly back to Oris Hill immediately. We should be home in about 3 hours." "Sounds good," Charlie replied with a nod. "Let's hurry." As the morning sun cast a gentle glow, a helicopter swiftly departed from Mount Gollum, making its way to Mount Gollum Airport. At the same time, local media outlets began reporting on the avalanche, keeping the community informed as the Wade family's disaster relief helicopters started delivering a substantial amount of supplies to the villages in Mount Gollum. Meanwhile, at the Webb family residence in South Haven, Lord Webb lay weakly on his bed, anxiously awaiting news from the 8 heavenly kings. He had spent a sleepless night, troubled by both physical discomfort and the unease gnawing at his heart. Before daybreak, Donald had contacted the 8 heavenly kings, and Duran had informed him that they were nearing their destination. Chapter 1162. The Webb family had a sinking feeling that it was nearly time for the 8 heavenly kings to confront the Weavers. Consequently, they refrained from causing any unnecessary disturbances. After nearly an hour had elapsed, Lord Webb checked the time. Given the skill and prowess of the 8 heavenly kings, he believed that an hour should suffice for them to eliminate the threats and rescue the Weavers. He prompted, "Donald, please contact Mr. Flores for an update." "Sure." Donald replied promptly, pulling out his phone to call Duran. The phone rang several times, but there was no response. Curiously, Donald remarked, "Dad, no one is picking up. Maybe they're still busy with their mission." Lord Webb nodded in agreement. "That's possible. Let's give it a bit more time." After another 10 minutes, Lord Webb urged, "Donald, try calling Mr. Flores again." Donald complied, but once again, there was no answer. Frowning, Lord Webb expressed his doubts. "Something seems off. It shouldn't take them this long. After all, they're just a group of lowly bodyguards. Mr. Flores and the 8 heavenly kings should handle them easily. I recall when I was vying for power and stormed an enemy fortress, Mr. Flores dispatched 24 foes in no time. His skill is truly remarkable. Father, please don't be too anxious. Mount Gollum can be quite perilous. The unpredictable cold weather and isolation might have caused them some minor issues," Donald reassured him. Lord Webb acknowledged his son's perspective. "You're right. Let's hold on a little longer." Another 10 minutes passed, and Lord Webb insisted once more, "Donald, give them a call again." Donald followed his father's command, but once more, the call went unanswered. Now feeling increasingly anxious, Lord Webb speculated that something was indeed wrong. He urged Donald repeatedly to reach out to Duran. With no success in contacting Duran, Lord Webb instructed Donald to try reaching out to other members of the 8 heavenly kings, but the result was the same, no one was answering. To clarify, while the calls connected, there was no response from the other end. A chilling sensation washed over the Webb family as they realized that the 8 heavenly kings had vanished without a trace after an hour. How could an entire group of elite warriors suddenly disappear? It seemed utterly unbelievable. Even if they had encountered exceptionally powerful opponents, it was hard to imagine that not a single member could escape. After all, among the 16 men dispatched to Mount Gollum a few hours prior, one had managed to get away. These men were merely average hitmen, more proficient with firearms than hand-to-hand combat. They were far from being martial arts masters. It was inconceivable that formidable fighters like the 8 heavenly kings could not find a way to escape Mount Gollum. Lord Webb's heart raced, and his breathing became quick and shallow. Clutching Donald's hands, his complexion drained of color, he muttered, "No, something is definitely wrong." Donald attempted to soothe him, "Father, let's remain calm. We should wait a little longer." With a serious expression, Lord Webb stated, "Mr. Flores has been loyal to me for many years. This situation is unprecedented. I fear something terrible has happened. They might have met with a tragic fate." Chapter 1163. As Charlie boarded the plane heading back to Oris Hill from Mount Gollum, the Webb family was engulfed in turmoil. The 8 heavenly kings had rushed to Mount Gollum overnight with a singular purpose, to rescue the Weavers. However, they lost all communication as soon as they reached the area. Donald tried to reach them repeatedly, calling until his phone battery was nearly drained, yet he still couldn't connect. Just then, his phone rang, an incoming call. The caller was the man who had escaped from Mount Gollum the previous night. He was still hiding in the town of Mount Gollum, planning to wait for the 8 heavenly kings to finish their mission and return to South Haven. Unfortunately, he had received disastrous news instead. The local TV station in Mount Gollum was broadcasting urgent updates. They reported that an avalanche had struck at the base of Mount Gollum, unleashing tens of thousands of tons of snow that buried the road, along with 2 vehicles and 8 individuals. As local rescuers searched for survivors, they unearthed 8 severely mangled bodies from the snow using heavy rescue equipment. The man immediately thought of the 8 heavenly kings upon seeing the news, recalling that they had arrived with 2 off-road vehicles during the night. Mount Gollum could be described as a near-ghost town, inhabited by a handful of impoverished locals who had no means to afford vehicles. It wasn't a tourist destination, which meant very few travelers visited this remote area, and there were virtually no cars on the roads. The locals relied on horse-drawn carriages to travel between their villages and the city, leading him to believe that the 8 men lost in the avalanche were indeed the 8 heavenly kings. Feeling a wave of urgency, he quickly contacted Donald to share the grim news. Donald was left speechless upon hearing the report. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in disbelief. After a long, painful moment, he slowly turned to his worried father, who lay on the bed, and spoke with a trembling voice, "Father, my informant just told me about an avalanche at the mountain's base. It buried 2 vehicles and 8 men in snow, and all 8 are dead. It's very likely that those victims are the 8 heavenly kings." Lord Webb gasped in shock, coughing several times as if his heart had taken a heavy blow. He shivered and exclaimed, "No, that can't be. How could the 8 heavenly kings perish in an avalanche? They are all super warriors." With a heavy sigh, Donald suggested, "I'll ask my contact to go and identify the bodies to see if it's them, all right?" Still in a daze, Lord Webb nodded and mumbled, "Okay, then, go and check." When Claire awoke the following morning, she felt a strange sense of surprise and unease at not finding Charlie in the room. She attempted to call him but was even more astonished when she couldn't get through. After more than 3 years of marriage, Charlie had never just vanished without a word. In the past, if he wasn't by her side in the morning, he was either at the market or preparing breakfast. But today, she found herself unable to reach him at all. Chapter 1164. Claire felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she tried Charlie's phone again at 10 o'clock, only to be met with silence. Her mind immediately turned to Charlie's feng shui work. Recently, he had been mingling with numerous VIPs due to his job, which had rewarded him with a significant amount of cash, gifts, and even the luxurious Thompson First Villa. The thought of it only deepened her worry. Since discovering his involvement in feng shui, Claire had harbored fears that one day, like a crumbling Ponzi scheme, Charlie's dishonest practices might be uncovered, tarnishing his reputation. When that day arrived, she knew those VIPs would not be forgiving. Just as Claire's anxiety peaked, her phone rang with Charlie's name flashing on the screen. "Hey, Charlie, where have you been?" she asked, her voice laced with concern as soon as he picked up. Charlie, who had just landed from a flight and was preparing to board a helicopter, replied, "Dear, I was helping a friend assess the feng shui of his house this morning. The energy from the phone was interfering with my work, so I turned it off." Claire's frustration bubbled over. "Feng shui again? Charlie, we agreed you wouldn't take on those gigs so frequently." "It's not with VIPs," Charlie reassured her quickly. "It's just an old friend from the orphanage. He's been having a tough time, so I went to help him out without taking any money." Claire sighed in relief. "Okay, when can I expect you back?" "In about 20 to 30 minutes, Charlie answered. "All right, I'll be waiting for you at home," Claire said, feeling a bit more at ease. Meanwhile, Isaac's helicopter was flying Charlie, Don Albert, and Liam back to the city. As they neared Thompson First, Charlie remarked, "Liam, tomorrow I'll be going to Weaver Pharmaceuticals with a lawyer. Once we finalize the contract, I'll provide you with the formula for an effective stomach ulcer medication." Liam exclaimed, "Master Wade, I am so grateful. You've helped me secure control of Weaver Pharmaceuticals, and I'm willing to transfer all my shares to you." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "I mentioned yesterday that I only want 80% of the shares. I won't ask for more, but I need at least that much in exchange for the prescription. The remaining 20% is yours. I don't want to take advantage of you, so please stop offering me everything." Liam trembled with appreciation, clasping his hands together. "Thank you, Master Wade." Charlie nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Don Albert and Isaac. "Make sure to keep today's events confidential." "Understood, Master Wade," they replied eagerly. "Excellent," Charlie said, satisfied. As they entered the Thompson First Villa compound, he instructed Isaac, land on the golf course, I'll walk home from there. Yes, young master. Isaac replied promptly. After Charlie hurried home, Claire couldn't begin to fathom what his morning had entailed. Unbeknownst to her, he had left Oris Hill in the dead of night, traveled 2,000 kilometers to Mount Gollum, and neutralized 8 dangerous assassins. Thanks to Charlie's remarkable strength and stamina, he showed no signs of fatigue after such an intense morning. As lunchtime approached, Claire excitedly led him to the vegetable garden to pick the fresh produce she had been craving for their meal. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Elaine, Charlie's mother-in-law, sneaking in with the aid of crutches. Chapter 1165. Charlie observed as Elaine hobbled into the yard, crutches in hand and a hefty shoulder bag slung across her back, its bulging shape suggesting it was stuffed with numerous items. Instinctively, he sensed that his mother-in-law was up to something mischievous. Claire looked at her in surprise, asking, "Mom, where have you been?" "I searched the entire house for you this morning." With a chuckle, Elaine replied, "Oh, I ventured to the wholesale market this morning and bought a few things." Claire gently scolded, "Mom, your legs need time to recover. You should be resting at home. Why are you out and about?" Elaine waved her hand dismissively, "It's nothing to worry about. You'd think I couldn't manage with these crutches, right? I'm getting the hang of it, and honestly, my legs don't hurt anymore. I just get a bit tired from using the crutches, that's all. I'm perfectly fine." Claire pressed further, "Mom, what exactly did you buy? You seem to be struggling with that large bag, let me help you." Elaine giggled, "I'm all right. It's just hats in here. Not too heavy at all." "Hats?" Claire's curiosity only deepened with Elaine's response. "Mom, why on earth did you buy so many hats? It looks like there are at least a dozen in there." With a sly grin, Elaine set the bag down and began to unzip it. Claire and Charlie leaned in, astonished to see the bag brimming with an array of green hats. Elaine pulled out several hats of different styles, each one a shade of green. Claire stammered, still in disbelief, "Mom, why so many green hats? Who would even want to wear those?" Elaine burst into laughter, "Oh, these aren't for wearing. I plan to hang them all on the balcony instead. I bought about 20 green hats, and I want to display them. You watched that video of Grandma's drama in the hospital, didn't you? That awful Hannah cheated on Christopher, and it's just too funny and ironic. How could I resist the chance to poke fun at them? The best part is that they can see my bedroom balcony from their room, so I'll make sure Christopher notices these 20 green hats every single day. This is going to be hilarious." Claire sighed in resignation. "Mom, why do you want to make Uncle Christopher's life harder? He's already going through so much. Miserable." "Ha!" Elaine retorted angrily. "Don't you remember how arrogant he used to be and how badly he treated us? Now that I have something on him, I'm not letting him off the hook that easily. I'll have my fun for as long as I want." Charlie shook his head with a resigned sigh. He had to admit that Elaine had an uncanny talent for tormenting others, whether it be mentally, physically, or emotionally. Given Christopher's current state, seeing those green hats hanging from the balcony next door would surely add to his misery and gloom. Charlie was certain that only Elaine could devise such a unique way to inflict distress on someone. Feeling it was inappropriate, Claire considered persuading her mother to abandon the idea, but Elaine simply ignored her and headed straight into the villa. Once inside her room, Elaine wasted no time. She stepped onto the balcony and hung 20 assorted green hats on the railing, all facing the Wilson family's villa. The hats bobbed and swayed in the breeze, creating a rather amusing yet sinister spectacle. Meanwhile, Christopher had kicked Hannah out of his room after their discharge from the hospital. The reasoning was clear and straightforward: his feelings for Hannah had vanished, and he found her increasingly repugnant. If it weren't for Donald's intervention, he would have ended things right there, or at the very least, sent her packing. But with Donald backing Hannah, Christopher felt he had no choice but to comply. A divorce was off the table, but sleeping in separate rooms was certainly an option. So, he instructed Hannah to move to the bedroom on the first floor. Chapter 1166. Hannah was not entirely opposed to the situation. However, she felt a mix of frustration and guilt. Christopher's harshness troubled her, yet a part of her acknowledged her own wrongdoing. After all, she had cheated on him, and that was an undeniable truth, no matter her reasons. She knew he must be deeply upset, especially since she had yet to terminate the pregnancy. At that moment, Christopher had just roused from sleep. Since his discharge from the hospital, he had been experiencing some side effects, including fatigue and weakness. He hadn't been sleeping well, and during his restless nights, he often woke up scratching a peculiar itch in his groin area. This itch was strange and unusual. Initially, it was just mildly irritating, but scratching only made it worse. The harder he scratched, the more intense the itching became. He had nearly scratched his skin raw in an attempt to find relief. Curious and concerned, he pondered what could be causing this discomfort. Given his commitment to personal hygiene, he was baffled by such an irritating itch. His thoughts were jumbled, prompting him to leap out of bed. Feeling slightly dizzy, he absent-mindedly scratched himself while heading to the balcony, hoping a breath of fresh air would help clear his mind. Living in a luxurious villa community had its perks, one being the privacy it afforded. The neighboring homes were spaced far apart, and there were no towering buildings nearby, allowing him to stroll on the balcony in just his underwear without fear of being seen. Once outside, he stretched his body, but the itching grew more intense. He scratched again, but the itch persisted. As he contemplated going to the bathroom for a better look, something caught his eye, a flurry of green items fluttering in the wind on Charlie's balcony next door. Curious, he turned to inspect more closely and was nearly taken aback by what he saw. Despite the distance, he could clearly make out 20 green hats of various styles hanging from Charlie's balcony. 20 green hats. What on earth did that signify? They were positioned to face his house, making it clear that this was a deliberate act. It was an obvious mockery, taunting him about Hannah's infidelity. This was absolutely infuriating. Christopher growled in frustration, feeling like a bear with a thorn in its paw. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his skin, turning his knuckles pale. There was no doubt in his mind that the only person capable of such a malicious stunt was Elaine. Murderous thoughts raced through his mind as he imagined grabbing Elaine by the hair and slapping her repeatedly. He dashed back to his room, threw on his pants and jacket, and stormed out. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson lounged in the yard, soaking up the sun and enjoying the perks of her affluent lifestyle in the Thompson First Villa. Everything felt idyllic, except for the bothersome family next door. She relished the comfortable and relaxed atmosphere, but as meal preparation time approached, she briefly considered swiping some vegetables from Charlie's garden. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. It was wiser to avoid their produce, given their malicious nature. Who knew what tricks they might pull? Perhaps they'd spray pesticides on the vegetables. Previously, they had planted daffodils, which she mistook for chives, leading to a memorable and unfortunate bout of food poisoning for her and her companions. As she enjoyed her leisurely afternoon, she was startled to see Christopher rush out of the house. She called out, "Where are you off to?" With a scowl darkening his face, Christopher replied, "I'm going to confront Elaine, that bitch." Chapter 1167. Lady Wilson felt a bit disoriented. She couldn't comprehend why her son, Christopher, chose to confront Elaine the moment he woke up. Eager to understand, she quickly asked, "Christopher, what's going on with Elaine?" With a growl of frustration, Christopher replied, "That awful Elaine has hung dozens of green hats on her balcony." "Tell me, she did that on purpose, didn't she?" Lady Wilson's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? Are you serious?" Christopher clenched his teeth in distress. "Just follow me, and you'll see." Without hesitation, they both rushed outside. As soon as Lady Wilson stepped out, she was met with the sight of 20 green hats fluttering in the wind on Elaine's balcony. Fury ignited within her as she shouted, "Elaine! That awful woman! She must have seen the hospital video and is intentionally mocking us." Christopher nodded vehemently, adding, "Exactly, Mom. That's why I can't just let this slide. She's such a bully." Both Lady Wilson and Christopher marched over to Charlie's gate, filled with frustration. Lady Wilson banged on the door and yelled, "Hey, Elaine Wilson, you awful person, come out here right now." Elaine, perched on her third-floor balcony, yelled back, "Hey, old hag, what are you doing here? Go back and take care of your pregnant daughter-in-law." Their reaction to Elaine's immediate retort was one of annoyance, twisting their faces into grimaces. After all, no one wanted to air their family's dirty laundry in public, especially not have others bring up their embarrassing moments. Christopher, feeling especially upset, glared at Elaine and shouted, "Hey, watch your mouth. If you keep talking like that, I swear I'll pull your tongue out." Elaine feigned innocence, responding, "Oh, Christopher, I didn't realize you had such a talent for tongue pulling." With a playful smile, she continued, "If you're so skilled, why don't you focus on the man your wife cheated on you with and got pregnant by? Why are you here yelling at me?" "You," Christopher's face drained of color. Though he wasn't a gentleman, he found himself at a loss when it came to hurling insults in public. Elaine was simply on another level. Even 10 of him couldn't match her wit. Elaine smirked triumphantly at his silence, adding with a sweet smile, "Christopher, I actually feel sorry for you. The worst thing for a man is his wife cheating on him, but you're even worse off. Not only did your wife betray you, but now she's pregnant. Does she see you as just an instant dad? If I were you, I would have divorced her ages ago." Her words struck a deep chord in Christopher's heart. He longed to kick Hannah out of his life for good and wished never to see her again. Chapter 1168. In a troubling situation, Hannah found support from Donald. He was too intimidated to defy Donald's wishes, which left him unable to divorce her even after discovering her infidelity. This scenario could be seen as one of the most heartbreaking for a man, being unable to end his marriage after catching his wife cheating. The reality struck him like a thunderbolt. Elaine's comment only added insult to his already deep wounds. It felt as if he had been slapped repeatedly across the face, each remark a painful reminder of his humiliation. Lady Wilson was equally furious about Elaine's words. Having lived a life filled with pride and arrogance, she could not bear the thought of the Wilson family's reputation being damaged. Even though a scandal had previously erupted when Wendy and Kenneth were involved, Lady Wilson had no recourse at the time and felt she had drawn the short straw. Moreover, it was common for young women to be courted by wealthy men, so the gossip had quickly faded away. However, Hannah's actions were a different story. They had severely tarnished the Wilson family's standing. To make matters worse, someone had recorded their altercation and shared it online, turning them into a laughingstock in Orris Hill. Despite all this, Lady Wilson could not accept that Elaine, the audacious troublemaker, had joined in on the ridicule and humiliated her as well. In a fit of rage, she pointed at Elaine and shouted, "Hey, you! You better take down those hats, or I swear I'll come after you." "Ha!" Elaine retorted with a smirk. "I bought these hats with my own money, and this is my home, so I can hang them wherever I please. Who are you to judge? Do you still think you're the same old Lady Wilson? Let me remind you, this is my house, and you have no authority over me." Elaine then quickly shifted her tone, adding, "By the way, you also have no right to enter my home. If you keep harassing me, I'll call the police and have you arrested." Lady Wilson was so infuriated by this that she trembled with rage. Yet, despite their annoyance, both Lady Wilson and Christopher were powerless to act. It would be absurd for them to storm into Charlie's house and confront her, as doing so would break the law. If Elaine did call the police, they could find themselves arrested for trespassing, which wasn't worth the risk. While Lady Wilson and Christopher fumed in frustration, Elaine picked up one of the green hats from her balcony, adorned it, and said with a grin, "Oh, Christopher, check out this green hat. Isn't it festive? The color is so bright, it's even greener than the chives you had 2 days ago, wouldn't you agree?" As she spoke, Elaine danced around playfully with the hat, her movements exaggerated and lively. Though her legs still ached, she managed to perform a few dance steps without trouble. Elaine's mocking display only fueled Christopher's anger. He was on the brink of exploding. In that moment, he wished he had a rocket launcher to aim at Elaine on the third-floor balcony. "Elaine, you vile woman. Just shut up. Do you have any idea what will happen if you keep pushing me?" Elaine replied nonchalantly, "Your wife cheated on you and ended up pregnant. but did anything happen to that guy? I doubt it. I'm just teasing you a bit, so I think I'll be fine. Ha ha ha. Christopher stomped his feet in frustration. Elaine Wilson. I swear I'll kill you. Just as he was erupting in anger, Elaine tossed the green hat off the balcony. The hat flew gracefully in the wind, heading straight for Christopher. He instinctively stepped back, and the hat landed harmlessly on the ground. Elaine clapped her hands and cheered, "Wow, look, Chris! The hat has chosen you, it flew right to you. If you hadn't dodged it, it would have landed right on your head." Chapter 1169. Christopher was extremely frustrated by Elaine's teasing. He erupted in anger, shouting, "Hey, Elaine, you bitch, do you want to die?" Elaine, seemingly unfazed, chuckled and replied, "Chris, don't be upset. I spent hundreds of dollars on these hats, and I want to give them all to you." Suddenly, Elaine pulled out a green Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle doll and exclaimed, "Look, Chris, doesn't this doll remind you of yourself? Its head is green, and it's patient like a ninja. Oh my goodness, it's the perfect representation of you." Ha ha ha. Christopher's anger boiled over, causing his whole body to tremble, including his voice as he shouted, "Bitch, why don't you just die? Someone like you deserves to go to hell." Elaine laughed and responded, "Oh, Chris, I generously gave you these hats, and yet you curse me to hell. Is this how you repay kindness? But I'm the bigger person here, so I'll forgive your rudeness. I bought 24 hats just for you, so you can wear them for 3 weeks straight without repeating any." Fuming, Christopher clenched his teeth and spat, "Fine, you ignorant bitch, I'll call management and report you right now. Just wait and see." He quickly pulled out his phone and contacted Thompson First Management. "Hello, I'm the owner of A04. I'd like to file a complaint about the owner of A05 hanging strange items on their balcony. Please send someone to check it out." It didn't take long for a management electric car to arrive at the scene. 4 staff members stepped out and asked, "Hi, are you the one who made the complaint?" Christopher confirmed, "Yes, that's me. I want to complain about that woman over there. Just look at what she's hanging on her balcony." Elaine coolly interjected, "I'm just hanging some hats on my balcony. Is that against the rules?" The 4 men exchanged glances and replied helplessly, "Sir, the owner's balcony is her private space. In theory, we cannot interfere with what she chooses to hang there unless it's illegal. Hanging hats is not illegal, it's her freedom." "Freedom my foot," Christopher retorted angrily. He thought to himself how unsightly it would be if Elaine kept those hats hanging on her balcony all day. The management personnel, slightly irritated by Christopher's outburst, maintained their politeness, saying, "We're sorry, sir, but this issue is beyond our management's authority." They then returned to their electric car and drove away. Elaine's malicious laughter filled the air around the villa. "Ha ha ha. Christopher, there's nothing you can do about it. Just so you know, I plan to hang these hats here forever, and tomorrow I'll buy another 20 to add to this collection. I want you to see them every time you wake up. Imagine those green hats dancing and swaying in the wind." You, Christopher's face flushed red with rage, nearly reaching a boiling point. At that moment, Charlie and Claire, having heard the commotion, stepped out onto their second-floor balcony to see what was happening. They exchanged looks of exasperation as they pieced together the situation inside. Claire remarked with a sigh, "Charlie, don't you think Mom is going a bit overboard?" Charlie shrugged with a smile and replied, "I think it's fine. Do you remember how rude and cruel they were to us in the past? They mocked and taunted us when we faced difficulties," Claire recalled. "And let's not forget how they humiliated us at the Thompson First sales office," Charlie added. "Not to mention how they came to mock us during the opening day of your company," Claire said, shaking her head. Chapter 1170. In my view, Mom's actions are just giving them a taste of their own medicine. They've brought this upon themselves. Lady Wilson and Christopher were seething with anger and wanted to lash out at Elaine. However, feeling powerless, they turned away in frustration. As Christopher walked away, he muttered angrily, "Damn it, if I get the chance, I'll take her down." Lady Wilson snapped back, Forget about her for now. You need to take Hannah to the hospital tomorrow and end that disgraceful pregnancy. This is a huge embarrassment for the Wilson family." Christopher's face contorted in disdain as he replied, "Don't worry, Mother. I'll make sure she goes to the hospital first thing in the morning." Upon returning home, Harold and Wendy were already awake, waiting for Hannah to finish preparing breakfast. Hannah had some leftover money from selling the coffee machine recently, so she splurged today on a large bag of fresh abalones, planning to treat her family to an extravagant abalone feast to relieve the tension. However, her generous gesture had a hefty price tag, as the abalones alone cost thousands of dollars. When Lady Wilson spotted the abalones, her initial reaction was one of delight at finally having a delicious lunch. But her joy quickly turned into suspicion as she asked, "Where did you get the money to buy these abalones?" Hannah quickly fabricated a story, saying, "A friend borrowed money from me some time ago and hasn't paid me back. Since we're short on cash now, I decided to ask for it back." Lady Wilson nodded slightly but replied coldly, "Transfer all the remaining money to my account. From now on, I will manage all the finances in this family, including Mr. Webb's investments in our company. I will have the final say on all financial matters. If anyone dares to keep some money for themselves, they will be out of this house." Hannah quickly assured her with a sheepish smile, "Don't worry, Mother. I'll transfer everything to you. I won't keep a single cent." Lady Wilson then turned her gaze to Christopher, scolding him, "Chris, you once had $10 million in your personal account and refused to give me a single penny. In the end, that money was wasted. From now on, if you even think about keeping pocket money for yourself, you'll be in trouble. Do you understand?" Christopher nodded, looking embarrassed. "Okay, Mom, I promise I won't." Lady Wilson smiled, clearly pleased. It seemed that the current family turmoil had solidified her authority. Soon, Hannah began bringing dish after dish of abalone delicacies to the dining table. As it was an abalone feast, the spotlight was undoubtedly on the abalones, with offerings like steamed abalone with vermicelli, braised abalone, abalone sashimi, and abalone stew. Thanks to the high-quality ingredients, every dish tasted exquisite and satisfying. However, Hannah herself was only having a simple bowl of egg noodles, completely avoiding the abalone dishes. Wendy, curious, asked, "Mom, why aren't you eating the abalone? You worked so hard to prepare this, you should enjoy it." Hannah felt embarrassed and couldn't confess the truth about her seafood allergy due to STDs. So, she cleared her throat and replied sheepishly, "I've been having an upset stomach lately, so I'll skip the seafood." Frustrated by the humiliation from Elaine, Christopher shot a cold glare at Hannah, saying, "Do you really think you deserve to eat seafood, you slut? Why on earth would you eat seafood? Are you trying to nourish that bastard child in your belly?" Chapter 1171. Hannah felt a wave of embarrassment and anger wash over her after Christopher insulted her, yet she found herself unable to retaliate. Longing for a happy and harmonious family life, she chose to swallow her pride and silently prayed that Christopher would come to accept her. However, in that moment, it was clear that he harbored deep resentment towards her. Although Christopher was filled with hatred for Hannah, his disdain did not extend to his favorite dish, abalone. As he coldly chided her while devouring the delicacy, he sneered, "You should be grateful we still allow a disobedient and unfaithful woman like you to stay in this house. From now on, remember to act like a good servant." With a heavy heart, Hannah let out a sigh and continued to eat her noodles in silence. What Hannah didn't realize was that her husband had contracted STDs from her, and if she had known, she would never have prepared an extravagant abalone feast in his honor. She had gone to great lengths to create an abalone banquet, hoping to please Christopher, but instead, she was met with harsh words and insults. Meanwhile, Christopher diverted his grief into the feast before him, consuming a dozen large abalones all by himself. In his upset state, he even opened a bottle of wine to drown his sorrows. The previous homeowner had left behind a fine collection of wines in the basement, including red and white wines as well as champagne. The Webb family had purchased the house as a complete package, which is how they came to inherit these wines. Christopher selected a bottle of white wine that had been aging for a decade and shared it with Harold. After indulging in food and drink, Christopher felt ready to return to his room for a nap. However, as he lay down, an unsettling sensation began to nag at him. What was wrong? He felt an intense itch in his private area. Seafood and alcohol can be quite stimulating when combined, and Christopher soon found himself unable to resist the relentless itch. He scratched furiously, even to the point of drawing blood, but the discomfort only worsened. Overwhelmed by the itching, he bolted upright from his bed and hurried to find Lady Wilson. Upon reaching her, he exclaimed in a panic, "Mother, I need some money. I must go to the hospital now." Lady Wilson raised an eyebrow and questioned, "What's wrong? Why do you need to go to the hospital? Surely you know it's not cheap." Having lived through numerous hardships, Lady Wilson prioritized money above all else. Christopher grimaced in pain. I feel really uncomfortable, and I need to see a doctor." Lady Wilson pressed, "What's the issue? Tell me." Christopher hesitated, clearly embarrassed. I can't bring myself to say it. Just give me the money so I can go." Lady Wilson suddenly exclaimed, "Is it about your private area?" Christopher's eyes widened in shock. She had guessed correctly on the first try. Blushing, he replied, "I'm not sure, but I need to see a doctor to find out." With a serious expression, Lady Wilson inquired, "Did you and that woman sleep together recently?" Christopher paused for a moment before nodding slightly. "Yes, we did while we were at the Webb family's house." Chapter 1172. Christopher's voice grew increasingly faint, yet Lady Wilson managed to understand him. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "Oh no! Who knows what sort of unsavory characters Hannah mingled with at the coal mine? I suspect she's not just pregnant but has brought back all sorts of strange diseases. We must go. I'll accompany you to the hospital for a thorough checkup." As he absorbed his mother's words, Christopher couldn't shake the nagging thought that Hannah might have infected him as well, which only deepened his irritation. Despite his annoyance, his primary concern was to visit the hospital and confirm whether he was indeed infected. He quickly replied, "Mom, it would be so embarrassing for you to come with me. Just give me the money, I can go by myself." Lady Wilson firmly responded, "Absolutely not. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't go with you. Now, hush, we're going together, let's move." Without hesitation, Lady Wilson stood up and started preparing to leave. Christopher hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded and left the house alongside his mother. Meanwhile, on their way to the hospital, the last remaining subordinate of the Webb family, who had been stranded in Mount Gollum, finally found a way to sneak into the morgue of the local hospital. He slipped a significant amount of money to the janitor to gain access. When he insisted on seeing the 8 men who had perished in the avalanche, the janitor warned, "I can let you in, but be prepared, their bodies are quite disturbing." The subordinate nodded, and the janitor proceeded to open the freezers one by one. As the body bags were unzipped, the subordinate was struck with sheer horror and disbelief. Despite the severe condition of the 8 corpses, he instantly recognized them as the 8 heavenly kings. In a rush, he pulled out his phone, snapped several photos, and sent them to Donald. Meanwhile, Donald was anxiously awaiting updates in South Haven. The Webb family had nearly come to terms with the idea that the 8 heavenly kings had perished, yet a small part of them clung to hope. All hope evaporated when Donald received the photos. Indeed, the 8 heavenly kings were dead. They had met their end in an avalanche. This was utterly unacceptable. 8 formidable masters had been dispatched to the location, only to perish in a natural disaster before confronting the enemy. It sounded ridiculous. Lord Webb was crushed by the news. The 8 heavenly kings had been his loyal allies for decades, and together they built his business empire. His bond with them was profound and enduring. The unexpected news of their demise hit him hard. It was too much to bear. Sean, too, was taken aback when he viewed the photos, but he soon found something unsettling. "Dad, Grandpa, doesn't it strike you as odd how the injuries on the 8 heavenly kings appear? If they had been trapped in a vehicle during the avalanche, their injuries would be consistent with crush injuries. But look closely, these marks seem to suggest they've been assaulted." As he spoke, he zoomed in on Duran's right arm, noting, "Look at Master Floris's arm. It's all mangled and bloody, it doesn't look like a crush injury at all." And take a look at Hades. The injury on his right arm is eerily similar to Master Floris's, while the other masters show different patterns. If they had all died trapped in the vehicle, their injuries should be comparable, but this doesn't add up. Lord Webb and the rest of the Webb family stared in sheer horror. With a trembling voice, Lord Webb asked, "Sean, are you suggesting that the 8 heavenly kings were murdered?" Chapter 1173. The Webb family found it hard to accept the shocking news that the 8 heavenly kings had been brutally killed. If this were indeed true, it meant they had a formidable enemy lurking in the shadows. Yet, they were completely in the dark about the identity of this adversary. No one in the Webb family could fathom that Charlie or his associates possessed such extraordinary power. Donald even speculated that the 8 heavenly kings might have inadvertently provoked a local top warrior who had been living in seclusion during their expedition to Mount Gollum. Lord Webb shared this sentiment, believing it was a plausible scenario. He was devastated. The 8 heavenly kings weren't just his old friends, their success had significantly bolstered the Webb family's standing. With their loss, the Webb family was now vulnerable, potentially inviting chaos among the other families in the South region. As Lord Webb anticipated, the news that the Webb family had sent the 8 heavenly kings to Mount Gollum, and the tragic events that followed, spread like wildfire across the South region. Other wealthy and influential families adopted a wait-and-see approach, reveling in the Webb family's misfortune. The Webb family's rise to prominence in the South region was due to 2 key factors. First, Lord Webb's youthful courage and wisdom had revolutionized the business landscape, enabling the Webb family to ascend step by step to their current status. Second, there were the 8 heavenly kings. These formidable individuals were both Lord Webb's trusted allies and the Webb family's strategic shield against threats. Each member of the 8 heavenly kings was exceptionally strong. The Webb family's reputation in the South region relied heavily on the 8 heavenly kings, and no one dared to challenge or scheme against them. Otherwise, given the Webb family's financial resources, many envious rivals would have already attempted to dismantle their power. Now, with the 8 heavenly kings gone and Lord Webb bedridden, other prominent families were undoubtedly plotting to seize their opportunity. In a matter of moments, the balance of power in the South region had shifted dramatically. Aggressive forces in South Haven were keenly pushing the Webb family towards downfall. Meanwhile, Christopher and Lady Wilson had just arrived at People's Hospital. Upon entering the hospital, Christopher headed to the andrology department. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, he was in his 40s to 50s yet was bringing his mother along to see a specialist. However, Lady Wilson was a force to be reckoned with. If she had questions or concerns, she would relentlessly pursue answers. Both mother and son waited outside the clinic, with Christopher struggling to contain his discomfort. After more than 20 minutes, his name was finally called. As he stood up, he told Lady Wilson, "Mom, please wait for me outside. I'll go in alone." Lady Wilson immediately retorted, "No. I want to come in too." Christopher's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "How can I possibly bring my mother into this kind of appointment?" Lady Wilson gritted her teeth and insisted, "What? Are you trying to keep this from me as well?" Chapter 1174. HTML. Christopher quickly responded, "I promise I won't keep anything from you, Mother. However, once I go inside, the doctor will need to examine me, and I would feel too embarrassed to have you there during the checkup. Don't worry, I will definitely share the results with you afterward. Is that all right?" Lady Wilson nodded and replied, "You must show me all the results and reports from the doctor's examination. If you dare to hide anything from me, I won't forgive you." As Christopher assured her repeatedly, he stood up while trying to ignore the itch. He then walked into the consultation room. Inside the room, an older doctor was seated at a computer. Upon seeing Christopher enter, he asked, "What seems to be the problem?" Christopher quickly answered, "Doctor, my private area is extremely itchy. I'm not sure what's happening, and I need you to examine it." The doctor, having encountered many similar cases, nodded and instructed, "Please take off your pants." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Christopher complied and removed his pants. After a brief examination, the doctor exclaimed, "Your condition appears to be somewhat serious. Have you visited a brothel recently?" Christopher blushed at the question. He had never been to a brothel, he had only been intimate with his wife, Hannah. However, he couldn't help but think that the doctor's implication was that Hannah was comparable to those women in brothels. He managed to say, "Doctor, I have not been to any brothels." The doctor seemed skeptical. He was accustomed to men denying such visits when they came in with venereal diseases. Thus, he remarked casually, "We're all men here, so I understand a lot. It's not unusual for someone your age to visit a brothel now and then. Nevertheless, I have some advice for you." Christopher eagerly replied, "Doctor, please share your advice." The doctor continued, "First and foremost, always protect yourself when visiting such places. Don't forego protection for a moment of desire. Condoms are important for both women and men." Christopher nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you, doctor. Is there anything else I should know?" The doctor added, "Additionally, I recommend that you consider visiting a larger and more reputable establishment in the future. While women on the street may charge less, they often carry many diseases, including potentially AIDS. At your age, is it worth risking your health just to save a little money?" Christopher's face paled at the implication. Did this mean the doctor viewed Hannah as dirty like those street workers? The doctor, looking at Christopher with a knowing expression, said, "You see? You're dealing with multiple venereal diseases now because you tried to cut corners. Treating this could cost you tens of thousands of dollars. Is it really worth it?" Christopher felt a wave of panic and asked urgently, "Doctor, what exactly do I have? What did you find during the examination?" The doctor replied, "Based on my experience, I suspect you have contracted syphilis and gonorrhea. The rashes on your body are quite telling. I've specialized in this field for years, and I'm confident in my assessment." Christopher felt dizzy, nearly fainting at the mention of those diseases. How could Hannah have put him in this situation after just one encounter? If it weren't for Donald supporting her, Christopher would be furious with her right now. The doctor continued, "There's also a serious inflammation in your private area. If you don't seek treatment promptly, it could severely damage your prostate and reproductive system. So, I'll arrange for some tests immediately. Once we have the results, we can start targeted treatment based on your condition." With a sigh, the doctor added, "What concerns me most is the possibility of AIDS. It can remain dormant for a long time and isn't visible. If you've contracted it, you may face a lifetime of treatment." Christopher felt as though the ground had dropped from beneath him. He had only been intimate with Hannah once since her return. He never imagined one encounter could lead to such dire consequences. Had it not been for Donald's backing, Christopher would be ready to confront Hannah about this situation. Chapter 1175. As Christopher exited the consultation room, clutching a handful of test application sheets, his mother rushed towards him, her eyes wide with concern. "What did the doctor say? How are you feeling? Is it serious?" she inquired eagerly. Initially, Christopher hesitated to share the details. However, he realized that once they returned home, she would undoubtedly want to examine the various test reports. There was no way for him to conceal the situation. Looking at his mother, he finally said, "The doctor informed me that it's highly likely I have contracted gonorrhea and syphilis. There's also some inflammation." He didn't rule out the possibility of HIV either. The moment Mrs. Wilson heard this, her face turned pale, and she instinctively took a step back. Christopher misinterpreted her reaction as a loss of balance from shock, prompting him to quickly move forward to support her. However, Mrs. Wilson frantically waved her hands and shouted in terror, "Stay away from me. Don't touch me. Don't you realize how terrible AIDS is? I haven't lived enough yet." Christopher felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he grasped that his mother's fears stemmed from a concern about being infected herself. His mother was, without a doubt, a very self-centered person. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "If that's how you feel, then you can wait for me here. I'll handle the tests myself." Mrs. Wilson quickly responded, "Oh, I'm feeling quite tired right now. I think I'll head home first. Just remember to take pictures of the results and send them to my phone as soon as you get them." Truth be told, Mrs. Wilson wasn't tired, she was simply terrified. At this point in her life, her greatest fear was death. She had always tried to distance herself from anything that related to death, anything that could shorten her life, or anything that posed a risk to her health. Upon hearing that her eldest son might have AIDS, her immediate concern was for herself, not for her son's well-being. Christopher was acutely aware of his mother's character. With a helpless sigh, he said, "It's fine if you want to go home first, but I need some money. How else can I pay for the examination? What if the doctor prescribes medication? I'll need funds for that too." Without looking back, Mrs. Wilson responded, "I'll transfer $10,000 to you right away. Let me know if that's insufficient later." By the time she finished speaking, she had already exited the andrology department. Feeling dejected, Christopher couldn't help but think how selfish his mother could be. She certainly didn't fail to disappoint him. Yet, the priority for him now was to ascertain what illness he had. If it turned out to be gonorrhea or syphilis, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It would merely mean some additional hassle and discomfort. As long as he didn't have AIDS, he believed he could cope. However, if he truly had contracted HIV, he felt his life would be irrevocably altered. In that case, he would take drastic measures when he returned home. Christopher spent the entire afternoon at the hospital undergoing a series of examinations and tests, which ultimately confirmed the doctor's initial assessment. First and foremost, it was confirmed that Christopher had indeed contracted gonorrhea and syphilis. Additionally, he was diagnosed with severe urethritis. Moreover, there were signs of ulceration and suppuration as well. Fortunately, he did not have HIV. The doctor promptly devised a treatment plan for Christopher, initiating a 14-day first-stage treatment cycle. Chapter 1176. Starting today, Christopher was required to visit the hospital for infusions over the next 14 days. He would need to receive 5 to 6 bottles of medication each day. In a rush, Christopher asked, "Doctor, can today's medicine stop the itching? Honestly, it feels like I'm going to lose my mind from the itch right now. It's incredibly irritating. I'm not sure what's happening, but the more I scratch, the itchier it becomes." The doctor replied, "It's quite normal to experience such itching with this type of venereal disease. Given the ulcerations, suppurations, inflammations, and lesions, it's understandable that you're feeling so uncomfortable. However, you can take comfort in knowing that the medication today will provide some relief." Continuing, the doctor said, "From this point forward, you should avoid seafood, spicy foods, alcohol, and smoking. Ignoring this advice will only worsen your condition." Upon hearing this, Christopher quickly said, "Doctor, I ate over 10 pieces of abalone for lunch and drank more than half a caddy of mitai. Is that going to be a problem?" The doctor's expression turned serious. He responded, "Aren't you concerned for your health? Do you realize that those foods are all stimulants? You even had seafood. You shouldn't have touched anything like that." Feeling defeated, Christopher admitted, "I didn't know. If I had realized I had this disease, I wouldn't have dared to eat or drink anything, even if someone threatened me." With a sigh, the doctor concluded, "Unfortunately, we cannot proceed with treatment today. You'll need to go home." Anxious, Christopher pleaded, "Why can't you start my treatment now, doctor? The itching is unbearable. Please, I need help before I scratch my skin raw." The doctor shook his head gently. "You need to understand that I have to administer a significant amount of antibiotics for this illness. How can I do that when you've just consumed alcohol? Have you heard of a disulfiram-like reaction? If I give you cephalosporin antibiotics now, you could have an immediate and potentially fatal reaction. So, do you want to endure the itching for another day, or risk your life?" Christopher felt tears welling up. It was agonizing not to receive any medication for the relentless itching. Wasn't this akin to torture? Desperately, he asked, "Doctor, could you at least prescribe some anti-itch medication? I can't stand this any longer." With a sigh, the doctor responded, "I can provide a cleansing solution that may help relieve the itching. You can use it at home." He added, "Remember, you must avoid scratching. It's already inflamed, and scratching will only exacerbate the problem. If the area becomes more infected, you risk spreading bacteria, worsening your condition. If the rupture enlarges, it could lead to a serious infection and potentially sepsis, which is life-threatening. Christopher wiped away his tears. This feels like a nightmare. How did I end up in this situation? The doctor sighed again. Ultimately, personal hygiene is crucial. You need to be mindful and protect yourself in this aspect of life. Avoid risky encounters in the future. Christopher felt he couldn't mention the person responsible for his illness, so he simply nodded in agreement. Thank you, doctor. I understand. The doctor then inquired, by the way, given your age, you should be married, correct? Christopher nodded slightly. The doctor continued, you should consider bringing your partner in for a checkup. This illness is highly contagious, and if you contracted it externally, you could easily pass it on to her when you return home. Christopher's discomfort grew, along with a surge of anger. Infect her? He thought to himself, damn it. She's the bitch who gave me this disease. He vowed that when he got home, he would confront her. Chapter 1177. Christopher was struggling to ignore the itch. As he returned home, Hannah was busy preparing dinner. Noticing that Christopher had truly relished the abalone she had cooked earlier, Hannah was eager to keep him happy. So, while Christopher was out with his mother that afternoon, she took another trip to the market. This time, she splurged and bought a large king crab, knowing it was one of Christopher's favorites. The price tag was steep. She had chosen the biggest one, which cost her over $2,000. Initially, Hannah had no money left after handing it all over to Mrs. Wilson. However, she had her own plans. She had secretly taken a high-end blender from the kitchen and 2 bottles of Matai from the wine cellar, selling them for a total of $20,000. Instead of reporting the remaining money to Mrs. Wilson, Hannah decided to keep it for herself. She intended to use it for an abortion the next day and also to seek treatment for her venereal disease. When Mrs. Wilson returned home, she didn't confront Hannah. Instead, she had purchased a large supply of disinfectant and rushed to her room to clean everything: the bedroom, corridor, bathroom, and balcony. Despite having received Christopher's medical report that showed he did not have HIV, Mrs. Wilson remained uneasy, using alcohol to sanitize every reachable surface. At that moment, Christopher entered the house with a dark expression. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the smell of fresh crab hit him. Hannah emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron. With a bright smile, she said, "Oh, husband, you're back. I steamed your favorite king crab for you. If you like it, you can have more tonight. Plus, there's half a bottle of Matai waiting for you. Doesn't that sound nourishing?" Christopher was already furious, but her words made him feel like he was about to explode. "You fucking bitch. You tricked me earlier today, and now you're trying to feed me seafood and liquor. And let's not forget, I haven't even addressed the fact that you gave me a fucking venereal disease." In a fit of rage, Christopher lunged at Hannah and slapped her hard across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. Before she could react, he sat on her and continued to strike her, frustration fueling his actions. It felt like nothing could hold him back. He wanted to inflict serious harm. Hannah's screams echoed through the villa, resembling the cries of a slaughtered pig. Harold and Wendy rushed out from their rooms, alarmed by the commotion. Seeing their parents fighting again, they quickly intervened. "Dad, what's going on? Aren't you and Mom separated? Why are you two fighting again?" Harold asked, bewildered. "Yes, Dad." Wendy chimed in. "Mr. Webb said you shouldn't fight. What if he gets mad and blames us?" Christopher, still enraged, continued to hit Hannah, shouting, "Forget Donald. No one is stopping me from dealing with her today." He then turned to Hannah, his voice filled with anger, "You shameless whore. You gave me a venereal disease, and now you're trying to serve me seafood? What's your plan? Are you trying to kill me? You've already betrayed me, and I haven't even settled the score with you." Hannah was taken aback by his accusations. "Husband, I truly didn't know I had the disease. If I had, I wouldn't have made seafood for you," she cried out. Christopher, gritting his teeth, continued berating her, "Are you still pretending? Don't you realize you're sick too? I know I'm infected, but I never thought I would pass it on to you. We only had intercourse once since I returned. After that, I turned you down every time because I was scared of infecting you." Hannah pleaded. In response, Christopher slapped her again, yelling, "You've already infected me." Harold and Wendy stood frozen, overwhelmed with embarrassment. The implications of their mother's actions hung heavily in the air. It was painfully clear to them where the venereal disease had come from. The sexual illness and the baby growing in their mother's belly were undeniably linked. Chapter 1178. Even someone as unrepentant as Harold felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at that moment. What on earth was happening? Wendy found herself in a state of utter helplessness. She was torn, unsure if she should intervene in the escalating conflict. If she stepped in, she would feel pity for her father. Yet, if she chose not to intervene, she couldn't shake off the feelings of sympathy for her mother. This was indeed a tragic situation. Christopher had a firm grip on Hannah's head and continued to strike her for another 10 minutes, stopping only when she had lost consciousness, battered and nearly lifeless. As Hannah lay unconscious, Mrs. Wilson had just finished sterilizing her room. Upon descending the stairs, she was met with a shocking sight and immediately confronted Christopher. "How could you beat her to the brink of death?" Feeling wronged, Christopher replied, "Mom. This cunt cheated on me and even tried to harm me further. Why shouldn't I teach her a lesson?" Mrs. Wilson responded, "You can certainly teach her a lesson, but did you have to do it so brutally? What if Mr. Webb finds out and holds us responsible? What if he decides our family is no longer worth his investment? Do you understand the risk you're posing to our entire family's future?" Harold suddenly had an epiphany. Grasping the gravity of the situation, he exclaimed, "Yes. Dad, what will we do if Mr. Webb discovers this? If he gets angry, he might pull his investment from the Wilson Group and reclaim the villa. We could end up homeless." Christopher's expression darkened, shifting from anger to despair. He finally conceded, "All right, let's call an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Didn't this woman say she was planning to abort her baby anyway? We can arrange for her to have that done as well." Hannah was quickly transported to the hospital, where she regained consciousness after receiving emergency treatment. Upon hearing about this incident from his assistant, Donald was consumed by anger. This family was the most despicable and foolish he had ever encountered. Their constant display of inferiority was both pathetic and astonishing. He realized he had exhausted all his strategies to deal with Charlie by now. Neither the despicable Wilson family nor the so-called 8 Heavenly Kings posed any real threat to Charlie. In fact, the 8 Heavenly Kings were far less formidable than the Wilson family. While the Wilson family was still intact, the 8 Heavenly Kings had been completely wiped out. Now, with the Webb family having lost the 8 Heavenly Kings, they were grappling with internal strife and external threats. Adding to their woes, their reputation and influence had sharply declined, causing their stock prices to plummet. Once valued at over $200 billion, the Webb family's worth had now dropped below $100 billion. Currently, the Webb family was no longer on par with the Moore family in terms of strength and power. Moreover, it was becoming increasingly clear that the Webb family was no longer the leading family in the southern region. If this trend continued, they might soon find themselves relegated to non-entity status among first-line families. In that case, the Webb family would find it nearly impossible to recover. Sean was also feeling downcast. He had genuinely cared for Jasmine, believing that marrying him would elevate her status significantly. Now, it seemed that marrying Jasmine might only benefit him instead. Feeling disheartened, he turned to Donald and asked, "Dad, do you think there's still any hope for me and Jasmine?" Chapter 1179. When Donald heard his son's question, he was filled with conflicting emotions. Not long ago, he felt proud that his son had taken an interest in Jasmine from the Moore family. However, deep down, he understood that Jasmine would never reciprocate those feelings. The Webb family had not only diminished in size but, more importantly, their reputation had taken a significant hit. To make matters worse, the 8 Heavenly Kings had all perished on Mount Gollum under mysterious circumstances. Given this context, the Webb family could hardly compete with the Moore family. Because of this, Donald held no hope that Jasmine would ever consider becoming his daughter-in-law. It was unfortunate, though, that his son seemed oblivious to the reality of their situation and lacked the awareness of his own limitations. In fact, Jasmine had shown no interest in him even when the Webb family was thriving, so the idea that she would now engage with him was unrealistic. Reflecting on Sean, Donald felt a sense of disappointment. His son not only lacked self-awareness but also failed to grasp the gravity of their circumstances. It appeared that Lord Webb had been correct in his assessment. The Webb family was indeed deteriorating with each passing generation. Under Donald's leadership, the Webb family had already lost half of its standing. If he were to pass the family legacy to Sean, the Webb family would likely descend into a third-rate status. Thus, he advised Sean, now is not the time to pursue romantic interests. We need to focus on stabilizing the Webb family during this challenging period. Once we've improved our situation, we can revisit the idea of marriage with the Moore family. Sean nodded thoughtfully and sighed. If we could connect with the Moore family, our lives would certainly improve. Donald couldn't help but sigh, recognizing that his son's thoughts were both naive and hopeful. Jasmine had never been interested in him during the family's prosperous times, so it was unrealistic to think she would now that they were facing difficulties. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his true thoughts to Sean, wanting to protect his son's confidence and enthusiasm, especially given the current state of the Webb family. This was, in fact, one of the reasons Donald could never measure up to Lord Webb. Ultimately, this was a key factor in why the next generation of the Webb family was becoming weaker. In the past, Lord Webb had to confront all challenges independently, building his success through sheer determination. However, as he achieved success, he began to pity his son, believing it unnecessary for him to face hardships. After all, he had already laid a solid foundation for Sean. The reality was that the previous generations had been successful because they had learned the value of enduring difficulties. Individuals like Lord Webb had faced significant struggles to provide for their families and themselves, which was essential for developing true abilities. Sadly, Donald never had the chance to undergo such trials in his own life. In Sean's generation, hardships were virtually non-existent. After returning home, Charlie continued to lead a tranquil life. However, he was determined to excel in the pharmaceutical industry. To that end, he reached out to Matilda's son, Paul, who accompanied him to Weaver Pharmaceutical. Weaver Pharmaceutical is one of the leading proprietary pharmaceutical companies in the South region, known for its successful original Chinese proprietary medications that are popular nationwide. Yet, in recent years, the popularity of proprietary Chinese medications has waned, while medications from countries like Japan and South Korea have gained prominence. Whether it was a Chinese patented medication or others, much of the knowledge had been inherited from ancestors. Charlie possessed several powerful prescriptions, but revealing them all at once would create a significant upheaval. Therefore, he planned to unveil a selection of classic prescriptions aimed at common ailments, which Weaver Pharmaceutical could then promote as best-selling products. Chapter 1180. Before handing over the prescription to Liam, he first needed to transfer the shares to himself. These prescriptions were extremely valuable, potentially allowing him to exchange just one for a significant portion of Weaver Pharmaceutical's wealth, perhaps even dozens of shares. When Paul received a phone call asking for his assistance, he immediately agreed, without even inquiring about the details. They arranged to meet at the Thompson First Villa early the following morning. Jacob felt a surge of excitement upon learning that Charlie was going to meet Paul. Ever since Elaine returned, Jacob had been eager to see Matilda, but he hesitated to reach out to her. He feared that Elaine's notorious jealousy would flare up, causing her to create trouble for Matilda, especially since she had come back to China. So, when Jacob found out about Charlie's meeting with Paul, he discreetly asked, "My dear son-in-law, will Aunt Matilda be joining you and Paul for your errand?" With a hint of exasperation, Charlie responded, "Of course Aunt Matilda won't be coming with us. Dad, if you want to see Aunt Matilda, you should invite her yourself." Jacob replied awkwardly, "I'm too afraid to do that." Charlie sighed and said, "If that's the case, I can't really help you, but..." Jacob continued to plead, "Could you find a way for me to meet Aunt Matilda?" Charlie said, "I can arrange something, but I worry that Claire will be upset if she finds out." Quickly, Jacob suggested, "We can keep it a secret from her." Charlie replied seriously, even if we manage to hide it for a while, Claire will eventually find out. When she does, she'll surely be very angry with us for keeping it from her. Just then, Charlie's phone rang. It was Paul calling. Eager to escape the conversation with his father-in-law, Charlie said, "Dad, I can't talk right now. Paul is here to pick me up. I have to go." Without waiting for Jacob's response, Charlie quickly left the house. As he reached the entrance of the Thompson First Villa community, Charlie spotted Paul waiting for him in a Rolls-Royce. Seeing Charlie, Paul eagerly waved and said respectfully, "Master Wade, I'm here." Charlie nodded slightly and walked over to the car, opening the door and getting inside. Paul was dressed in a formal suit and tie, which Charlie immediately recognized as high quality, likely tailored by a well-known designer. Paul inquired, "Master Wade, what kind of collaboration do you have with Weaver Pharmaceutical that we're heading to today?" Charlie replied, "Weaver Pharmaceutical is prepared to transfer 80% of its shares to me. I need you to act as my legal counsel to help complete the contracts and legal procedures." Paul was taken aback by this revelation. He was familiar with Weaver Pharmaceutical. While it wasn't among the top 500 companies in the country, it was still a sizable firm with a market value in the billions. Was Charlie really going to acquire 80% of its shares? Curious, he asked, "Master Wade, what is the purchase price for those 80% of shares?" Charlie replied nonchalantly, "I won't be spending a dime to acquire them. I'm simply providing them with some prescriptions." "What? You won't pay anything but will obtain 80% of the shares just by providing prescriptions?" Paul could hardly believe it. What the fuck? Here was a billion-dollar pharmaceutical company, and Charlie was getting such a significant stake without any monetary exchange. It was astonishing. What sort of prescription could possibly hold such value? "Yes," Charlie confirmed. "Trust me. My prescriptions are worth more than their entire pharmaceutical operation." Chapter 1181. Paul stared at Charlie in disbelief. Although he found the situation utterly incredible, he sensed that Charlie was genuinely serious and not just boasting. Without wasting any time, he quickly started the car and drove toward Weaver Pharmaceutical. Weaver Pharmaceutical boasted a substantial production facility in the southeastern part of Oris Hill. This site was responsible for manufacturing all of their medications, and it also housed the management staff. The production base included workshops, warehouses, office buildings, and dormitories, all dedicated to the operations of Weaver Pharmaceutical. As Paul parked in front of the office building, he noticed that Liam was already waiting for them. Charlie's remarkable performance on Mount Gollum had left Liam utterly stunned. Since that moment, Liam had come to view Charlie as a figure of immense respect, willing to face any challenges or dangers alongside him. With great respect, Liam welcomed Charlie and Paul into his office. Liam quickly retrieved a contract template he had prepared and said, "Master Wade, I've drafted a contract for you. Feel free to have your lawyer review it for any potential issues." As he opened the document, he provided a brief overview. The primary clause states that I will unconditionally transfer 80% of Weaver Pharmaceutical's shares to you on behalf of the company. Charlie was taken aback by Liam's directness. He nodded and suggested, "Let Paul review the contract with your lawyer." Liam promptly responded, "I'll call my lawyer in right away." After making a quick phone call, several attorneys from the pharmaceutical company entered the room. Paul, exhibiting his professional demeanor, swiftly engaged in discussions regarding the contract's details with them. The contract was finalized quickly, and both Charlie and Liam signed it without any hesitation. With the signing, Charlie officially became the largest shareholder of Weaver Pharmaceutical, owning 80% of the company's shares. Since Charlie had enlisted Paul as his lawyer, Paul's name was included in the lawyers section of the corporate equity transfer contract. However, Charlie was taken aback when he saw Paul write out his full name. Paul's full name was Paul Jamal Mark Smith. This revelation genuinely surprised Charlie. While he wasn't shocked that Matilda's last name was part of Paul's, he was intrigued to learn about his middle name. Jamal. Ja seemed to refer to Jacob, while Mal clearly pointed to Matilda. This seemingly simple name carried profound significance. In fact, the choice of the name Jamal likely stemmed from Matilda's deep feelings for Jacob, her longing and admiration for him. It was evident that Paul's middle name was intimately connected to his father-in-law, Jacob. This connection suggested that Matilda held a strong attachment to Jacob, yearning for him, missing him, and deeply admiring and loving him. Charlie perceived Paul's middle name as a reflection of Matilda's enduring affection for Jacob, while also highlighting her impressive literary talents. Had she been an ordinary person, she might never have thought to give Paul such a meaningful middle name. Chapter 1182. In a quiet yet profound moment, she had crafted a simple yet significant name, Jamal. During this time, Charlie couldn't help but marvel at Matilda's brilliance. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and chose not to share them with Paul. Being as sharp as he was, Charlie assumed that Paul must already know the story behind his middle name. Once the contract was signed, Liam respectfully inquired, "Master Wade, will you be changing the name of Weaver Pharmaceutical now?" Liam believed that since Charlie had become the major shareholder, it would be odd to continue referring to the company as Weaver Pharmaceutical. Charlie shared this sentiment. Calling the company by that name felt inappropriate now that he was in charge. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let's rename it Oracle Pharmaceutical." This name held special significance for Charlie, as he credited the apocalyptic book for his mastery of various ancient medical techniques. Thus, naming the company Oracle Pharmaceuticals served as both a tribute and a personal acknowledgement of the book's influence. Liam, not fully grasping the reasoning behind the name, accepted Charlie's decision without question. He promptly responded, "Master Wade, I will draft a statement today and register the trademark for Oracle Pharmaceutical." Charlie nodded and recalled, "You mentioned earlier that Kobayashi Pharma's stomach powder is exerting considerable pressure on us, right?" "Yes," Liam replied with a sigh. "Kobayashi Pharma's stomach powder is now widely distributed across the continent, and it's causing us a lot of trouble." Charlie reassured Liam, "Kobayashi Pharma isn't a real threat to us. I'm going to provide you with a prescription for treating stomach issues. After we manufacture it, you can name it the Oracle Stomach Pill. Do you have a pen and paper handy? I'll write down the prescription for you, and you can begin production and get it on the market as soon as possible." Liam was ecstatic. He had never anticipated that Charlie would personally create a prescription. He quickly fetched a pen and paper, presenting them to Charlie with great respect. After some thought, Charlie chose a medicinal formula known as the stomach pill from the apocalyptic book. This particular formula was appealing to him because the required herbs and materials were relatively easy to source. While this was merely a basic prescription for stomach issues from the apocalyptic book, it possessed remarkable efficacy for the average person. If Liam could successfully produce this remedy, it would undoubtedly help them gain a competitive edge against Kobayashi Pharma's stomach powder. With that in mind, Charlie wrote down the prescription and its ratios before handing it over to Liam. Upon receiving his notebook back from Charlie, Liam was taken aback by the medicinal formula he saw written within. Having a medical background and a keen interest in uncovering ancient remedies, Liam was somewhat familiar with various prescriptions. However, as he examined Charlie's prescription, he noticed that many of the ingredients listed seemed unrelated to treating stomach ailments, which left him feeling puzzled. The formula Charlie had scribbled down came from the apocalyptic book, a sacred text in its own right. Therefore, the prescriptions contained within were exceptionally powerful, making it understandable that an ordinary person might struggle to comprehend them. Despite his confusion, Liam did not dare to question Charlie's expertise. He took the prescription very seriously and was eager to return and start producing the medicine to test its effects. After finalizing all contractual matters with Paul, Liam departed from Weaver Pharmaceutical, now rebranded as Oracle Pharmaceutical. Paul watched Charlie with admiration and respect, recognizing the unpredictability of his abilities. Charlie's knack for devising a prescription so effortlessly, to the point that others were willing to hand him an entire company, left Paul in awe. Holy shit, who else in the world possessed such remarkable skills? It was no surprise that all the influential figures in Oris Hill regarded Master Wade with such high regard. Whenever Master Wade's name came up, people only had 3 words to describe him: the true dragon. Chapter 1183. During their journey home, Charlie turned to Paul and asked, "By the way, what's Aunt Matilda been up to these days?" Paul responded, "My mother has recently taken a liking to attending senior university. An old friend of hers invited her to be a visiting professor there, where she's focusing on educating senior citizens about the legal system." "Oh?" Charlie exclaimed, surprised. "So, wouldn't that make Aunt Matilda Professor Hall now?" Paul chuckled and clarified, "Not exactly a professor in the traditional sense. Senior university isn't a university as we know it, it's more of a college offering training classes for the elderly. While my mother is teaching a class, she's also enrolled in calligraphy and traditional painting courses. She's quite busy these days." Curious, Paul then asked, "What about Uncle Wilson? My mother often mentions him, but it seems like she hesitates to say much." Feeling comfortable sharing, Charlie sighed and replied, "When Aunt Matilda and you returned to the country, my mother-in-law had gone missing for a while, but she's back now." He continued, "My mother-in-law has a very strong personality, which makes my father-in-law a bit fearful. He's worried that if my mother-in-law finds out Aunt Matilda is back, she might cause trouble, so he hasn't dared to invite her out." Paul nodded in understanding and remarked, "I suppose it's really challenging for us to get involved in our parents' affairs." At that moment, Charlie's phone rang. It was Jasmine, someone he hadn't seen in quite a while. He picked up the call, smiling as he said, "Miss Moore, what have you been up to recently?" Jasmine chuckled softly and replied, "I've been a bit busy, but I'm sure not as busy as you, Master Wade." She then asked curiously, "Master Wade, will you be free the night after tomorrow?" Charlie thought for a moment before responding, "I don't have any plans." "What's going on?" Jasmine said cheerfully, "It's nothing major. I just wanted to invite you over for dinner at our house. Grandpa keeps asking about you." Charlie smiled and agreed, "Sounds good. I'll come over for dinner the day after tomorrow." Jasmine replied happily, "That's wonderful, Master Wade. Would 7 p.m. work for you?" "Yes, that works. See you then." "Okay, see you." After ending the call, Paul grinned and asked, "Did Miss Moore just call you, Master Wade?" Knowing that Paul was familiar with Jasmine, Charlie didn't hide the truth and nodded. "Yes, she did." Paul smiled knowingly and inquired, "Did she mention anything about her birthday party?" "Birthday party?" Charlie was taken aback. "No, she didn't mention anything about that. She just invited me for dinner." Paul smiled knowingly and said, "I bet she didn't want you to feel obligated to get her a gift. When she called me, she was quite direct about it being her birthday party." Charlie was surprised. Why wouldn't she just tell him it was her birthday? He didn't want to show up empty-handed either. Could it be true that she didn't want him to spend any money? After contemplating, Charlie felt Paul's assumption was likely correct. Jasmine had always felt indebted to him for his help, like when he assisted her in breaking the dragon encapsulation formation without charging her a dime. Additionally, when he created the magical pill for her grandfather and Anthony, he secretly gifted one to her as well. After making the rejuvenating pill, he had given one to her grandfather, who experienced a remarkable rejuvenation of at least a decade or two. He only did this out of kindness towards Jasmine. It was also due to the rejuvenating pill that Lord Moore began to take Jasmine more seriously, which further elevated her status within the Moore family. Chapter 1184. Jasmine had always treated Charlie with respect, and for good reason. He suspected that she intentionally kept her birthday banquet a secret from him, fearing she might owe him even more favors. As Charlie pondered this, he found the situation intriguing. "Jasmine, are you really worried about accumulating more favors?" "Well, I'm about to do you another significant one." Instead of heading out to buy her a birthday gift, he decided to create a rejuvenating pill for her. In Oris Hill's upper-class circles, the rejuvenating pill was legendary, and everyone had witnessed its remarkable effects firsthand. Just recently, Lord Moore had taken the pill during his birthday celebration, and the results were nothing short of miraculous. Charlie had even heard rumors of people willing to pay upwards of $100 million, or even several times that, just to possess a rejuvenating pill. However, selling the pill was never on Charlie's agenda. He didn't need the money. To him, sums like $100 million or even $1 billion were chicken shit. If he were to sell the rejuvenating pill, he felt it would diminish its value. He wanted it to remain a coveted treasure, something that people would regard as unattainable, a rarity that would inspire admiration and longing. His motivation for gifting Jasmine the rejuvenating pill was straightforward. First and foremost, he genuinely considered her a good friend. It was only fitting to give a valuable gift on her birthday. Secondly, as the eldest daughter of the Moore family, Jasmine had been exposed to countless luxurious items since childhood. Any gift he gave her needed to be something money couldn't buy. Moreover, although he was giving Jasmine a rejuvenating pill, it wasn't intended for her personal use. At just 25, she had no need for it. The true purpose behind the gift was for her to present it to Lord Moore, hoping to earn his affection and attention. Charlie recalled how Lord Moore had expressed immense gratitude the last time he received a rejuvenating pill, even bringing the entire Moore family to kneel before him in thanks in front of Orris Hill's elite. It was clear to Charlie that Lord Moore's desire for the pill was unparalleled. However, Lord Moore was also acutely aware that Charlie was doing him a tremendous favor, primarily out of respect for Jasmine. He understood that the chances of receiving a second pill from Charlie were slim. If Charlie were to gift Jasmine the rejuvenating pill now, a discerning man like Lord Moore would undoubtedly grasp his intentions. This could lead to him showing greater support and interest in Jasmine, perhaps even paving the way for her to inherit the Moore family legacy. Charlie recognized Jasmine as an ambitious woman, evidenced by her tireless efforts on behalf of her family. Having lost her parents at a young age, she had often felt isolated and vulnerable within the Moore family, making it challenging for her to secure her place and work towards inheriting the family's fortune. Given these circumstances, Charlie was more than willing to lend her a helping hand. Chapter 1185. Paul drove home after dropping Charlie off at the villa at Thompson First. Charlie made his way back to the villa alone. As he approached, his father-in-law, Jacob, rushed over to greet him. "My dear son-in-law, did you get a chance to see your Aunt Matilda after spending time with Paul today?" he inquired eagerly. Charlie responded with a hint of exasperation, "Dad, why on earth would I meet Aunt Matilda while I was running errands with Paul?" Jacob let out a heavy sigh, feeling quite downcast. He had been missing Matilda terribly over the past few days. However, with Elaine at home, he couldn't risk meeting Matilda. At that moment, he felt a wave of anxiety and confusion wash over him. He pressed Charlie again, "Did you at least ask Paul about Aunt Matilda? How is she?" Charlie smiled as he replied, "Aunt Matilda has been doing really well lately. I heard Paul mention that she's teaching a class at senior university now. Not only that, but she's also learning calligraphy and painting from others. She's truly living a fulfilling life." Jacob's expression shifted to one of worry. "Wait. How could she be going to senior university?" Charlie looked surprised. "What's wrong with senior university? Isn't it just a place for seniors to learn?" With a gloomy look, Jacob explained, "You should know that there are many older men at senior university who are single. They aren't there to learn, they're just looking for wives and companions." After speaking, Jacob became increasingly anxious. "Your Aunt Matilda is so beautiful. Won't all those old men be constantly thinking about her?" Charlie chuckled and replied, "Can you really stop people from thinking about her?" Jacob sighed in defeat, "You're right. This whole situation is just too fucking disheartening." Suddenly, Jacob's eyes lit up with an idea. "I know. I could just enroll in senior university too. That way, I could see your Aunt Matilda." Charlie raised an eyebrow, "Aren't you worried that Mom will find out?" "It'll be fine," Jacob insisted earnestly. "Don't you know what kind of woman your mother-in-law is? She's always been concerned about her image. Look at her, she's limping and using crutches, plus she's lost her 2 front teeth. She hardly dares to go out these days. Every time she steps outside, she wears sunglasses and a mask just to avoid being recognized. She won't set foot in crowded places like senior university." "All right then," Charlie nodded, not wanting to say much more. In reality, he wasn't overly concerned about the relationship between his father-in-law and Matilda. If Jacob and Matilda were close, it would undoubtedly upset his wife, Claire, if she found out. It would also create chaos if his mother-in-law, Elaine, discovered the truth. So, he decided it was best for his father-in-law to endure a bit of discomfort. 2 days later, Charlie had already informed his family that he would be attending a friend's birthday banquet that evening. That afternoon, he went out to purchase a beautiful red mahogany gift box and placed the rejuvenating pill inside. He even asked the gift shop owner to wrap the box carefully. It was important to him that the gift looked presentable since it was for someone else's birthday. Since Paul was also invited to the birthday celebration, he drove over to pick Charlie up, and together they made their way to the Moore family villa. The Moore family had opted for minimal decorations for Jasmine's birthday, choosing instead a modern and warm aesthetic for the villa. As Paul drove into the courtyard, Charlie noticed that the decorations didn't scream birthday banquet. Jasmine, dressed in a stunning, custom-made white tube dress, looked incredibly beautiful and captivating. Her prominent collarbone added to her allure, making even women envious of her appearance. The courtyard was filled with luxury cars, indicating a large number of guests in attendance. Initially, Jasmine was inside the villa welcoming her guests, but upon hearing that Charlie had arrived, she quickly rushed out to greet him. Chapter 1186. When Charlie laid eyes on Jasmine, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was absolutely stunning. He had long believed that Jasmine's beauty and figure were comparable to those of his wife, Claire. Moreover, Jasmine possessed an aristocratic elegance that Claire simply did not have. After all, Jasmine was the eldest daughter of one of the most influential families in the area. From a young age, she had been schooled in the ways of noble etiquette, setting her apart from any other woman. Upon spotting Charlie, Jasmine's excitement was palpable as she rushed towards him, shyly exclaiming, "Master Wade, you're here." Charlie offered a gentle smile and replied, "Jasmine, why didn't you let me know it was your birthday sooner?" Jasmine responded with an apology, saying, "Master Wade, I hope you're not upset. I didn't mention it because I didn't want you to feel obligated to buy me a gift." Charlie chuckled lightly and assured her, "Actually, I didn't spend much. After all, we're friends, right? I would have prepared a gift for your birthday regardless of whether you told me." With that, Charlie pulled out a small box containing the rejuvenating pill from his pocket. The gift was meticulously wrapped, leaving its contents a mystery to everyone around. Jasmine's heart swelled with joy at the sight of the gift Charlie had chosen for her. She had always held a special affection for Charlie, and this was the first birthday present from her beloved, making her all the more thrilled. Taking the gift from Charlie, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Master Wade, thank you so much for this thoughtful present." Charlie replied with a warm smile, "No need to be so formal with me." His words made Jasmine feel elated, as if sweetness were enveloping her. At that moment, Paul stepped forward and handed Jasmine another gift box, cheerfully saying, "Miss Moore, happy birthday." Jasmine turned to Paul and smiled, "You must have been the one to inform Master Wade about my birthday, right?" "Indeed," Paul replied with a grin, "I had just finished some official matters with Master Wade when you called him." "Oh, really?" Jasmine asked, surprised. "You do business with Master Wade?" Paul nodded and said, "Yes, I'm now Master Wade's official lawyer and legal advisor." Charlie chuckled, adding, "And it's completely pro bono." Curious, Jasmine inquired, "Master Wade, why do you need a legal advisor? Have you run into trouble?" "Not at all," Charlie replied with a smile. "I just acquired a company recently, and Paul is assisting me with some legal matters." "Got it." Jasmine nodded, then added with a smile, "Master Wade, let's head inside. There are many of your acquaintances waiting for you." "Sure." Charlie followed Jasmine into the Moore family villa, where the grand hall had been transformed into a vibrant banquet setting for the evening. The hall was buzzing with activity, featuring a reception and a live band filling the air with music. As Charlie scanned the room, he recognized many familiar faces. The first person he spotted was Jasmine's cousin, Reuben, but Charlie wasn't fond of him, so he opted not to say hello. Among the other attendees were Isaac, Zeke, Don Albert, Dr. Simmons with his granddaughter Zyla, Graham, and his daughter Aurora. Additionally, Travis Lane, the wealthiest man in Lancaster, was present, along with Doris Young from M Grand Group. It seemed that Jasmine had invited all her close friends for this special celebration. Chapter 1187. Right now, all the attendees at Jasmine's birthday banquet were eagerly anticipating Charlie's arrival. Everyone was aware that Donald from the Webb family had come to Oris Hill with his son not too long ago, and a conflict had arisen between them and Charlie. This conflict escalated when Charlie publicly broke Sean's hand during Lord Moore's birthday celebration. In retaliation, Isaac stepped in and broke the legs of both father and son, ultimately forcing the Webb family to leave South Haven in disgrace. Since that incident, Charlie had earned a reputation for being absolutely fearless, showing no concern for one of the most powerful families in the entire South region. Initially, many feared that Charlie might struggle against the Webb family, given their wealth and influence. However, to everyone's surprise, the Webb family quickly lost their status as the leading family in the South region. During this time, the Webb family faced numerous setbacks. First, their reputation took a severe hit due to their association with the Beggar clan. Next, their attempts to send warriors to Mount Gollum ended in failure after failure. Most devastatingly, even their most reliable asset, the 8 Heavenly Kings, was completely wiped out. Currently, the Webb family was barely hanging on as a first-class family, falling far behind the Moore family. Although there was no concrete evidence linking Charlie to their downfall, everyone secretly believed he was involved. In their minds, only Master Wade would possess such incredible power. This belief was especially strong for Isaac, who had witnessed Charlie's strength firsthand when he eliminated the 8 Heavenly Kings at the base of Mount Gollum. At that moment, Charlie had become a god in Isaac's eyes, a figure of immense power and authority. Isaac was the first to approach Charlie. As he quickly walked over, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before him. Charlie had left a lasting impression on him during their encounter at Mount Gollum, completely changing Isaac's perspective. However, he maintained his composure and greeted Charlie with utmost respect, addressing him as Master Wade. To anyone unaware of Charlie's status as the young master of the Wade family, it might have seemed as though Isaac was consulting him about feng shui matters. Following Isaac, Doris approached Charlie, wearing a striking silver dress that accentuated her figure. In Charlie's memory, Doris had always been an ascetic beauty, dedicated to her career. However, today she dazzled in a sultry and alluring outfit. If someone unfamiliar with her saw her like this, they would certainly think she had always embodied the essence of a glamorous goddess. Doris was well aware of Charlie's position as the young master of the Wade family, but she had limited knowledge of his identity as Master Wade. Being outside the circles of prominent families in Oris Hill and not involved in the metaphysical world, she saw Charlie's life as almost separate from her own. Though she wanted to address him as young master, the presence of so many others compelled her to refer to him more formally as Mr. Wade. Charlie acknowledged her with a slight nod and remarked, "Miss Young, you look stunning today. I didn't realize that the vice-chairman of the Grand Group was such a captivating beauty." Doris felt a flush of embarrassment at his compliment and replied, "Mr. Wade, you flatter me." As their conversation continued, Doris smiled and asked, "Mr. Wade, would you be able to visit the Grand Group sometime? I would love to have you over." Doris's invitation made Charlie feel a bit self-conscious. He recognized that he hadn't been particularly effective in his role as the chairman of the Grand Group. Chapter 1188. Typically, he wouldn't visit the Grand Group regularly. Instead, he would simply inquire about the Grand Group and delegate everything directly to Doris to manage. From what Doris had just mentioned, it appeared she was hoping he could visit the Grand Group more frequently. With that thought in mind, Charlie smiled and told Doris, "Given that the lovely vice-chairman will be present, I will certainly drop by the Grand Group more often just to give you a hard time." Upon hearing this, Doris's stunning and elegant face flushed a bright red. At that moment, Anthony also arrived with Zyla by his side. Zyla gazed at Charlie with warmth in her beautiful eyes, but she couldn't help feeling a tinge of unhappiness. It seemed to her that Master Wade had been paying less attention to her and her grandfather lately. This feeling stemmed from the fact that she hadn't seen Master Wade at the Serene World Clinic in quite some time. Although she often thought about him, she had no chance to meet him at all. In contrast, Anthony didn't dwell on the matter as much as his granddaughter. He simply felt that it had been ages since he last saw Master Wade. After taking the rejuvenating pill, he had come to appreciate the value of youth once again, which made him deeply grateful to Charlie in his heart. Thus, he hurriedly approached Charlie, bowed respectfully, and said, "Master Wade, it's been a while since we last met. I hope you've been doing well lately." Charlie smiled gently and replied, "Dr. Simmons, you're too kind. I've been doing quite well. How about you? Are you keeping well?" Anthony responded earnestly, "Thank you for your kind words. I feel fantastic every day. It's all thanks to Master Wade for this good fortune." Charlie chuckled slightly and said, "You've already called it your good luck. So, there's no need to be overly formal with me." Meanwhile, Aurora, who was enjoying a dessert, spotted Charlie entering and felt her heart race with excitement. Her face turned crimson even before she spoke to him. Aurora had always been someone who was bold in love and hate. In the past, she had bravely confronted Charlie, even raising her fist at him, and was notably upset when he had kicked her. But now, she viewed Charlie as her ideal partner. Almost every night, she found herself lost in thoughts of him before drifting off to sleep. Moreover, Aurora often experienced beautiful dreams featuring Charlie. Sometimes, she would even dream of sharing intimate moments with him. What the hell could she do? It was simply because Aurora had developed strong feelings for Charlie. She began to admire him after he saved the Quinton family. Later on, when Charlie started producing the magical pills, her father, Graham, asked her to approach Charlie about them. Aurora initially believed it would be a tremendous blessing if Charlie were to give her just one magical pill. However, she was completely taken aback when Charlie said, "I'll give you 2 of these magical pills because I'm honoring a beautiful girl like you." From that moment on, Aurora was head over heels for Charlie. Her love for him deepened when she witnessed his strong sense of justice, especially when he stood up for the weak. Her best friend had faced a dire situation, nearly losing her life due to Kian's manipulation. At that time, she had been unaware of Kian's family background. Yet, Charlie didn't hesitate to confront the second young master of the Webb family, the most powerful family in the South region, all for her sake. From that day forward, Charlie became a deity in Aurora's eyes, a deity she adored deeply. When she finally saw her dream lover arrive, Aurora was beside herself with joy. She took her father's hand and eagerly ran toward Charlie. Once she stood in front of him, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. She gazed deeply at Charlie before quickly looking away, saying softly, "Master Wade, I've been waiting for you for such a long time. You're finally here." Chapter 1189. Aurora's cheeks were already tinged with a deep shade of red from embarrassment as Charlie cast a glance her way. She had always been known for her strong personality, exuding confidence and never shying away from challenges, thanks to her martial arts background. Yet, in the presence of her crush, her heart raced with a blend of youthful shyness and excitement, making her feel like a bashful girl all over again. With a gentle smile, Charlie greeted her, saying, "Aurora, I see you're here too. How have you been?" Her blush deepened as she replied, "I've been doing quite well lately, thank you for asking, Master Wade." Charlie nodded appreciatively and addressed the group, "Since it's been a while since everyone has gathered and today is also Miss Moore's birthday, let's enjoy a few more glasses of wine together later." The crowd eagerly chimed in, "Absolutely. We must toast a bit more tonight." At that moment, Jasmine interjected with a hint of apology, "Master Wade, please hold on a moment. I need to greet some other guests." Charlie nodded in understanding, "Of course, go ahead. I'll be just fine." After Jasmine exchanged farewells with the others, the group invited Charlie into the banquet hall for some drinks. He readily accepted, moving to the side of the hall, where everyone gathered around him. As the center of attention, Charlie inadvertently made Aurora feel a bit anxious. She struggled to find her place in the conversation. Noticing her hesitation and the moments she attempted to speak but was cut off, Charlie smiled and asked, "Aurora, do you have something you'd like to share with me?" Her face lit up with joy at his question. "Master Wade, I have something personal to discuss with you. Do you have time?" Aurora gazed at him with hopeful eyes, filled with anticipation. Charlie held a favorable impression of Aurora. She was not only self-sufficient but also genuinely worked hard to support herself, never flaunting her status as a member of a prominent family. Additionally, her dedication to perfecting her fighting skills was a rarity among the wealthy elite. Encouraging her, he suggested, how about we take a walk together? Aurora nodded enthusiastically at his proposal. Meanwhile, Graham watched with a pleased grin, eager for Charlie to form a deeper bond with his daughter. In his mind, if Aurora were to become Charlie's woman, it would be a win-win for both the Quinton family and Aurora herself. Zyla, on the other hand, could only watch quietly as Aurora followed Charlie out of the villa, feeling a pang of jealousy. She wished for more opportunities to connect with Charlie but didn't have the courage like Aurora to approach him directly in front of so many people. As Charlie and Aurora stepped out into the courtyard of the Moore family's villa, he paused, turning to her with a gentle smile. "All right, tell me what's on your mind. Don't tell me it's about another classmate being bullied?" Aurora shyly smiled and hesitantly replied, "Master Wade, the reason I sought you out is because. Chapter 1190. Aurora was feeling shy and embarrassed, unsure of how to begin the conversation. With a warm smile, Charlie broke the ice, saying, "Are you still the same Aurora I remember? The one who bravely raised her hand at me back on Antique Street? Why does the Aurora standing before me now seem so hesitant to speak?" Hearing this made Aurora even more bashful. She responded nervously, "Master Wade, I didn't realize how powerful and capable you were in the past. That's why I failed to recognize your incredible talent back then. Please don't tease me anymore." As she spoke, a memory flashed in Aurora's mind. Charlie had given her a playful kick that day. Though she felt a wave of embarrassment, it also brought her a sense of joy, making her feel like a little girl again. Summoning her courage, Aurora said to Charlie, "Master Wade, I actually wanted to invite you to the International University Combat and Fighting Championship taking place in Oris Hill this year." Charlie frowned slightly, asking, "The International University Combat and Fighting Championship?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Liam had mentioned that Kobayashi Pharmaceutical was sponsoring the event to promote their new stomach powder. Recalling that Aurora had been practicing her fighting skills, he asked curiously, "Aurora, are you participating in this competition?" Blushing, Aurora nodded and replied, "Master Wade, I will be representing the students from China University this time." "Oh?" Charlie said, his surprise evident. "That's incredible. Do you feel confident about winning the championship?" Aurora shyly admitted, "I can't say for sure that I will win because my opponent from Japan is very strong. She's currently the favorite to take the championship, and her skills are definitely superior to mine." After saying this, she added, "However, I won't be discouraged. My goal is to place in the top 3. Charlie smiled and encouraged her, "Dreams only become reality if you dare to pursue them. I truly believe you have what it takes to win. You shouldn't have any trouble claiming first place. Remember, many Japanese fighting techniques are rooted in our own Chinese martial arts. Go out there and bring glory to our country." Aurora's eyes sparkled with joy as she asked, "Master Wade, do you really think I can take first place?" Charlie nodded confidently, "Absolutely. I have high hopes for you." With newfound excitement, Aurora asked, "Master Wade, can I invite you to watch the competition?" Charlie agreed without hesitation, saying, "Don't worry. I'll definitely be there to cheer you on." "That would be perfect," Aurora exclaimed, jumping up in happiness. She instinctively felt like hugging Charlie, just as she would her father at home. But then she remembered that Charlie was a married man, causing her to pull back quickly, realizing she shouldn't behave so intimately. At that moment, Charlie asked, "By the way, Aurora, I gave your family 2 magical pills before. Did your father give one to you?" "Yes," Aurora replied, reaching into her coat's inner pocket to pull out a small box. She opened it to reveal the magical pill Charlie had given her. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "My father gave me the medicine from Master Wade that very night, and I've kept it close ever since." Charlie nodded and explained, "This medicine can also help improve your physical fitness. If you start feeling overwhelmed during the competition, you can take this pill." Aurora exclaimed, "How could I do that? Master Wade gave me this medicine, so I have to cherish it and take good care of it." Chuckling, Charlie replied, "This medicine is meant for people to use, so why hold back?" Aurora thought for a moment before saying, "All right, Master Wade. I understand. Chapter 1191. After promising to watch Aurora's competition, Charlie returned to the banquet with her. By this time, the banquet had welcomed even more guests, and the atmosphere was growing increasingly lively. Upon hearing that Charlie had arrived, Lord Moore quickly made his way out to greet him. However, by the time he emerged, Charlie had already stepped outside with Aurora. When Charlie finally reappeared, Lord Moore eagerly approached him, exclaiming with delight, "Oh, Master Wade, it has been quite a while since we last saw each other." Charlie offered a slight smile, looking at Lord Moore as he responded, "Lord Moore, you seem to be in very good spirits. Have you been feeling well lately?" Gratefully, Lord Moore replied, "Master Wade, it's all thanks to you that an old man like me feels rejuvenated again." Following this, Lord Moore inquired, "Master Wade, how have you been?" Charlie nodded gently and smiled, saying, "I'm doing quite well. Everything is pretty much the same." With a vague tone, Lord Moore remarked, "It seems like there were some disagreements with the Webb family during my birthday banquet. Did they continue to make things difficult for you afterward?" Charlie chuckled as he replied, "What could they possibly do? To me, they're just a bunch of clowns." Lord Moore was taken aback by Charlie's confidence. He was already aware of Charlie's incredible abilities, and it amazed him that even the influential Webb family didn't faze him. At that moment, Reuben approached and whispered in Lord Moore's ear, "Grandpa, Master Kilgore from Eastcliff has arrived." Lord Moore was surprised and exclaimed, "Is Master Kilgore really here?" "Yes," Reuben confirmed. "His car just arrived at our villa community, so they should be here any minute." Lord Moore nodded and said, "Please go and fetch Jasmine so we can greet them together." After speaking, Lord Moore turned to Charlie with a look of apology, saying, "Master Wade, I must apologize for not being a better host. I still have more to discuss with you, but I must excuse myself to welcome another esteemed guest from Eastcliff." Charlie took it in stride and nodded amicably. Meanwhile, Isaac, who stood nearby, was slightly taken aback. He leaned closer to Charlie and whispered, "Young master, the Kilgore family is a major and powerful family in Eastcliff, ranked among the top 6 or 7 families there. While they may not compare to the Wade family, their total assets are likely worth $500 to $600 billion. In contrast, the Moore family's assets are over $100 billion. It's hard to understand why the young master of the Kilgore family would come here today." Charlie smiled nonchalantly and replied, "I may not know the Kilgore family's specific circumstances, but if they remain in Eastcliff, surrounded by so many concealed talents, they'll find it hard to advance further. If they can't establish themselves locally, what do you think their next move would be?" After pondering for a moment, Charlie added, "If they can't break into the local market, they'll need to explore opportunities in surrounding areas." Surprised, Isaac asked, "Young master, are you suggesting that the Kilgore family might be looking to expand into Oris Hill?" Charlie smiled again and said, "Oris Hill is likely just a stepping stone for them. The Kilgore family has likely recognized this as a prime opportunity for growth in the South region. This is especially true now that the Webb family has relinquished their status as the most influential family in the region. The key question now is who will rise to take their place. Although the Moore family is weaker, it doesn't mean they lack potential. If I were the head of the Kilgore family, I would seek out a strong family in the South region, ally with them to help them ascend to the top, and ensure they pledge their loyalty to me, thereby extending my influence into the South." Isaac responded, "Young master, I see your point. It seems that the Kilgore family is here to consider a partnership with the Moore family." Charlie nodded slightly, adding, "Since the Kilgore family has come to attend Miss Moore's birthday banquet, I suspect they might have even deeper intentions. Perhaps they are even contemplating a marriage alliance with the Moore family." Chapter 1192. Isaac frowned as he remarked, "Young master, it seems the Kilgore family might be considering a marriage alliance with the Moore family." Charlie smiled in response, saying, "The main point of interest here is the status of the young master sent by the Kilgore family. If he happens to be the eldest grandson of their first son, the chances of this alliance are quite slim. However, if today's visitor is just one of the lesser-known descendants without significant standing, then the Kilgore family wouldn't really be losing anything by marrying him to Jasmine, would they?" Isaac pondered for a moment and replied, "Based on what you've just said, it does seem like it would be a low-risk move. The Kilgore family appears to be thriving, with around 6 or 7 male heirs in their current generation. Charlie continued, inter-family marriages among the elite are much like horse racing. Even if the overall strength of your opponent's family is greater, it doesn't necessarily mean that every heir is superior to your best. In fact, their weakest heir might not even compare to your strongest. Isaac nodded enthusiastically, saying, "Young master, your perspective is truly insightful. I've learned something valuable today." Charlie waved his hand lightly and smiled, "You've been working deeply in Oris Hill for many years, so I trust you'll grasp this concept. Even if it took a moment to sink in, you clearly understood it after just one of my remarks." Meanwhile, Paul stood off to the side, holding a wine glass, filled with admiration for Charlie. He was struck by how Charlie seemed to continuously exceed his expectations. Paul had never anticipated that the elite of Oris Hill would hold Charlie in such high esteem. The person quietly conversing with Charlie at that moment was the spokesperson for the Wade family in Oris Hill, demonstrating the significant respect and influence Charlie commanded in the region. Just then, a voice rang out in the banquet hall, "The third young master of the Kilgore family from Eastcliff has arrived." This announcement stirred a great commotion throughout the hall. The Kilgore family, ranked among the top 10 families in Eastcliff, boasted assets exceeding $500 billion, making them a formidable force. In terms of wealth alone, the Kilgore family's resources far surpass those of the Moore family, estimated to be at least 5 times greater. The unexpected appearance of the Kilgore family's third young master at the birthday celebration for the Moore family's eldest daughter raised eyebrows and sparked speculation. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Do you think the Kilgore family is considering a marriage with the Moore family's young lady?" Another responded, "It's quite possible. Miss Moore is not only beautiful but also possesses an excellent temperament and remarkable abilities. She would certainly be viewed as a desirable daughter-in-law by the top families in Eastcliff." Isaac turned to Charlie and remarked, "Young master, the third young master of the Kilgore family holds a respectable position within his family." Charlie, intrigued, asked, "What makes you say that?" Isaac explained, "The previous generation of the Kilgore family had 4 sons, each with at least 2 children, all of whom were male. The third young master is the only son of the second son of the Kilgore family. Although he ranks third in age, he is likely second in terms of influence and capability." Charlie nodded, then smiled, "It seems the Kilgore family is trying to match their middle-tier heir against the Moore family's top heir." Isaac chuckled, "I doubt Miss Moore would be interested in him anyway." Curious, Charlie asked, "Why do you think that?" Isaac replied earnestly, "Young master, can't you see? In Miss Moore's eyes, you are the only one she has ever truly been interested in. I believe she holds you in very high regard. Compared to you, the third young master or any of the Kilgore heirs wouldn't stand a goddamn chance in her eyes." Charlie waved his hand gently, saying, "Please refrain from such comments in the future. Jasmine is not yet married, and I am already committed. If this kind of talk gets out, it could damage her reputation." "I understand," Isaac nodded knowingly. "Don't worry, young master. I will only discuss such matters with you." Chapter 1193. Before long, a young man dressed in vibrant attire entered the banquet hall, accompanied by the Moore family. Reuben and his father, Theodore, walked closely beside the young man, both showing great interest in the proceedings. Meanwhile, Lord Moore and Jasmine trailed behind them, though Jasmine wore a rather frosty expression. Charlie observed the young man, noting he appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, exuding an air of arrogance. Isaac remarked coolly, "It seems the third young master of the Kilgore family has graced us with his presence, like a dragon in a modest fish pond. However, he likely doesn't realize that young master here is the true dragon of Oris Hill." Charlie offered a slight smile but chose not to respond to Isaac's comment. In truth, Charlie had little interest in how others chose to present themselves. No matter how much someone wished to flaunt their superiority, that was their personal choice. As long as they didn't provoke him or act as if they were above him, he wouldn't give them a second thought. At that moment, a wave of astonished whispers rippled through the crowd. No one had expected the third young master from the Kilgore family to show up here. Many families, eager to align themselves with the Kilgore family, gazed at him with admiration, as if he were a prized catch. The Moore family guided the third young master of the Kilgore family into the banquet hall. Lord Moore took the lead and brought him over to Charlie, introducing him with great respect. "Master Kilgore, allow me to present the renowned Master Wade of Oris Hill. Like you, he is a young and gifted individual among the ordinary." The third young master of the Kilgore family assessed Charlie and thought he didn't seem particularly impressive. Moreover, Charlie's casual attire suggested he was just an average person. Just as he was about to express his disdain for Charlie, he noticed Isaac standing nearby. Being the third young master of the Kilgore family, he was well aware of who Isaac was. After all, Isaac belonged to the influential Wade family. The Wade family wielded far greater power than the Kilgore family, making it clear that even the Kilgore family sought to win their favor. Thus, he was taken aback to see Isaac here. His gaze shifted back to Charlie. Given Isaac's presence and the shared last name, could it be that Charlie was actually the young master of the Wade family? As this thought crossed his mind, the third young master of the Kilgore family addressed Charlie with newfound politeness. "So the young master of the Wade family, Mr. Wade, is also in attendance. I've long intended to visit the Wade family, but I didn't expect to encounter you here." Charlie smiled slightly and replied, "Actually, you seem to be mistaken. I share the last name Wade by mere coincidence. I am not the young master of the Wade family." The third young master of the Kilgore family quickly turned to Isaac, asking with respect, "Mr. Cameron, since you work for the Wade family, is this young man not the young master of the Wade family?" Isaac smiled and replied, "You heard Master Wade's clarification. He stated that his last name is Wade by coincidence." The third young master of the Kilgore family nodded slightly. When he looked back at Charlie, his eyes were filled with contempt. Chapter 1194. Who the hell does this Master Wade think he is, putting himself on the same level as me? What grounds does he have for such a thought? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he felt little inclination to continue the conversation with Charlie. Turning his attention to Isaac, he smiled and remarked, "Mr. Cameron, I didn't expect to see you here today. I had intended to visit Shangri-La tomorrow." Isaac responded with a light tone, "Master Kilgore, you're being too formal. May I ask what brings you to Oris Hill?" The third young master of the Kilgore family glanced at Jasmine and replied, "My sister and Miss Jasmine were classmates during their time abroad. I came to Oris Hill to discuss a potential partnership with the Moore family. Initially, I planned to arrive in 2 days, but I learned that today is Miss Jasmine's birthday, so I decided to come early." He then retrieved an exquisite gift box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a stunning ruby necklace, gleaming brightly. He presented it to Jasmine, saying, "Miss Jasmine, I personally chose this necklace for you. It features a natural ruby sourced from Africa." Everyone gathered around to admire the beautiful necklace, which showcased a crystal-clear ruby roughly the size of an egg. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers, as they recognized the immense value of the ruby. Seeing their astonishment, the Kilgore family's third young master grinned with satisfaction and continued, "Miss Jasmine, you should know that rubies are the most precious of all gemstones. A 1-carat ruby can fetch tens of thousands of dollars on the international market. This particular stone is 26 carats and has been polished and set by the finest jeweler at Tiffany's. The value of this necklace exceeds $20 million. I truly hope you like it, Miss Jasmine." The crowd was envious, their eyes wide with disbelief at the thought of receiving such an extravagant birthday gift. Despite the grandeur of the necklace, Jasmine appeared unfazed. She calmly responded, "Master Kilgore, this necklace is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." "Why not?" he replied with a smile. "It's merely a necklace, a small gesture for the Kilgore family. I believe it perfectly suits your elegance, which is why I chose it for you. Please, don't be too formal." Jasmine maintained a serious demeanor as she replied, "Master Kilgore, I appreciate your generosity. However, I shouldn't be rewarded for nothing in return. Accepting such an extravagant gift from you wouldn't be right. I am grateful for your intentions, but I truly cannot accept this necklace." The third young master's expression darkened as he pressed, "Miss Jasmine, why are you being so formal? I'm here not just for your birthday, but also to discuss a deeper collaboration with the Moore family. How can we move forward if you remain so distant?" Just then, Reuben interjected, "Jasmine, what are you doing? Master Kilgore is offering you such a generous gift, how can you overlook his good intentions? You should accept it." Reuben's father, Theodore, chimed in, "Jasmine, think about how rare it is for someone to give you such a lavish birthday present. Only Master Kilgore would be so generous." However, Jasmine stood firm in her resolve, stating, "I understand Master Kilgore's generosity and appreciate the wonderful gift. But I cannot accept something so expensive. Please forgive me for declining your gift, it's not a reflection on you or the necklace." At that moment, Lord Moore joined the conversation, saying, "Master Kilgore, your gift is indeed extravagant. It's only natural for Jasmine to feel uneasy accepting it. Please don't take offense." The third young master of the Kilgore family frowned and questioned, "Lord Moore, are you and Miss Jasmine looking down on me or the Kilgore family?" Chapter 1195. The third young master of the Kilgore family suddenly interjected, placing Lord Moore in a challenging predicament. Lord Moore was acutely aware of the Moore family's lesser status compared to the esteemed Kilgore family from Eastcliff. As a result, he approached the situation with utmost caution and politeness. However, his courtesy was merely a formality, it didn't imply that he was eager to forge a relationship with the Kilgore family. Having seen much in life, he could easily discern the underlying reason for the third young master's visit today. Regardless of the Kilgore family's intentions for collaboration with the Moores, Lord Moore understood that the third young master likely had his sights set on his granddaughter, Jasmine. If this had occurred in the past when the Kilgore family was considering a potential marriage alliance, Lord Moore would have been thrilled. However, his enthusiasm had waned significantly. In Lord Moore's eyes, the ideal candidate for his granddaughter's future husband was none other than Master Wade, who was quietly observing from the sidelines. If Master Wade expressed a desire to marry Jasmine, Lord Moore would never consider trading him for even the wealthiest individual in the world. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Jasmine also harbored feelings for Master Wade. Had it not been for Master Wade's rejuvenating pill, Lord Moore would have long since passed away. His current good health was a testament to that. To Lord Moore, no one compared to Charlie, as Charlie represented life itself, a gift more valuable than anything else. Watching the exchange, Theodore, standing nearby, feared his father might inadvertently offend the third young master of the Kilgore family. He quickly stepped in, saying, "Thank you so much, Master Kilgore. This gift is incredibly generous. I'm sure Jasmine will appreciate it as well. However, this child has always been a bit shy and doesn't express herself much. So, as her uncle, I'll graciously accept this gift on her behalf." Jasmine opened her mouth to speak but was silenced by a wink from Lord Moore. He leaned in and whispered to her, "Let's not be unkind to someone who means well. We'll accept his gift now and return the favor in private after the banquet." Jasmine nodded in agreement, understanding her grandfather's wisdom. Subsequently, Theodore and his son, Reuben, escorted the third young master of the Kilgore family into the banquet hall to take their seats. The third young master appeared somewhat aloof towards everyone but acknowledged Isaac with, "Mr. Cameron, why don't we sit together?" Isaac instinctively looked for Charlie but recalled that Charlie preferred to keep his identity concealed. Thus, he felt it would be inappropriate to engage too much with him. Just as Isaac was about to decline the third young master's invitation, Lord Moore interjected, "Master Wade, let's join them." The banquet hall featured 6 tables, with one designated as the main guest table. This table was reserved for entertaining the most distinguished guests, which naturally included Lord Moore, Theodore, Reuben, and Jasmine. The remaining seats would be allocated to other guests based on their status and influence. Theodore and Reuben promptly invited the third young master of the Kilgore family to join them, while Lord Moore also asked Charlie to sit at the main guest table. The other 4 seats were filled by Isaac, Doris, Travis, and Graham. Although Zeke was powerful and capable, he was slightly overshadowed by Graham and thus did not receive a spot at the main guest table. The spirited Aurora was eager to sit at the same table as Master Wade alongside her father. Chapter 1196. With the table already filled, she had no choice but to sit next to Zyla. As the birthday banquet was about to commence, Lord Moore stood up to express his gratitude to the guests. During his thank you speech, Lord Moore emphasized, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Master Wade for taking the time to join us today to celebrate my granddaughter Jasmine's birthday." The moment Lord Moore uttered these words, the third young master of the Kilgore family, seated at the main guest table, felt his face darken. What the fuck is this? Did Lord Moore truly lack common sense? He had come all this way for his granddaughter's celebration, yet he couldn't even prioritize him in his acknowledgements. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Charlie, who was also at the main guest table. The kid appeared so ordinary and unremarkable. It baffled him why Lord Moore seemed to hold him in such high regard. After thanking Charlie, Lord Moore finally acknowledged the third young master of the Kilgore family for attending. At this point, the third young master couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. How could someone like Charlie, with no discernible reputation, overshadow him? By this time, Lord Moore had concluded his speech, and it was Jasmine's turn to express her gratitude to the guests. In a manner befitting her status, Jasmine, with grace and poise, began her thank you speech by addressing Charlie first. With her big, expressive eyes fixed on Charlie, she earnestly stated, "Thank you, Master Wade, for making time in your busy schedule to attend my birthday banquet. It truly means a lot to me." Following her acknowledgement of Charlie, Jasmine continued, "In addition to thanking Master Wade, I also want to express my gratitude to all my friends and everyone present today. Thank you for being here." Once she finished speaking, Jasmine bowed to the crowd. At this moment, the third young master of the Kilgore family was seething with rage. Though he was the second person mentioned by Lord Moore, Jasmine had not even taken the time to mention his name specifically, treating him as just another guest. This omission infuriated him. In his frustration, he leaned over to Reuben, who was seated beside him, and whispered, "What's Charlie's background?" Reuben, harboring his own grievances against Charlie but too intimidated to confront him, quickly replied, "Charlie is quite well known in Oris Hill as a live-in son-in-law. He's also recognized as a feng shui master and has a reputation for his skills in concocting medicine. That's why people refer to him as Master Wade." The third young master of the Kilgore family couldn't help but scoff at this. Master Wade? Just because he dabbles in feng shui and medicine, he calls himself a master? If he were in Eastcliff, he would have been fucking eliminated long ago. Reuben hastily agreed, "You're absolutely right, Master Kilgore. Oris Hill may be small, but it's filled with shallow minds. Some even dare to call themselves the True Dragon." The True Dragon? The third young master snorted dismissively, raising an eyebrow. Does this Charlie claim to be the True Dragon? Reuben replied quietly, "I'm not sure if he asserts it himself, but many in Oris Hill refer to him as the True Dragon, Master Wade." The third young master sneered, "He's the True Dragon. I, Sam Kilgore, am a dragon from the Kilgore family in Eastcliff. Today, I want to see what this so-called True Dragon is really made of." Reuben continued to flatter him, saying, "Charlie wouldn't stand a chance against you. He wouldn't even measure up to a single strand of your hair." "Of course not." The third young master glanced at Charlie, feeling a swell of arrogance. In his mind, he thought, "This pathetic nobody from a small place dares to steal my spotlight? I'll unleash my wrath today. I'll show these old fools in Oris Hill exactly who the True Dragon is." Chapter 1197. Sam was eager to confront Charlie openly, so he initiated a conversation at the main table, stating, "Master Wade, is it true that you go by the nickname the True Dragon?" Charlie responded with a casual smile, "That nickname is merely something my close friends have given me." Sam, not missing a beat, responded with a sneer, "I'm curious, Master Wade. What kind of birthday gift did you prepare for Miss Jasmine today? Someone like you wouldn't settle for anything cheap or ordinary, right?" Charlie chuckled lightly and said, "Honestly, I wasn't even aware that Miss Jasmine's birthday was today. Once I learned of it, I quickly put together a modest gift for her as a gesture of appreciation. Naturally, my gift can't compare to what you have prepared, Master Kilgore." As Charlie continued to be humble, Sam felt a rising urge to publicly humiliate him. Not ready to back down, Sam pressed further, "Why the modesty, Master Wade? I simply want to know what gift you've brought for Miss Jasmine. Can't you share or reveal it to everyone?" Continuing his line of questioning, Sam added, "Since you're also a feng shui master, let me guess, did you give Miss Jasmine a piece of talisman paper that you wrote yourself?" Charlie replied with a faint smile, "Master Kilgore, you're quite perceptive. You're not far off." Sam responded with a smirk, "I have a servant in the Kilgore family whose family owns a shop at the small commodities market in Yulet. I heard him mention that a piece of talisman paper there costs only a few cents. How much do you pay for yours, Master Wade? If yours is more expensive, I could introduce you to my servant for a better deal." Reuben couldn't help but chuckle at this, and even Theodore joined in the laughter. However, the atmosphere around the table grew tense, with everyone wearing displeased expressions. Charlie was highly regarded by all present. To them, regardless of whether he was Master Wade or the young master of the Wade family, he held an unparalleled status. Sam's audacity to challenge Charlie right off the bat made everyone feel extremely uneasy. Isaac felt a strong impulse to confront Sam directly. This fucking fool was oblivious to the gravity of his situation. How could he dare to act so arrogantly in front of his young master? He truly lacked self-awareness. However, Isaac took a moment to think and resisted the urge to act impulsively. While it would be easy for him to handle Sam, doing so in the current setting would likely expose Charlie's true identity to everyone. In the meantime, Charlie remained unfazed. He didn't see Sam as a threat and chose not to give him any importance. If Sam had been a bit more discreet and left Charlie alone, he would have been content to let him continue his act. Instead, Sam's reckless provocation left Charlie no choice but to set him straight. Therefore, Charlie discreetly signaled to Isaac to start recording a video on his phone. Then, he turned to Sam and remarked, "Master Kilgore, you truly are a remarkable individual. This is our first meeting, yet it's clear you stand out from the rest. Your generosity and magnanimity have genuinely surprised me." Sam beamed at this compliment, believing that Charlie was conceding defeat. Unexpectedly, Charlie then asked, "Earlier, you mentioned that the necklace you purchased for Miss Jasmine is valued at $20 million US. Is that correct?" Sam replied coldly and arrogantly, "The Kilgore family ranks among the top 10 families in Eastcliff. I have no reason to lie about a mere $20 million necklace." Charlie nodded with a smile and asked, "Then, Master Kilgore, how much do you think my gift for Miss Jasmine is worth?" Sam sneered, "While I haven't seen what you've prepared, I would guess that your gift won't exceed $10,000. Chapter 1198. Charlie grinned as he remarked, "Master Kilgore, honestly, the present I've prepared for Miss Jasmine isn't just valued at over $10,000, it's undoubtedly worth even more than your necklace." Sam's reaction was one of anger as he retorted, "Where on earth did you come from? You actually have the audacity to be so boastful in my presence?" With a calm demeanor, Charlie responded, "What will you do if my gift truly is more valuable than your necklace?" Sam let out a derisive snort and declared, "With so many witnesses here today, if your gift to Miss Jasmine genuinely surpasses the value of my necklace, I will eat that necklace right here and now." Charlie clapped his hands and smiled, affirming, "All right then, it's a deal." Sam's expression darkened as he pressed, "Master Wade, what happens if your gift to Miss Jasmine turns out to be less expensive than mine?" Charlie maintained his smile, stating, "If my gift is indeed less valuable, I will eat the entire set of tableware right in front of you." Sam burst into laughter, saying, "That set of tableware is made of bone china. What if you can't actually consume it?" Charlie replied with composure, "If I lose the bet, I'll make sure to swallow the whole set of tableware, even if I have to break it into pieces first." Upon hearing this, Jasmine quickly interjected, "Master Wade, why engage with him like this? Even if you gave me a piece of paper, it would still hold immense value to me." Charlie smiled gently and reassured her, "Miss Moore, you don't need to worry. I always have confidence in what I do." Seeing Jasmine's concern for Charlie only fueled Sam's irritation further. In a fit of frustration, he slammed his hands on the table, rising to his feet as he applauded mockingly, "All right then. Master Wade, you truly carry yourself like a gentleman. With so many witnesses present, if your gift for Miss Jasmine is indeed more extravagant and costly than mine, I will swallow the ruby necklace I gifted her. However, should your gift prove to be less valuable than mine, you will consume this entire set of bone china tableware." Charlie nodded, his smile unwavering. If that's the case, I would like to ask Miss Moore to reveal the gift I gave her. Jasmine felt a twinge of worry as she carefully retrieved the small gift box Charlie had given her. Having not yet opened the box, she was unaware of its contents. At that moment, Charlie spoke softly to Jasmine. Miss Jasmine, I apologize for putting you in a position to unveil my gift here in front of everyone. Jasmine quickly responded with respect, saying, Master Wade, you are too courteous. With a warm smile, Charlie urged, then, could you please open the gift box for everyone to see, Miss Jasmine? As Sam observed the gift box in Jasmine's hand, which was no larger than a ring box, he scoffed, your gift is so diminutive. Even if it contains a diamond, it wouldn't compare to the worth of my ruby. Charlie responded with a smile, diamonds are merely carbon elements. To me, there's no significant difference between a diamond and a piece of coal. So why would I give such a common gift to Miss Jasmine? Sam's irritation intensified upon hearing Charlie's dismissive words. He felt insulted, thinking that Charlie was labeling him as someone with poor taste. With a cold snort, he said, there's no reason for us to keep chatting aimlessly. Let's see what's inside your gift box. I really doubt that anything so small could be worth more than $20 million. You're definitely going to have to eat that set of tableware. Chapter 1199. In that moment, a sense of concern hung in the air for Charlie among those gathered. Despite everyone recognizing Charlie's impressive capabilities and significant achievements in the world of metaphysics, doubts lingered. Many believed he wouldn't stand a chance against Sam when it came to wealth. The Kilgore family was undeniably more powerful than any prominent families in the South region. With the vast assets controlled by the Kilgore family, Sam's influence was formidable. In fact, no one in Oris Hill could rival Sam. And truthfully, few in the entire South region could compare to him. Additionally, the $20 million ruby necklace was already regarded as the finest among all ruby necklaces. Even a diamond the size of an egg might not reach that value. This led everyone to wonder what was inside the small gift box Charlie had presented to Jasmine that gave him such confidence in its worth exceeding $20 million. As Jasmine carefully began to unwrap the gift box, the tension in the room escalated. When the small, square mahogany box was revealed, anxiety spread among the attendees. The appearance of the box didn't suggest luxury, it seemed more like a generic container Charlie had picked up from a gift shop, likely valued at only a few $100s. At that moment, many believed Charlie was destined to lose the bet. Sam couldn't contain his disdain upon seeing the box, remarking, Master Wade, don't you think it's a bit cheap to put something valued over $20 million in such a shabby box? Charlie responded calmly, the worth of an item isn't determined by its packaging. So, Master Kilgore, even though you may dress well, it doesn't necessarily elevate your value above that of an average person. Sam scoffed, you with the last name Wade, what the hell are you implying? Are you suggesting I'm less worthy than you? Charlie offered a slight smile, I'm merely making a comparison. If you choose to interpret it differently, that's not my concern. As he spoke, Charlie raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, exuding confidence. Feeling uneasy, Sam decided it was best not to engage further, retorting coldly, just hurry up and show everyone what you got her. I'm eager to see how you plan to use that set of tableware. Jasmine cast a worried glance at Charlie, uncertain whether to open the gift box. Charlie met her gaze with reassurance and said, Miss Jasmine, since Master Kilgore is so eager to see what's inside, why don't you open it for him? Jasmine nodded gently and lifted the lid of the gift box. As she opened it, an unexpected and powerful aroma wafted out. Lord Moore, sitting beside Jasmine, was taken aback by the scent. He recognized it instantly, it was the fragrance of the miraculous rejuvenating pill that had rejuvenated him by at least 2 decades. At that moment, someone from another table exclaimed, oh my God! It really is the rejuvenating pill. Master Wade is incredibly generous, isn't he? He's giving Miss Jasmine a rejuvenating pill for her birthday. I'm truly envious of Miss Jasmine. I wish I could receive such a gift from Master Wade. Many guests at Jasmine's birthday party had also attended Lord Moore's celebration. They had witnessed the astonishing moment when Lord Moore took the rejuvenating pill firsthand. In that instant, everyone present felt an overwhelming desire to possess the rejuvenating pill. Clearly, all those in attendance were wealthy, but even if they didn't match the Kilgore family's fortune, they had ample resources to enjoy a life of comfort and luxury. Chapter 1200. Even Travis, seated at the same table, was left in sheer disbelief and utter silence. As the wealthiest individual in Lancaster, his financial standing was comparable to that of the Moore family. This year marked his old age, and he could clearly sense that both his body and health had significantly deteriorated from their former state. No amount of money could reverse this decline. Thus, Travis found himself yearning for the chance to obtain a rejuvenating pill. He would willingly sacrifice 10% of his fortune for the opportunity to use one. He understood that aside from the rejuvenating pill, there was no way to reclaim 20 years of youth, even if he were prepared to spend billions of dollars to do so. Stanley Holt, the gambling magnate from Macau, was incredibly rich and powerful. Yet, despite his vast wealth, there was no way for him to buy back his youth now that he was over 90 years old. All he could do was spend hundreds of millions yearly on medical care to prolong his life. However, the time gained from these hospital visits merely delayed death. What was the value of living an extra 2, 3, or even 5 years? The years he purchased with billions were solely for survival, not for enhancing his health or reversing his declining physical condition. If he could turn back the clock and restore his body to the vitality it had 5 or more years ago, he would consider it worth spending $10 billion. At that moment, what truly mattered to everyone was not wealth, but far more precious things: time, youth, health, and longevity. To them, nothing was more captivating than the rejuvenating pill. It was a rare opportunity to regain 20 years of youth, or for a frail individual to restore their health and extend their lifespan with just one rejuvenating pill. Jasmine, too, gazed at the rejuvenating pill, utterly stunned and at a loss for words. She would never have imagined that Charlie would present her with such an invaluable gift. In her eyes, the worth of this gift far surpassed any ruby necklace Sam could offer, by 10, 20, or even 100 times. Tears began to form in Jasmine's eyes as she looked at Charlie with admiration and said, "Master Wade, how could I possibly accept such a precious gift from you?" Charlie responded with a gentle smile, "You should accept it because I'm giving it to you. Why would you hesitate?" Lord Moore was so exhilarated that he felt faint. Having taken the rejuvenating pill previously, his desire for it had intensified tremendously. Now that he knew how incredible the pill was, he yearned for another chance to experience its benefits. After using the rejuvenating pill, Lord Moore felt as if he had reclaimed his youth, enjoying a vibrant life due to his rejuvenated body. He eagerly anticipated any opportunity to further enhance his vitality. Yet, he also harbored a worry. If he found himself frail and aging again in 20 years, would he still have the opportunity to request another rejuvenating pill from Master Wade? After all, anyone would leap at the chance to add another 20 years to their life. And now, Master Wade had bestowed another rejuvenating pill upon his granddaughter. If he treated her kindly, perhaps she would consider sharing this precious gift with him. Sam, on the other hand, felt a pang of jealousy as he observed the astonishment around him regarding the pill. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Wade, where did you even find such a large pill? It's just a shitty little thing, and you dare claim it's worth more than my ruby necklace?"